Strathmore lies between two ranges of hills, and the space between them is wide enough to hold a particular kind of quiet. To the south, the Sidlaw Hills run in a long, low ridge, their slopes softening into farmland before they reach the valley floor. To the north, the Grampian Mountains form a larger and more distant boundary, their profiles changing with the season and the light, sometimes grey, sometimes dark with cloud, sometimes visible for many miles in the clear air of an autumn morning. Between these two ranges, the Vale of Strathmore extends across the county of Angus, its soils deep and fertile, its fields and woodlands arranged across a broad plain that tilts gently toward the east and the sea. The North Sea lies approximately 20 kilometres away, near enough that the air of Strathmore carries something of its quality, a coolness that persists even in summer, a brightness in the early hours that belongs to coastal latitudes. The valley is not a dramatic place in the manner of the Highland glens to the northwest. It is a working landscape, patient and slow, given over for centuries to the cultivation of the land and the grazing of cattle, and it holds its history the way a field holds frost, quietly beneath the surface, in no hurry to reveal itself. It is into this valley that Glamis Castle was built, and it is this valley that has shaped the experience of arriving at it across more than 6 centuries. The castle does not occupy a commanding height. It stands in the low plain near the Dean Water, which is a choice that, considered from the perspective of medieval defensive architecture, requires some explanation. The official landscape record notes a tradition that attempts to site the stronghold on higher ground were, according to local belief, repeatedly frustrated, though such an account belongs to the domain of legend rather than documented history. What can be said with more confidence is that the castle was originally defended by a system of moats, and that the plain of Strathmore, for all its apparent openness, is not without its own natural protections. The hills watch the valley from both sides. The woods, dense and old, press close around the estate walls, and the approach, long and tree-lined, ensures that anyone arriving at Glamis has time to feel the weight of the place before they have even reached the gate. The estate surrounding the castle covers more than 57 square kilometres, which is to say more than 14,000 acres of park, timber, farmland and designed landscape. Through this estate 2 streams run, one of them the Glamis Burn, which feeds the arboretum laid out on its banks. The arboretum holds rare trees from many parts of the world, some of them several hundred years old, grown to a considerable size in the sheltered conditions of the valley. It is the kind of collection that requires patience of a long-term order to accumulate, the kind that is only possible when a family and a place remain in continuous relationship for generations. The grounds also include parks and gardens designed and redesigned across successive centuries, timber production that continues today, and beef farming that makes use of the rich lowland soils. The estate, in other words, is not merely a setting for the castle. It is a working place, a living system, and the castle stands at its centre, the way a stone stands at the centre of a wheel, old and fixed while everything around it continues to turn. The approach avenue leads southward from the castle toward the village of Glamis, and along it, in the 17th century, 4 large statues were placed. These were figures of Charles I in boots, James VI wearing a stole, Charles II in Roman dress, and James VII as he appeared in his Whitehall portrait. The first 2 of these, representing Charles I and James VI, were the work of the sculptor Arnold Quellin. They stand today in altered configurations from their original positions, the lead figures of Charles I and James VI having been discovered at some point in a basement and subsequently reinstated in front of the castle, where they now hold their place as listed structures in their own right. Their presence along the approach gives the arrival at Glamis a quality that is not quite theatrical, but is certainly considered as if the sequence of the journey has been deliberately arranged to prepare the visitor for what lies at the end of it. The castle itself is built from red sandstone, coarse rubble laid with string courses and dressed with carved heraldic panels. This is a material that absorbs and holds the light differently according to the time of day and the angle of the sun, appearing almost amber in certain conditions, darker and more austere in others. It is the primary building material of Angus and of much of eastern Scotland, drawn from the sedimentary deposits of the lowland basin, and it gives Glamis a visual coherence with its landscape that a building in imported stone might not achieve. The red of the walls against the greens and greys of the surrounding park is one of the characteristic visual experiences of the place, noticed by travellers at least as far back as the 19th century and not diminished by time. The building as it stands today is the product of many centuries of construction, modification, and rebuilding, and its current form represents not a single architectural vision, but the accumulated decisions of successive generations of the Lyon and Bowes Lyon families. The original stronghold is thought to date from the 10th or 11th century, though the earliest structure is no longer visible in its original form and the precise date remains uncertain. By 1372, a castle of sufficient substance already existed at Glamis to be granted by Robert II of Scotland to Sir John Lyon, who had married the king's daughter. From that date, the castle has remained in the possession of the Lyon family, later the Bowes Lyon family, without interruption except for a period of forfeiture in the 16th century that will be addressed in a later chapter. In the early 15th century, the castle was rebuilt as an L-plan tower house, the form that provided the structural basis for the present main block. The 15th century tower house was remodelled in 1606 by Patrick Lyon, 9th Lord Glamis, who was created Earl of Kinghorn in the same year. The remodelling of 1606 is commemorated in an inscription carved on the central tower, built by Patrick, Lord Glamis, and D. Anna Murray. The question of who was responsible for the design of that remodelling has not been resolved. Inigo Jones, the English architect, has traditionally been associated with the redesign, but Historic Scotland considers the King's Master Mason, William Shaw, a more likely candidate for the work, on the grounds that the architecture is thoroughly Scottish in character, rather than in the Italianate manner associated with Jones. Both attributions remain in circulation, and neither has been definitively confirmed or excluded by the surviving evidence. The east wing was added in 1629, the tower was raised, and the west wing added in the period between 1670 and 1689. The northeast corner wing, which houses the chapel, was added between 1679 and 1683 and was restored in 1866. The west wing was demolished in 1775 and rebuilt between 1798 and 1801. A baronial wing to the east was added in 1891. Later modifications in the 20th century were carried out by the architect James Dunbar Naismith. The building that results from all of these phases of construction is a 5-storey L-plan main block with a central stair tower and ogee caphouse, pinnacled turrets and a roof walk, and 2-storey angle wings with outer towers and corbelled turrets. It is, as the Historic Environment Scotland listing records it, a building of red sandstone, its surfaces worked in coursed rubble with string courses and carved heraldic panels throughout. The central stair tower rises 5 stories to its crenellated parapet and set-back ogee caphouse, flanked by tall, round chimney stacks. The front towers each measure 7 metres in diameter and stand approximately 4 metres high, each fitted with a modern parapet. The walls of the towers are 1 metre thick. Carved heraldic panels are distributed across the facade at several levels, and the decorative vocabulary of the exterior, with its corbelled turrets and pinnacled roofline, belongs firmly to the tradition of Scottish baronial architecture, even as it incorporates details from different centuries of construction. The studded timber door of the principal entrance is dated 1687, and above it hangs an iron knocker of the same period. The carved panel to the side of the entrance bears the royal arms. Standing before this facade, or even approaching it along the avenue, one becomes aware of a quality that is difficult to name precisely, but that several visitors across many generations have noted. The building seems to absorb attention rather than simply to receive it. It is not the largest castle in Scotland, nor the most architecturally refined, but it has a presence that exceeds its dimensions, a quality that may, in part, be attributed to the depth of its history, and in part to the particular configuration of its towers and turrets against the open sky of Strathmore. Augustus Hare, who visited Glamis in October 1877 and again in August 1879, described the castle as the most picturesque building in Scotland, girdled with quaint pepperbox turrets, and the description, for all its Victorian enthusiasm, captures something genuinely observable about the building's effect on those who arrive at it. We may now move from the exterior of the castle to its interior, where the accumulated centuries of construction have left a sequence of rooms that are as varied in character as they are in date. The approach, as Hare noted, is through a winding stair in the thickness of the wall, which gives access to the principal apartments. This mode of circulation, vertical and interior, threading through masonry of considerable thickness, is one of the defining experiences of the castle's interior. It belongs to a particular tradition of Scottish tower house design, in which the architectural choices made for reasons of security have created spatial conditions that persist long after the original reasons for them have ceased to apply. The room known as the crypt occupies the lowest hall of the 15th century tower house, and it is in many respects the oldest interior space in the building that retains something of its original character. The floor is stone flagged. The vault above is of dressed stone. The windows are deeply embrasured, set into walls of considerable thickness, their reveals stock chamfered and moulded. In the 19th century, the room was stripped of its plasterwork, returning its surfaces to the bare stone beneath, and this decision has had the effect of preserving the room in something close to its structural essentials. A stair of 9th century origin rises from the centre of the space, leading to the ground floor entrance above. The crypt is not a comfortable room. It is low, stone, and old, and its proportions belong to a time when interior space was measured against the requirements of defence rather than of ease. But it is also, for that reason, a room of considerable presence, the kind of room in which it is easy to feel the weight of the building above and around you. The room that is now known as the drawing room was formerly the great hall of the castle, and its dimensions reflect that earlier designation. It is a vaulted space measuring 60 feet in length and 20 feet in width. The walls at their thickest are 8 feet through, and the 3 windows that admit light into the room are set into deeply embrasured openings of corresponding depth. In the thickness of the wall at the western end, a further chamber, known as the well room, is contained, accessible from within the drawing room itself. The carved stone fireplace that occupies the principal wall is flanked by paired caryatids, which support a heraldic overmantel displaying the royal arms in heraldic colours. Above, the plasterwork frieze and ceiling are dated 1621 and carry the monograms of John, 2nd Earl of Kinghorn, and Lady Margaret Erskine. The plasterwork is attributed to the same craftsman responsible for comparable ceilings at Muchalls and Craigievar, and its survival over 4 centuries is a reminder that the building, for all its turbulent history, has at its core a collection of domestic interiors of considerable quality and coherence. Lions appear throughout the castle, in the heraldry, in the decorative carving, and in the furnishings of several rooms. Augustus Hare, during his visit of 1877, observed the lion emblem with the thoroughness of a man who found it everywhere he looked. There are lions everywhere. Huge gilt lions stand on either side in front of the drawing-room fireplace. Lions and nutcrackers. A lion sits on the letterbox. The very door-scraper is guarded by 2 lions. The Lyon family name and the heraldic lion of the family's arms have produced, across the centuries of occupation, an interior in which the family's emblem has become a kind of repeated motif, woven into the fabric of the building at every scale, from the great carved panels of the facade to the smallest domestic objects. The room known as King Malcolm's room carries a plasterwork frieze and a strapwork ceiling, both bearing the monograms of the 2nd Earl of Kinghorn and Lady Margaret Erskine, and incorporating medallion heads of Roman characters in a manner consistent with the decorative fashion of the early 17th century. The fireplace is fitted with Dutch tile slips, with an iron fireback and a carved timber and embossed leather overmantel above. The association embedded in the room's name connects it to an older and more troubled moment in the history of the site, one that will be addressed in its proper place. For the moment, it is enough to note that the room is there, named as it is, and that its name carries a tradition of considerable antiquity. The dining room dates in its present form from the period between 1798 and 1801, and its interior was further transformed between 1851 and 1853 by the Honourable Thomas Liddell, who created what has been described by the architectural historian Ian Gow as one of the finest Scotch baronial revival interiors in Scotland. The panelling is of heraldic oak. The stained glass of the windows carries heraldic emblems. The oak fireplace is flanked by fluted pilasters and bears a carved frieze and cornice, with an overmantel displaying the arms of the 12th Earl of Strathmore. The plasterwork ceiling, which was originally panelled and painted with scenes from Ovid's Metamorphoses, carries thistles, roses, and lions in its present form. The room also contains, brought from the Bowes family seat at Gibbside, in County Durham, a carved fireplace displaying the coat of arms of the Blackiston family, installed in the billiard room. The billiard room, which served formerly as the dining room above the 16th century kitchen, was fitted with a ceiling in 1903, carrying monograms and a coronet commemorating the golden wedding of the 13th Earl. The carved fireplace it contains, with its caryatids and its Blackiston arms, connects the building's interior to the wider network of estates and family connections from which the Bowes-Lyon inheritance was assembled across 2 centuries. The chapel, built between 1679 and 1683 in the northeast corner wing, represents perhaps the most visually concentrated interior in the castle. Its walls are lined with panel paintings by the Flemish artist Joseph de Witt, executed in 1688 and restored between 1979 and 1980 by the Stenhouse Conservation Centre in Edinburgh. The windows carry stained glass by Kempe of London, installed in 2 campaigns, the first between 1867 and 1868, and the second between 1882 and 1883. It is a small and enclosed space, devotional in scale, and the quality of its painted surfaces gives it an intensity that the larger and more plainly finished rooms of the castle do not quite match. The castle tour guides report that one seat within the chapel is always reserved, left empty for a figure known as the White Lady, believed by tradition to be the ghost of Janet Douglas, Lady Glamis, who was executed in 1537. That tradition, and the history from which it grows, belong to a later chapter of this account. For now, the chapel is simply itself, a small room of painted panels and coloured glass, built into the northeastern corner of a castle that has been standing, in one form or another, since the 14th century at least, in a valley that has been inhabited since long before the castle was imagined. Beyond the principal interiors, the building contains a further range of rooms assembled and modified across the 19th and 20th centuries. A suite known as the Royal Apartments, consisting of the King's Room, the Queen Mother's bedroom, and the Queen Mother's sitting room, was converted following the marriage of Lady Elizabeth Bowes-Lyon in 1923. These rooms reflect the building's continued occupation and its continued adaptation to the lives of successive generations of the same family. The Queen Mother's sitting room, formerly known as the Tapestry Room, retains a stone ledge at its door believed to have served originally as a sentry's seat, as well as a carved oak fireplace lined with blue and white Dutch tiles and a carved overmantel set with inset tapestry. The clock tower houses the castle's archives. These holdings include material relating to the castle and to the Bowes and Lyon families stretching back across many centuries, among them a papal bull and the memoirs of Mary Eleanor Bowes, who married John Lyon, 9th Earl of Strathmore, in 1767, and whose fortune in the coal mining industry brought significant resources to the estate. The archives have a working relationship with the University of Dundee, where researchers may consult material held in the Glamis Castle archive. They are not merely a record of the building's history, but a part of that history themselves, the documentary accumulation of a family that has inhabited the same place for more than 600 years. In the grounds to the north of the castle, the arboretum extends along the banks of the Glamis Burn, its collection of rare trees from around the world growing in the shelter of the valley. The 5-acre walled garden to the north of the castle was designed in 1865 by Fowler of Castle Kennedy, brought in by the 13th Earl for that purpose. The autumn garden to the east of the castle was created between 1907 and 1910 by Cecilia, Countess of Strathmore, wife of the 14th Earl and mother of Lady Elizabeth Bowes-Lyon. The great sundial, brought to the grounds by the 3rd Earl between 1671 and 1689, stands 21 feet high on the lawn in front of the castle, listed in its own right as a Category A, structure of special interest. The grounds as a whole are included in the Inventory of Gardens and Designed Landscapes in Scotland under reference GDL 00189, designated on the 30th of June 1987. The Historic Environment Scotland record assesses the castle's landscape as outstanding in almost every value category, noting its rich historical associations, its long horticultural development, and the contribution it makes to the surrounding scenery of Strathmore. Since 1987, an illustration of the castle has appeared on the reverse of £10 notes issued by the Royal Bank of Scotland, a form of recognition that places the building among the most legible symbols of the Scottish landscape in everyday circulation. The castle itself has been designated a Category A listed building, the highest category of statutory protection available in Scotland, under reference LB 11701, with the designation confirmed on the 11th of June 1971. Category. A status is reserved for buildings of the greatest architectural or historic interest, and in the case of Glamis, the designation encompasses both the exterior and the interior, including the principal rooms and their contents that are fixed to the building. To stand in Strathmore and look toward Glamis is to look at a building that has been accumulating its present form for several hundred years, layering stone upon stone, century upon century, in a valley that was already old when the first stones were laid. The Grampian Mountains to the north are older still, and they watch the castle with the patience of geological time. The Sidlaw Hills to the south are gentler, their profiles familiar to the people of Angus across all the generations that have farmed and lived in the plain between. The Glamis burn moves through the arboretum without particular urgency, as it has always done, and the rare trees that grow along its banks drop their leaves in the autumn and put them out again in spring. Following a rhythm that has nothing to do with human history and everything to do with the particular quality of the light in this valley, the length of the growing season, and the depth of the soil. The current resident of the castle is Simon Bowes Lyon, 19th Earl of Strathmore and Kinghorn, who succeeded to the earldom in 2016. The castle is open to the public. It is a preserved building in an active landscape, inhabited and visited, part of a working estate that continues to produce timber and beef from its 14,000 acres. And it is also, as it has been for as long as it has been standing, a building with a history that is not simple or comfortable, a history that contains executions and fires and occupations, the grief of families and the ambitions of kings, and a deep accumulation of stories that the stone walls have held in silence across the centuries. Some of those stories are dark. They belong not to this chapter, but to those that follow. Here, at the beginning, it is enough to have arrived at the place, to have come down through Strathmore between the two ranges of hills, to have followed the approach avenue through the parkland, and to have stood before the red sandstone facade of Glamis Castle as the light of the valley fell across the carved heraldic panels and the carved inscription that records the names of Patrick, Lord Glamis, and Dame Anna Murray. This is where we begin. The building is before us. The valley holds it. The hills watch from either side. And the castle, as it has always done, simply stands. The earliest record of Glamis as a castle, in any formal sense, comes from 1372, when Robert II of Scotland granted the barony to Sir John Lyon. Sir John had married the king's daughter, and the grant gave him both the estate and a place in the royal family's extended sphere. From that moment, the Lyon family's connection to the place has not been broken, and the building that stands today is in the most direct sense the physical record of what that unbroken connection has required, permitted, and produced across more than 6 centuries. It is a record written not in a single architectural statement, but in the accumulated language of construction and reconstruction, demolition and addition, restoration and renewal, each phase responding to the conditions of its own time and leaving its mark in stone. But before 1372 there was already something here. The historic environment, Scotland listing notes that the original stronghold is thought to date from the 10th or 11th century, though the earliest structure is no longer visible in its original form, and the precise date of the first building on this ground remains uncertain. The site had served, prior to the Lyon grant, as a royal hunting lodge, and the landscape of the broad vale of Strathmore had sustained human occupation of various kinds for far longer than any standing structure can testify. What can be said is that by the time Robert II made his grant to Sir John Lyon, he was granting a place that already had history, a site where stone had already been set on stone for reasons that the surviving records do not fully explain. The first castle at Glamis grew from ground that was not new to habitation, and that fact is part of what the building carries with it, however invisibly, into its later centuries. The castle was rebuilt as an L-plan tower house in the early 15th century, and it is from this phase of construction that the structural core of the present main block derives. The L-plan was a form well established in Scottish domestic architecture by this period, providing a configuration of spaces that answered the requirements of both defence and habitation within the constraints of the tower house type. The walls of the rebuilt structure were of considerable thickness, a quality that has persisted through all subsequent remodelings and that remains one of the defining characteristics of the building's interior experience. In the room that would later become known as the drawing room, formerly the great hall of the castle, the walls reach 8 feet in thickness, and the windows that admit light are set into embrasures of corresponding depth. Their reveals, stock-chamfered and moulded in the manner of late medieval Scottish masonry. In the room known as the crypt, which occupies the lowest hall of that 15th century tower house. The stone-flagged floor and dressed stone vault still speak of the original structure with a directness that the more extensively decorated rooms of the castle do not quite match. The crypt was stripped of its plasterwork in the 19th century, and that act of removal, whatever its motivations, had the effect of returning the room to something close to its structural essentials, making it the most legible fragment of the earliest surviving phase of the building. The tower house of the 15th century served the Lyon family through a period of considerable turbulence, which will be addressed in later chapters of this account. It was in the early 17th century that the next great transformation of the building began, and it is with that transformation that the castle's present visual character was substantially established. In 1606, Patrick Lyon, the 9th Lord Glamis, was created Earl of Kinghorn. In the same year he undertook a major remodelling of the castle, and the inscription carved on the central tower records both his own name and that of his wife in terms that have endured unchanged across 4 centuries. Augustus Hare transcribed that inscription in his account of the castle's history, built by Patrick, Lord Glamis, and D. Anna Murray. The 1606 remodelling was substantial. It transformed the earlier tower house into the beginning of the building we see today, raising the main block, elaborating the turrets and the roofline, and establishing the southern elevation that presents itself to the approach avenue. The character of the work is thoroughly Scottish. The corbelled turrets, the ogee cap-house, the carved heraldic panels, the crenellated parapets, all belong to a tradition of Scottish castle architecture that had its own internal logic and its own aesthetic priorities, distinct from the Italianate manner that was beginning to appear in certain English buildings of the same period. The question of who designed the 1606 remodelling has not been resolved to the satisfaction of all who have considered it. The traditional attribution, one that has circulated for a long time and continues to appear in accounts of the castle, associates the redesign with Inigo Jones, the English architect who would later become the dominant figure in the introduction of classical architecture to England. The attribution is traditional rather than documented, and it rests on no firm surviving evidence that Jones was present at Glamis or engaged with its design. Historic Scotland, in its assessment of the building, takes a different view. The agency regards William Shaw, who held the position of the King's Master Mason, as a more plausible candidate for the work, and the reasoning is persuasive on its face. The architecture at Glamis is, as the listing record notes, thoroughly Scottish in its character, and it does not show the influence of the continental classical tradition that would be the expected signature of Inigo Jones's involvement. Shaw was a figure of considerable authority and skill in the royal works, with a deep knowledge of Scottish building practice and a documented involvement in major royal construction projects of the period. Both attributions remain in currency, and the sources do not agree. The question is one that the surviving evidence, as it presently stands, cannot resolve. The work that Patrick Lyon commissioned in 1606 was continued under his successors, and the castle entered a period of sustained and systematic expansion that would extend across most of the 17th century. The east wing was added in 1629, extending the L-plan of the main block and providing additional accommodation in the manner of the period. But it was in the later decades of the century that the most significant phase of construction after 1606 was undertaken, and the circumstances under which it began tell a great deal about the costs of the preceding decades. Patrick Lyon, 3rd Earl of Strathmore and Kinghorn, succeeded to the earldom in 1646 at the age of 4. He succeeded to an estate encumbered with an enormous debt, and to a castle that had been left in a state of serious disrepair. During the period of the Commonwealth, soldiers had been garrisoned at Glamis, and the building had suffered accordingly. When the 3rd Earl returned to the castle in 1670, he found it uninhabitable. The task before him was not improvement in the ordinary sense, but rescue, and the account he kept of that process is one of the more intimate documents in the castle's history. The 3rd Earl maintained what he described as a book of record, in which he set down the repairs and improvements as he undertook them. This document is a rare resource, a first-hand account of what it meant, in practical terms, to restore a great house of this kind after a period of neglect and occupation. The work continued until 1689, and its scale was considerable. The tower was raised, extending the main block upward and giving the building more of the vertical emphasis that characterizes its present silhouette. The west wing was added in the same period, between 1670 and 1689, providing the building with the broader footprint it would retain in modified form into the following century. The northeast corner wing, which houses the chapel, was added between 1679 and 1683. The grounds were also transformed during this period. The third Earl brought the great sundial to the estate between 1671 and 1689. Standing 21 feet high on the lawn in front of the castle, it is a structure of considerable decorative ambition, listed today as a Category A, structure in its own right. The third Earl also obtained, in 1688, a charter for the titles of Earl of Strathmore and Kinghorn, Viscount Lyon and Baron Glamis, establishing the full territorial range of the family's Scottish dignities. The third Earl's gardens were regarded by contemporaries as among the finest in Scotland. The historic environment. Scotland Landscape Record describes the third Earl's garden as one of the great 4 Baroque gardens in Scotland, a judgment that reflects both the ambition of the original design and the quality of its execution in the difficult growing conditions of the Strathmore Valley. The formal layout of that Baroque garden, with its radiating avenues and enclosed courts, would be substantially modified in the later 18th century, when picturesque principles of landscape design came to replace the formal geometry of the Baroque tradition. But in the last decades of the 17th century, while the third Earl was still working, the castle and its grounds formed an ensemble of unusual coherence and ambition, the result of 2 decades of sustained effort applied to a building and landscape that had been brought very low. Also belonging to this period of the third Earl's work is the 4-statue programme that placed figures of Charles I, James VI, Charles II, and James VII along the approach avenue, bringing to the castle grounds a series of royal portraits in stone and bronze that announced the family's loyalties and connections in unmistakable terms. The first 2 figures, representing Charles I in boots and James VI in a stole, were sculpted by Arnold Quellin. Charles II was represented in Roman dress. James VII appeared as in his Whitehall portrait. The lead statues of Charles I and James VI were discovered at some later point in a basement of the castle and have since been reinstated in front of the building, where they are now listed as Category B structures. The chapel, built between 1679 and 1683 in the northeast corner wing, deserves particular attention, both as an architectural achievement and as a space that has accumulated its own dense layer of tradition and association. Its interior is lined with panel paintings by the Flemish artist Joseph de Witt, executed in 1688, and these paintings give the room a visual intensity quite different from the plasterwork and carved stone of the castle's other principal interiors. The windows carry stained glass by Kempe of London, installed in 2 successive campaigns, the first between 1867 and 1868, and the second between 1882 and 1883. The De Witt paintings were restored between 1979 and 1980 by the Stenhouse Conservation Centre in Edinburgh. The chapel was itself restored in 1866, some years before the second Kempe campaign, in a programme that addressed the condition of the northeast corner wing as a whole. The seating within the chapel accommodates 46 people. It is a space that has been in continuous use by the family, and its small scale gives it a quality of enclosure that the larger staterooms of the castle do not share. The tradition recorded by castle tour guides that one seat in the chapel is always left empty, reserved for the presence known as the White Lady, and associated by those guides with the ghost of Janet Douglas, Lady Glamis, is a tradition that belongs to a later chapter of this account. For now, the chapel is considered simply as a building, a small vaulted space fitted with painted panels and coloured glass, added to the northeast corner of the castle in the final decade of the 17th century, and maintained in essentially its present form since the restorations of the 19th century. The third Earl died in 1689, the same year in which the great programme of work he had begun 2 decades earlier was completed. He had taken a building he found uninhabitable and made of it something that could sustain a family and an estate through the generations that followed. The castle he left behind him was, in its essential configuration, the building that stands today, though it would be modified and extended by his successors in ways that added further layers of construction to the already complex fabric of the place. John Lyon, 9th Earl of Strathmore and Kinghorn, succeeded in 1753, and in 1767 married Mary Eleanor Bowes, heiress to a substantial coal mining fortune. The marriage brought significant new resources to the estate. and the 9th Earl made use of them to undertake a programme of landscape improvement in the 1770s, reworking the grounds in the picturesque style that was then the dominant influence on English and Scottish landscape design. The formal Baroque geometry of the 3rd Earl's garden, with its radiating avenues and enclosed courts, was substantially dismantled in the course of this work. The approach avenue, which had been described in 1765 by the poet Thomas Gray as a magnificent double and triple row of Scots firs extending for a full mile, was cut down. The court walls were demolished in 1774. The 3 great gateways that had stood in front of the castle were moved to the perimeter of the policies, where they became the lodge gates that still mark the entrances to the estate. The parks were informalized, their formal lines dissolved into the curving plantations and open grassland that the picturesque aesthetic preferred. The loss of the avenue was mourned by Walter Scott, among others, and the decision to remove it reflects the radical character of the picturesque programme, which was willing to sacrifice structures of considerable age and quality in pursuit of its ideal of natural-seeming landscape. The 9th Earl died in 1776. The family name was changed to Bowes Lyon, following Mary Eleanor Bowes's inheritance, establishing the double-barrelled name that has been carried by the family from that time forward. The west wing, which had been part of the 17th century building programme, was demolished in 1775 and rebuilt between 1798 and 1801. The demolition and rebuilding of the west wing represents the most significant structural alteration to the main block in the 18th century, and the rebuilt wing introduced interior arrangements that reflect the tastes and requirements of the period. The dining room, in its present form, dates from the 1798 to 1801 rebuilding, and its interior was further transformed between 1851 and 1853 by the Honourable Thomas Liddell. Who created the Scotch baronial revival interior that the room now presents? The Historic Environment Scotland record describes this interior, citing the architectural historian Ian Gow as one of the finest Scotch baronial revival interiors in Scotland. The panelling is of heraldic oak. The fireplace is of oak, flanked by fluted pilasters and surmounted by a carved overmantel bearing the arms of the 12th Earl of Strathmore. The plasterwork ceiling, originally panelled and painted with scenes from Ovid's Metamorphoses, carries thistles, roses and lions in its current form. The billiard room, which occupies the space above the 16th century kitchen and formerly served as the dining room, received its present ceiling in 1903, when monograms and a coronet were added to commemorate the golden wedding of the 13th Earl. The carved fireplace in the billiard room, with its caryatids and its overmantel bearing the coat of arms of the Blackiston family of Gibbside, was brought to Glamis from Gibbside in County Durham, the former seat of the Bowes family. The presence of this fireplace in the castle is a reminder that the Bowes Lyon inheritance was assembled from more than one great estate, and that the fabric of Glamis reflects connections and acquisitions extending well beyond the boundaries of Strathmore. In 1891, a baronial wing was added to the east of the main block, providing the building with additional accommodation in the revivalist style of the late Victorian period. This addition was the last of the major structural campaigns that had characterized the castle's development from the 17th century onward. Later modifications in the 20th century were carried out by the architect James Dunbar Nasmyth, whose work addressed the building's practical requirements without altering its essential character. The building that results from all of these phases of construction is one of considerable architectural complexity. A 5-storey L-plan main block with a central stair tower and ogee cap house, pinnacled turrets and a roof walk, with 2-storey and basement angle wings provided with outer towers and corbelled turrets. The materials throughout are red sandstone, worked in coursed rubble with string courses, and carved heraldic panels at multiple levels of the facade. The front towers each measure 7 metres in diameter and stand approximately 4 metres in height, fitted with modern parapets. The walls of the towers are 1 metre thick. The principal elevation faces south and is largely symmetrical in its organisation, the central stair tower rising at the junction of the main block's 2 arms, its crenellated parapet and ogee cap house visible from a considerable distance along the approach avenue. The studded timber door of the principal entrance is dated 1687, and above it hangs an iron knocker of the same period. The carved panel beside the entrance bears the royal arms. A carved circular niche on the stair tower contains a bust of Patrick, 1st Earl of Strathmore. These details at the entrance to the building announce, in the manner of their period, both the family's claim to antiquity and its claim to royal connection, the two forms of prestige that a great Scottish house of the 17th century would most wish to display. The glazing throughout the main block is predominantly diamond pattern leaded glass in 3 and 4 light casement windows, a pattern that contributes to the building's medieval appearance while admitting the light of the Strathmore valley into the thick-walled rooms within. The roofing is of grey slate, and the cast-iron downpipes and decorative rainwater hoppers, some of them dated 1882, add to the building's textured surface a layer of Victorian ironwork that is characteristic of the period's approach to the maintenance and improvement of historic buildings. The interior circulation of the castle follows the logic of the tower house type. Augustus Hare, during his visit of October 1877, noted that a winding stair in the thickness of the wall leads to the principal apartments, and this description remains accurate in its essentials. The experience of moving through the castle is vertical and interior, threading through masonry of considerable mass, passing from the stone severity of the crypt at the base to the more elaborately finished rooms above. The newel stair at the centre of the building dates from around 1600 and contains in its hollow newel the mechanism of the clock that Hare noticed during his visit, describing it as the huge clock telling the hours in his account of life at Glamis during the 1877 stay. The room known as King Malcolm's Room carries a plasterwork frieze and strapwork ceiling bearing the monograms of the 2nd Earl of Kinghorn and Lady Margaret Erskine, and incorporating medallion heads of Roman characters in a manner consistent with the decorative fashion of the early 17th century. The fireplace is fitted with Dutch tile slips, with an iron fireback, and surmounted by a carved timber and embossed leather overmantel bearing the arms of the 2nd Earl above. The room's name connects it to a tradition of great antiquity concerning the circumstances of Malcolm II's death at Glamis in 1034, a tradition that the sources preserve in 2 distinct and partly incompatible versions. The first version, given in the main historical account provided by the Wikipedia article on Glamis Castle, states that Malcolm II was murdered at Glamis in 1034, where there was a royal hunting lodge. The second version, recorded in the same article section on other traditions and attributed there to the official castle website, holds that Malcolm II was mortally wounded in a nearby battle and was carried to the royal hunting lodge at the site of the present castle, where he subsequently died. The two accounts differ in a matter of considerable significance, namely whether the king was killed at Glamis itself or merely died there after sustaining injuries elsewhere. The sources do not resolve this discrepancy, and it is presented here as the contested matter it remains. What is not in dispute is that by 1372, when Robert II granted the barony to Sir John Lyon, the site of the present castle was already associated with royal history of considerable depth. Sir John Lyon married the king's daughter, and their grandson Sir Patrick Lyon was created Lord Glamis in 1445, establishing the title that would be carried by the family until the further elevation to Earl of Kinghorn in 1606. The Lyon family's connection to the place extends from that 1372 grant to the present day, an unbroken thread of occupation and ownership that is itself one of the most remarkable facts about the building. The castle's designation as a Category A listed building, under reference LB 11C01, with the designation confirmed on the 11th of June 1971, places it within the highest category of statutory protection available in Scotland. The listing encompasses both exterior and interior, including the principal rooms and their fixed contents. The grounds are separately designated under the Inventory of Gardens and Designed Landscapes in Scotland, reference GDL 0189, with the designation confirmed on the 30th of June 1987. The Historic Environment, Scotland Landscape Record, assesses the castle's designed landscape as outstanding in almost every value category. The categories include artistic, historical, horticultural, architectural, and scenic interest. The 5-acre walled garden to the north of the castle was designed in 1865 by Fowler of Castle Kennedy, engaged by the 13th Earl for that purpose. The pinetum, planted by the 13th Earl in the shrubbery to the north of the castle, was measured in 1981 by the arboricultural historian Alan Mitchell, who listed more than 130 specimen trees in the collection, making it one of his largest lists for a Scottish garden. The autumn garden to the east was created between 1907 and 1910 by Cecilia, Countess of Strathmore, wife of the 14th Earl and mother of Lady Elizabeth Bowes Lyon, working from principles she described as those of the old French garden tradition, enclosed within clipped yew hedges, Its central parterre, shaped like a fan, and originally planted in colours intended to suggest a rainbow. The arboretum along the Glamis burn holds rare trees from many parts of the world, growing in the sheltered conditions of the valley. The park contains many individual specimens of oak, lime, ash, and beech, some of them dating from the laying out of the grounds in the late 18th century. The South Drive extends from the village of Glamis along the long approach avenue, now planted with oaks, ash, horse chestnut, and sycamore, in place of the Scots firs that Thomas Gray admired in 1765 and that were removed in the 1770s. Since 1987, an illustration of the castle has appeared on the reverse of £10 notes issued by the Royal Bank of Scotland, a form of recognition that places the building among the most widely circulated images of Scottish architecture. The castle is open to the public, and the current resident is Simon Bowes Lyon, 19th Earl of Strathmore and Kinghorn, who succeeded to the earldom in 2016. The building that stands in Strathmore today is, then, the product of at least 10 distinct phases of construction and reconstruction spread across 6 centuries, from the uncertain origins of the 10th or 11th century through to the later 20th century modifications of James Dunbar Nasmyth. It is built from the red sandstone of Angus, coursed and dressed in the tradition of Scottish masonry. Its surfaces worked with carved heraldic panels and string courses that belong to different decades and different hands, but that read together as a coherent whole. It is not a building that reveals its complexity easily. From the approach avenue, the southern elevation presents a face that is largely symmetrical and immediately legible, the central tower rising between its flanking turrets in a configuration that is by now among the most recognized in Scottish architecture. But behind that southern facade lies a building of great internal variety, in which rooms of the 15th century sit alongside interiors of the 17th, the 18th, and the 19th, each carrying the marks of its own period and its own makers. The making of this building was not a single act of will, but a long conversation between the needs of successive generations and the material that their predecessors had left them. Each earl found a castle that was, in some sense, both given and insufficient, and each made of it what he could with the resources available and the requirements of his time. Patrick, the third earl, found it uninhabitable and spent 2 decades making it habitable again, keeping his book of record as he worked. The ninth earl found a formal Baroque landscape and replaced it with picturesque informality, losing the great avenue in the process. Thomas Liddell transformed the dining room into a Scotch baronial interior of the first quality. James Dunbar Nasmyth brought the building into the 20th century without destroying what the preceding centuries had deposited in its walls. The result is a building that is, in the deepest sense, a record of time. Not time as an abstraction, but time as it was actually lived by specific people in specific circumstances, making decisions about stone and mortar and plasterwork and glass that have come down to us as the building we now see. The carved inscription on the central tower, recording the names of Patrick, Lord Glamis, and Dame Anna Murray, is the most explicit of these records, a name cut in stone that has outlasted the man who ordered it by more than 4 centuries. But the building itself, read in its entirety, from the stone-flagged floor of the crypt, to the painted panels of the chapel, to the heraldic oak of the dining room, is the same kind of record, larger and less legible, but no less real. It is a record that is still being kept. The castle is inhabited. The estate is productive. The arboretum grows. The Glamis burn moves through the grounds without particular urgency, as it has always done, and the red sandstone of the walls absorbs the light of Strathmore in the way that red sandstone does, differently at different hours, differently in different seasons, but always with the same quality of patient visibility, the quality of a material that has nowhere else to be, and no reason to hurry. The Lyon family and the Grant of Glamis. There is a quality of patience in old families that is different from the patience of individuals. An individual who waits for something does so with the knowledge that time is finite. A family that waits simply continues. It plants trees it will never sit beneath. It repairs walls its great-grandchildren will one day lean against. It passes names down through the generations as though names themselves were a form of inheritance, as durable as land, as legible as stone. The Lyons of Glamis are such a family. They have held the castle and the lands around it for more than 6.5 centuries, and the story of how they came to hold it and what they made of it in the centuries that followed is a story worth setting down slowly, with care, without haste, in the manner that the family itself would recognize. Beginning, like most beginnings, is precise in its documents and uncertain in its human details. By the year 1372, a castle had been built at Glamis. In that year, King Robert II of Scotland granted the barony to a man named Sir John Lyon. The grant was not merely political. Sir John Lyon had married the king's daughter, Dame Joanna, a union that bound the Lyon family to the Scottish royal house in a manner that would colour their identity for generations. He is known in the records as the Thane of Glamis, and he is the root of everything that follows. The lands at Glamis, the broad lowland valley of Strathmore, the parks, the streams, the long views toward the Grampian Mountains to the north, and the Sidlaw Hills to the south, passed into the keeping of a family that would never entirely let them go. Augustus Hare, writing in the late 19th century and drawing on his own family's connection to the Lyons through marriage, set down something of this founding moment with characteristic compression. He noted that the king's youngest daughter, Lady Jane Stuart, had married Sir John Lyon, 1st Baron Kinghorn, and that through a second marriage, the king's granddaughter Elizabeth Graham, through Euphemia Stuart, Countess of Strathern, the Lyon lineage acquired an additional thread of royal connection. These are the genealogical details that matter less for their precision than for their texture. They tell us that the Lyons entered Glamis not as conquerors or administrators, but as family, woven into the royal house by marriage, given land and title as an expression of kinship. The castle, from its earliest moment in Lyon hands, was a home rather than merely a fortress. 8 barons and 8 earls of Kinghorn and Strathmore, which title was added 1677, lived in Glamis Castle before Lady Anne was born. This observation, made in passing in the first volume of Hare's autobiography, gives some sense of the weight of succession that accumulated at Glamis before the family reached the modern period. 8 barons, 8 earls, each one inheriting a building that was already old, already layered with history, already freighted with legend. The patient accumulation of a lineage is not always a smooth or peaceful affair, and the history of the Lyons at Glamis includes episodes of violence, political catastrophe, and grief that will be examined in later chapters. But the lineage itself never broke. The family always returned. The title Lord Glamis was created in 1445 for Sir Patrick Lyon, grandson of the founding Sir John. Sir Patrick Lyon, who lived from approximately 1002 to 1459, thus became the first Lord Glamis, and his creation, as a titled nobleman, confirmed what the original grant of 1372 had begun, the transformation of the Lyon family from royal connection into an established noble house with a name and a title attached irrevocably to this particular place in Angus. Glamis was not merely where the Lyons lived, it was what they were called. The early history of the family at Glamis is not without its shadows, and some of those shadows belong to the period immediately before and after the creation of the earldom. Hare, summarizing the family history with the directness of a man who knew he was writing for a general audience, noted the violence and political misfortune that had marked successive generations. A border fray took John, the 8th Lord. A rebellion claimed the 5th Earl at Sheriffmuir. A quarrel killed the 6th, and there was the matter of the 6th Lord's wife, Janet Douglas, whose story will be told fully in another chapter, and whose fate, burned at Edinburgh in 1537, remains the most dramatic and contested episode in the entire Lyon family history. The castle itself was seized by James V after her execution and occupied by the king for approximately 4 years. It was returned to the family in 1543, when John Lyon, the 7th Lord Glamis, was restored to his honours. These reversals belong to the darker chapters of the Lyon story. What matters here, in tracing the family's longer arc, is that the family endured. The title endured. The connection to Glamis endured. And in the century that followed the restoration of 1543, the family began the work of transforming Glamis from a medieval tower house into something grander, more deliberately architectural, more consciously permanent. The pivotal figure in this transformation was Patrick Lyon, 9th Lord Glamis, who was created Earl of Kinghorn in 1606, and who began the major programme of works that gave Glamis Castle the form it largely retains today. The inscription carved into the central tower of the castle records his role plainly, built by Patrick, Lord Glamis, and Deanna Murray. The remodelling of 1606 is dated by that inscription, and its architectural character, the traditional Scottish style of the building, its L-plan structure, its ogee calf house, its pinnacled turrets, has been the subject of some historical debate. Inigo Jones has been traditionally linked to the redesign, but Historic Scotland considers the King's Master Mason, William Shaw, a more likely candidate, given the distinctively Scottish character of the architecture. The question has not been resolved to the satisfaction of all commentators, and the credit for the visual character of Glamis as it stands today remains, in this respect, genuinely contested. The programme initiated by Patrick Lyon, 1st Earl of Kinghorn, was continued by his descendants over the following decades. An east wing was added in 1629, but it was under the 3rd Earl of Strathmore and Kinghorn, Patrick Lyon, who succeeded in 1646 as a child of 4 years old, that the most ambitious and consequential period of restoration and improvement took place. The circumstances under which the 3rd Earl eventually returned to Glamis deserve a moment's attention. During the Commonwealth period, soldiers had been garrisoned at the castle. By the time Patrick Lyon, having grown to adulthood, returned to his ancestral home in 1670, he found it uninhabitable. The building was in serious disrepair, the estate burdened with an enormous debt. What he did next is one of the more remarkable stories of restoration in Scottish architectural history, though it is a story told in buildings and records rather than in personal memoir. The 3rd Earl did not simply repair Glamis, he rebuilt it, remodelled it, and documented the process. He kept what became known as a book of record, in which the repairs and improvements were set down, creating a documentary foundation that historians have drawn on ever since. The tower was raised and a west wing added between 1670 and 1689. A northeast corner wing containing the chapel was added between 1679 and 1683. The great sundial was brought in by the 3rd Earl between 1671 and 1689, standing 21 feet high, very ornamental, and designated Category A in its own right. The grounds were transformed into what is regarded by the Historic Environment Scotland listing as one of the great Baroque gardens of Scotland, laid out with a formality and ambition appropriate to the period and to the family's recovered fortunes. In 1688, having completed the restoration of the castle and its grounds, the 3rd Earl obtained a charter for the full titles by which the family would thereafter be known: Earl of Strathmore and Kinghorn, Viscount Lyon, and Baron Glamis. It was a moment of formal consolidation, the title reflecting the transformed reality of the estate. The ruined, indebted inheritance that had passed to a 4-year-old boy in 1646 had become, by the end of the century, one of the great houses of Scotland. The family line continued through the 4th Earl and his 4 sons, who succeeded one another in fairly rapid succession, as Hare's narrative and the Historic Environment, Scotland listing both record. Then, in 1753, the 9th Earl of Strathmore and Kinghorn, John Lyon, succeeded to the earldom. He would prove to be another transformative figure in the history of the family and its estate, though his significance lay less in his building programme than in his marriage. In 1767, John Lyon married Mary Eleanor Bowes. Mary Eleanor Bowes was an heiress to a coal-mining fortune, and her wealth brought to Glamis a financial resource that the 9th Earl put to work in the improvement of the castle's grounds. In the 1770s, he set about remodelling the landscape in the picturesque style that was fashionable among the great estates of the period. The formal Baroque geometry of the 3rd Earl's garden was softened, and the grounds took on the more naturalistic character that remains their general aspect today. The west wing was demolished in 1775 and later rebuilt between 1798 and 1801. Mary Eleanor Bowes is a figure who deserves more than a passing mention. She was not merely a financial convenience, she was a woman of considerable personal wealth, and, by all accounts, a complicated and substantial personal history. Her memoirs survive in the castle archives, which are held in close connection with the archives at the University of Dundee. The 9th Earl died in 1776. The marriage had its lasting effect not only in the improved grounds and the picturesque landscape, but in something still more permanent. The family name itself was changed to Bowes-Lyon as a consequence of the union. This hyphenated surname, carrying both the old Lyon lineage and the Bowes inheritance, is the name by which the family is known today. It is the name that would be carried into the 20th century by a woman born at St Paul's, Waldenbury, in 1900 and raised largely at Glamis, and whose connection to the castle would become, in time, part of the public understanding of the castle's identity. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. The 19th century brought its own changes to Glamis. The baronial wing to the east was added in 1891. Various interiors were remodelled over the course of the century, including the dining room, which received its Scotch baronial revival interior between 1851 and 1853 at the hands of the Honourable Thomas Liddell, who created what has been described as one of the finest interiors of its kind in Scotland, with heraldic oak panelling, stained glass, and a fine plasterwork ceiling decorated with thistles, roses, and lions. The castle was acquiring the layered, accumulated character that all long-lived buildings acquire when each generation leaves something of itself behind. In 1865, the 13th Earl, Claude, succeeded to the earldom, and the 5-acre walled garden to the north of the castle was designed by Fowler of Castle Kennedy. The pinetum in the shrubbery north of the castle was planted by this same 13th Earl, and its specimen trees, measured and listed by the botanist Alan Mitchell in 1981, constitute one of the larger collections of its kind in Scotland. It is the 14th Earl, however, whose family belongs most fully to the modern understanding of Glamis Castle. Claude Bowes Lyon, 14th Earl of Strathmore and Kinghorn, and his wife Cecilia, née Cavendish Bentinck, were the parents of a large family, and Glamis was the home in which that family grew up. Cecilia, Bowes Lyon, Countess of Strathmore, left her own mark on the landscape of the castle in a particularly deliberate way. Between 1907 and 1910, she designed and created the autumn garden to the east of the castle, working from her own conception of a garden enclosed by clipped yew hedges and laid out in the manner of the old French formal gardens, with a large central parterre shaped like a fan, radiating from a terrace. The garden required the felling and levelling of approximately 4 acres of the existing shrubbery, and the Historic Environment Scotland records note that an inscription in the garden itself records the names of the local people who worked to make it. It is a garden that speaks of intention, of care, of a woman who wanted the landscape around her family home to bear her mark as clearly as the building bore the marks of earlier generations. The 14th Earl died in 1944, but the events that most altered the public significance of the castle had already taken place in the early decades of the 20th century, shaped by the life of one particular child who grew up within its walls, Lady Elizabeth Bowes. Lyon was born in 1900, the youngest daughter of the 14th Earl and his wife Cecilia. She spent much of her childhood at Glamis. The castle was both home and landscape to her, in the fullest sense. Its rooms, its gardens, its estate, its long approach avenue, the arboretum overlooking the Glamis burn with its rare trees, the views from the roof across Strathmore to the mountains. The castle's connection to the royal family began, in its modern form, with her presence there. The First World War brought a particular intimacy of a different kind. The castle was used as a military hospital during 1914, providing accommodation for convalescent soldiers. Lady Elizabeth was young during these years, and the castle she had known as a childhood home was temporarily transformed by the presence of wounded men recovering from a war that was taking place far away. Then, on the night of the 16th of September 1916, a serious fire broke out in the upper floors of the central tower. The fire was not contained before it had done considerable damage, and charred doors and woodwork remain visible in the castle to this day as a consequence. Lady Elizabeth was particularly instrumental in organising the rescue of the castle's contents during the emergency, acting with a decisiveness that the historical record notes with some admiration. On the 26th of April, 1923, Lady Elizabeth Bowes Lyon married Prince Albert, Duke of York, second son of King George V, at Westminster Abbey. The marriage transformed her connection to Glamis from a personal one into a public one. The castle, which had been a family home, became something that the wider world took an interest in, a place associated now not only with the Lyon family history, but with the British royal family. Following the marriage, a suite of rooms at Glamis was converted to accommodate this new status, becoming what are now known as the royal apartments, the King's Room, the Queen Mother's bedroom, and her sitting room, the last of which retains a stone ledge at the door that may once have served as a sentry seat, along with a carved oak fireplace lined with blue and white Dutch tiles. The castle received its most recent royal birth on the 21st of August 1930, when Princess Margaret, the second daughter of Lady Elizabeth and Prince Albert, was born at Glamis. It is a detail that connects the castle's deepest history, the world of Robert II and Sir John Lyon and the grant of 1372, to a living memory within a few generations of the present day. The Lyon family, in the person of the family into which Lady Elizabeth had been born, had given the castle something it had not possessed before, a direct line of connection to the modern monarchy, visible and continuous. The current resident of Glamis Castle is Simon Bowes Lyon, 19th Earl of Strathmore and Kinghorn, who succeeded to the earldom in 2016. The estate surrounding the castle covers more than 57 square kilometres, encompassing parks and gardens, timber production, beef farming, and 2 streams, one of them the Glamis Burn. Its banks overlooked by the Arboretum, whose rare trees were planted by generations of the family. Since 1987, an illustration of the castle has appeared on the reverse of £10 notes issued by the Royal Bank of Scotland, a quiet form of public recognition that requires no commentary. To trace the Lyon family from Sir John Lyon in 1372 to the present day is to follow a line that has been broken, bent and strained by the events of more than 6 centuries but never severed. The castle was seized and returned. The title was interrupted and restored. The building fell into ruin and was rebuilt. The name changed to accommodate a new inheritance. Each of these events is a story in itself, and the chapters that follow will return to the most significant of them with the care they deserve. But the family, as a presence at Glamis, as the human constant within the building's long history, has remained. The stones of Glamis Castle are red sandstone, coursed rubble with string courses and carved heraldic panels. They were cut and placed and repaired and added to by people who expected the building to outlast them, as it has. The Lyons understood this. They built accordingly. There is one more thing worth saying before we leave this survey of the family's history and move to the closer examination of particular moments and particular lives. The quality that runs through the Lyon story, from the founding grant of 1372 to the present day, is not glamour, not power, not even survival in any dramatic sense. It is something quieter than any of these things. It is continuity, the willingness to remain in one place, to care for one building, to pass one name from one generation to the next, century after century, in a valley between 2 ranges of hills in the county of Angus, approximately 20 kilometres inland from the North Sea. This is, in the end, what the Lyon family has done. And it is what Glamis Castle is, not merely a building of stone and history and legend, but a living record of one family's long and patient presence in one place. The castle holds that record in its walls. The carved inscription on the central tower, the plasterwork ceilings dated 1621, the stained glass in the chapel, the charred woodwork from the fire of 1916, the autumn garden designed by a countess who wanted to leave something beautiful behind, the royal apartments converted for a woman who had grown up running through the corridors of this building as a child. All of these things are the family's record, as legible as any document in the archives held at the University of Dundee. And in the dark and quiet of the castle, in the rooms that are not open to visitors, in the depth of walls that are in some places a metre thick and in others considerably more, there is a further record, less legible, less certain, more contested. That record will require its own chapters, its own careful navigation of what is known and what is rumoured and what has never been resolved. But it is not unrelated to the family history traced here. The legends of Glamis Castle did not arise in an empty building. They arose in a building inhabited for 6.5 centuries by a family with a long memory and a deep attachment to the place they called home. We will come to those legends in time, for now it is enough to have set down the human lineage, the names and dates and marriages and inheritances that make the castle comprehensible as something other than a picturesque ruin or a stage set for supernatural story. Glamis Castle is a home. It has always been a home, and the family that has made it so, across the long centuries since Robert II placed the barony in the hands of his son-in-law, Sir John Lyon, is the beginning of everything else the castle has to tell. Before the castle, there was a lodge. Before the lodge, there was a king, and before the king, there was the wound that brought him to this place in Angus, to this flat and sheltered ground between 2 ranges of hills, where the valley of Strathmore opens out across the broad plain toward the North Sea. The wound, or the murder, the sources do not agree on which word is correct, is the oldest event recorded at the site of Glamis Castle, older than the grant of 1372, older than the Lyon family's long tenure, older than any stone that stands in the present building. It belongs to the year 1034 and to a Scottish king named Malcolm II, and it is where the castle's history, in the deepest sense, begins. The facts that the sources agree on are few and clear. Malcolm II died at Glamis in 1034. At the time of his death, the site was occupied by a royal hunting lodge. Before 1372, when the barony passed to Sir John Lyon, the estate had served as a royal hunting ground, and the lodge was the principal structure on the land. These 3 points, the death, the date, and the nature of the building, are not contested. They form the solid ground on which everything else in this chapter rests. It is when we move from these agreed facts to the circumstances of Malcolm's death that the sources diverge, and diverge in a way that cannot be resolved without evidence that does not currently exist. The Wikipedia article on Glamis Castle states, in its main historical section, that Malcolm II was murdered at Glamis in 1034. The same Wikipedia article, in a separate section devoted to other traditions connected with the castle, offers a different account drawn from the castle's own official sources, that Malcolm II was mortally wounded in a nearby battle and was taken afterward to the Royal Hunting Lodge at the site of the present castle, where he died. These 2 accounts, one presenting Malcolm's death as a murder committed at Glamis, the other presenting it as a death from battle wounds sustained elsewhere, are both contained within a single source and are not reconciled within that source. The present chapter places them side by side and leaves them there, because that is the honest position. The distinction between the 2 accounts matters more than it might initially appear. A murder at Glamis would make the site the location of a violent act, the place where a king was killed, a place where blood was shed deliberately and by persons unknown or known. A death from battle wounds would make Glamis a place of refuge, a lodge where a dying king was brought by those who attended him, seeking shelter for a man whose life was ending, but who had not been attacked at this particular spot. One account makes Glamis the scene of the crime. The other makes it the scene of a king's final rest. The 2 versions produce very different relationships between the place and the event, very different shadows, very different kinds of historical weight, but we cannot choose between them on the basis of what the sources provide. Both accounts exist. Neither is refuted by the available evidence. We hold them together. What we can say with some confidence is that Malcolm II was a king of considerable significance in Scottish history, and that his death, however it came about, at whatever precise location, and by whatever precise means, marked the end of a reign and a transition in the governance of Scotland. His presence at the site of Glamis, whether as the victim of a murder or as a wounded man carried from a battlefield, was the consequence of the place's existing function as a royal estate. Kings hunted here. The lodge existed to support that use. The land at Glamis was already, before 1034, a place of royal association, a place set apart for royal purposes within the broad valley of Strathmore. Malcolm's death, or his dying, at this place was not an accident of geography. It was a consequence of the lodge's role as a royal property. The king was where kings sometimes were, and there, among the timber and the stone of a hunting lodge that no longer exists in any form that can be examined, something happened in 1034 that the historical record has been arguing about quietly ever since. The royal hunting lodge is gone. The castle that eventually replaced it, the L-plan tower house rebuilt in the early 15th century and then remodelled and expanded across the 16th, 17th and 18th centuries into the present structure of red sandstone with its ogee cap house and pinnacled turrets, bears no physical continuity with the earlier building. The historic environment listing for Glamis notes that the original stronghold is thought to date from the 10th or 11th century, placing even that early castle within the broad period of Malcolm II's reign and death. But the precise relationship between the hunting lodge of 1034, the early stronghold, and the later castle is not fully documented. What the sources tell us is that this particular piece of ground, this flat, sheltered, fertile patch of Strathmore, was already a place of significance long before the Lyons arrived, long before the grant of 1372, long before any of the events that this documentary has so far considered. There is a quality to this kind of temporal depth that is worth dwelling on, not to manufacture a sense of drama, but because the depth is real and its implications for understanding the castle are genuine. When Augustus Hare visited Glamis in October 1877 and recorded the legends of the secret chamber and the sadness of Lord Strathmore, he was staying in a building that stood, at that moment, on ground where a Scottish king had died more than 800 years before. When the third Earl of Strathmore returned in 1670 and found the castle uninhabitable, undertaking the great restoration that would transform it into the building known today, he was undertaking that work on a site whose connection to Scottish royal history predated even the Lyon family's arrival by 3.5 centuries. The ground at Glamis carries a long memory, whether or not any individual building upon it preserves any trace of what came before. It is at this point in the chapter, having established what the sources say and do not say about Malcolm II, that we must introduce the second shadow that has fallen across Glamis from the early medieval period. This shadow has a different character from the first. It is not a matter of genuine historical uncertainty, of two accounts that diverge about events that really took place. It is a matter of the relationship between history and literature, between what actually happened and what a playwright decided to make of the material available to him. The shadow in question belongs to Shakespeare and to the figure of Macbeth. William Shakespeare's play Macbeth, written in the early 17th century, places its central character at Glamis Castle and gives him the title of Thane of Glamis. The play draws on Scottish historical tradition for much of its texture and for the bare bones of its plot, but the historical King Macbeth, who died in 1057, had no documented connection to Glamis Castle or to the site on which it stands. The association between Macbeth and Glamis is Shakespeare's creation, not the historical records. The play's Macbeth is Thane of Glamis because Shakespeare chose to place him there, not because the 11th century King Macbeth of Scotland ever set foot in Strathmore. This distinction between the historical figure and the literary one is important to keep hold of. It is particularly important in the context of Glamis Castle, because the castle itself has, over the centuries, accommodated the Shakespearean connection and incorporated it into the texture of what it shows to visitors. The clearest example of this accommodation is the room known to visitors as Duncan's murder chamber. Augustus Hare, describing the castle in the first volume of his autobiography, published in 1900, but drawing on material gathered over the course of his life, recorded the following without apparent skepticism or irony. The weird chamber is still shown in which, as Shakespeare narrates, Duncan, King of Scotland, was murdered by Macbeth, the Thane of Glamis. Hare places this observation in the context of a broader description of the castle's romantic interest and its layered history, and the phrasing he uses, as Shakespeare narrates, is notably precise. He does not claim that Duncan was murdered at Glamis. He records that the chamber is shown to visitors as the place where Shakespeare's narrative locates the murder. There is a careful and perhaps slightly knowing distance in that phrasing. Hare was a man of considerable learning and a sharp observer of social and cultural phenomena. His notation that the chamber was still shown as such tells us something about how the castle managed its own legend in the late 19th century, rather than anything about the actual history of the room. The room's name and its association with the Shakespearean murder belong to a tradition of identification that has accumulated around Glamis over centuries. The play, Macbeth, has been performed, read, studied, and absorbed into the cultural consciousness of Scotland and of Britain, so thoroughly that the fictional places it invokes have acquired, in some minds, a kind of imaginative reality that overlaps with physical reality. The castle at Glamis stands, and Macbeth mentions a castle at Glamis, and the two things have been allowed to merge in the experience of visitors in a way that the historical record does not support, but that human imagination has always been willing to perform. There is nothing dishonest about this, understood properly. The room called Duncan's murder chamber does not deceive anyone who visits it with the minimum of historical awareness. It is a room within a medieval and later medieval structure, carrying a name that is a quotation from a play, not a claim of archaeological or documentary fact. But the existence of the room, and the fact that Hare recorded its presence in his account of 1877, as though it were an established feature of any castle visit, tells us something about the way in which Glamis has long functioned as a place where history and story are permitted to coexist, to share the same stone, to be shown to visitors as part of the same experience, without any particular insistence on the distinction between them. This coexistence is not unique to Glamis. Many old buildings in Scotland and elsewhere carry rooms and features named for literary or legendary associations that cannot be verified by documentary evidence. But Glamis is a particularly clear example of the phenomenon, partly because the Shakespearean connection is so famous and so obviously literary in origin, and partly because the castle has accumulated so many other layers of legend alongside it. The Duncan Room sits in a building that also contains the room above the crypt where some guests believe the secret chamber to be located, and the chapel through whose painted panel others suspected a further concealment, and the bricked-up rooms associated with the monster, and the suite where Earl Beardie is said to play his eternal game of dice. In a building this thoroughly saturated with accumulated legend, the addition of a Shakespearean murder chamber is almost unsurprising. Glamis has always been a building that has invited this kind of layering. The historical Macbeth, the man who was King of Scots from 1040 until his death in 1057, had his centre of power in the north of Scotland, far from the valley of Strathmore. His reign is documented, however imperfectly, in the chronicles and records that have survived from the 11th century. His connection to the site of Glamis is not among the things those records document. The Thane of Glamis, who appears in Shakespeare's play, is a fictional construction drawing on a historical name and a historical period, but not on a historical connection between that name and this particular place. And yet the connection, once made by Shakespeare in the early 17th century, proved permanent in the way that only literary connections ever fully are. The play gave the castle something that no document could give it, a place in the imagination of every person who has ever encountered the tragedy of Macbeth. That is not a small thing. It is, in a certain sense, a form of historical significance in its own right, distinct from but not entirely separable from the castle's documented history. When people came to Glamis in the 19th century and asked to see the room where Duncan was murdered, they were not confused about the nature of fiction. They were performing a kind of imaginative pilgrimage to a place that a great work of art had made real for them. The castle accommodated this impulse. The room was shown. Hare recorded it. What the present chapter wishes to do, in holding Malcolm II and Shakespeare's Macbeth in the same frame, is to illuminate the structure of Glamis Castle's historical identity. The castle sits at the meeting point of at least two kinds of time. There is documented historical time, in which real events took place at real locations and left traces in real records. The death of Malcolm II at a hunting lodge at Glamis in 1034, the murder or the mortal wounding, the uncertainty about which of these it was. And there is literary time, in which a playwright in the early 17th century reached back into Scottish history and chose this place as the home of his tragic hero, attaching to the castle a set of associations that would prove as durable as any stone inscription. These two kinds of time do not conflict. They do not occupy the same register, and they should not be confused with one another. But they do share the same physical space, the same ground, the same rooms and walls and corridors. And understanding Glamis Castle requires holding both of them. Malcolm II died at Glamis in 1034. That is, as far as the sources allow us to say, a fact. Whether he was murdered there, or whether he was brought there dying from a wound sustained elsewhere, is a question the sources raise and do not answer. The hunting lodge where he died is gone. The ground where it stood is now occupied by a castle whose earliest extant structure dates from the 15th century. The connection between Malcolm II and the present castle is a connection of place rather than of building. The same earth, the same valley, the same flat ground between the hills. There is a room in the present castle that a visitor in 1877 would have been shown as the chamber where Duncan was murdered by Macbeth. Duncan is not Malcolm II. Macbeth's Duncan is a fictional king who draws some details from historical tradition, but whose story as Shakespeare tells it is a work of imaginative art, not a historical record. The historical King Duncan I of Scotland was a real person, but his relationship to Glamis Castle is no better documented than that of the historical Macbeth. The association is Shakespeare's, not the chronicles. And yet the room exists. It has a name. Visitors were shown it in 1877, in the same house where Lord Strathmore moved with the weight of a secret that no ecclesiastic could help him carry, where the servants refused to sleep, where the children were not permitted to pass the night. This is the particular texture of Glamis Castle, the documented and the legendary, the historical and the literary, the certain and the utterly unresolved, all held within the same walls, all part of the same place. The death of Malcolm II belongs to that texture as its oldest thread, the event furthest back in time that the sources allow us to place here with any confidence. His name is not carved on any wall of the present building. No room is shown in his memory. The hunting lodge where he died, or was brought to die, has left no physical trace that can be examined or visited. He is present at Glamis only as a fact in the historical record, a king who died here in 1034, whose death is the first event that places this piece of Strathmore in the documentary history of Scotland. That is, in a sense, enough. Before the castle there was a lodge. Before the lodge there was a king, and the king's presence here, whether as murder victim or as a dying man carried from a battlefield to a place of shelter, established something about this ground that the centuries of building and legend and family history that followed would only deepen. This is a place where significant things happen, a place where kings arrive and do not leave, a place that the documentary record reaches back to with confidence, even when the details within that reach remain uncertain. The uncertainty is not a failure of the record, it is the condition of the record. The sources disagree on how Malcolm II died at Glamis, and there is no third source to adjudicate between them. The play gives Macbeth a home here that the historical Macbeth never possessed. The room shown to visitors as a murder chamber commemorates a fiction set within a real building. None of these things undermines the reality of Glamis Castle or the depth of its history. They are simply what the castle is, a place where what can be known and what cannot be known have always lived together, in the same rooms, under the same roof, in the same broad valley of Strathmore, between the Sidlaw Hills to the south and the Grampian Mountains to the north, approximately 20 kilometres inland from the North Sea. The oldest shadow on Glamis is a king's wound, or a king's murder, in 1034. We do not know which. We know only that something ended here. In the year before, the oldest living structure on the estate was built, on the ground where everything the castle is would eventually stand. That is where the castle's history, in the truest sense, begins. Not with the grant of 1372, not with the Lyon family's long patience, not with the inscribed tower, or the plasterwork ceilings, or the chapel paintings, or the bricked-up rooms. It begins with blood on the ground of a hunting lodge, in a year that the building of the present castle lies more than 4 centuries ahead of, and with a question that no one has yet answered, and that this chapter does not claim to answer either. How did Malcolm II die at Glamis, and what did the light look like in Strathmore on the morning after? The first of those questions remains open. The second is beyond the reach of any source. We leave both of them to the night, and to the quiet that follows. The burning of Lady Glamis, Janet Douglas, and the feud with James V. There is a seat in the chapel at Glamis Castle that, by tradition, no one is permitted to occupy. Castle tour guides describe it as reserved for the White Lady, a ghost thought by those who tell the story to be the spirit of Janet Douglas, Lady Glamis, who was burned at Edinburgh in the midsummer of 1537. Whether or not one gives credence to the tradition of the reserved seat, the fact that it persists at all, that the guides still speak her name, that the chair remains empty, that visitors still pause before it, suggests something about the weight that Janet Douglas continues to carry in the life of this place. She died nearly 5 centuries ago, under circumstances that remain, even now, genuinely contested. The records of her trial survive. The scholars have examined them carefully, and still the question of what she was actually accused of and on what ground she was condemned cannot be answered to everyone's satisfaction. That fact alone makes her worth attending to with some care. She was born around 1498, the second daughter of George Douglas, Master of Angus, and his wife Elizabeth Drummond. Her family name was one of the most powerful in Scotland, and in the early 16th century it was also one of the most dangerous names to carry. The Douglases had long occupied a position at the centre of Scottish political life, acquiring wealth, land, influence, and a habit of proximity to the crown that kings found alternately useful and intolerable. Janet's brother, Archibald Douglas, held the title of 6th Earl of Angus, and it was through that connection that the family became entangled in the particular misfortune that would eventually consume her. She married, at some point before her brother's fall from royal favour, John Lyon, the 6th Lord Glamis. He died on the 17th of September 1528, leaving her a widow with children. The eldest of those children, John, would become the 7th Lord Glamis and would eventually see the castle restored to his family, though not until after his mother was dead and his accusers had been found to have lied. In her widowhood, Janet married a second time, taking as her husband Archibald Campbell of Skipnish, the second son of Archibald Campbell, 2nd Earl of Argyll. That second marriage places Janet in Edinburgh and in the company of her husband at the time of her arrest, and it is from her second husband's fate that one of the stranger details of this story derives. Augustus Hare, writing in his autobiography of 1900 and drawing on a family tradition associated with Glamis, records that Archibald Campbell was dashed to pieces while trying to escape down the rocks which form the foundation of the castle. It is a compressed and terrible image, a man attempting to descend the sheer stone of Edinburgh Castle's foundations, failing and dying in the fall. The record does not explain whether this attempt occurred during arrest or during imprisonment, nor does it explain whether Campbell was trying to reach safety outside the castle walls or simply trying to flee. What the record preserves is only the outcome, delivered in Hare's characteristically grave shorthand. To understand how Janet Douglas came to be inside Edinburgh Castle at all, it is necessary to understand something about the king who put her there. James V of Scotland had not been an ordinary child. He had come to the throne very young, and during his minority the government of Scotland had passed through several hands, including, for a time, those of Archibald Douglas, 6th Earl of Angus, Janet's brother. The Earl had not been a gentle regent. James had effectively been held under Douglas control, kept close, kept managed, kept from the exercise of independent royal authority, in ways that left a lasting impression on a young king who was, by temperament, neither forgiving nor prone to forgetting. When James broke free of the Douglas family's grip, his feelings toward them were not ambiguous. Robert Pitcairn, whose examination of the original criminal records published in 1833 remains the most forensic historical account of the proceedings against Janet Douglas, describes the king as having taken a deep and solemn vow that while he lived they should never find refuge in Scotland. The Earl of Angus was forfeited in Parliament on the 3rd of September 1528, along with his brother George and his uncle Archibald. From that point forward, any contact with those men, any assistance rendered to them, any food or shelter or communication offered in defiance of the king's proclamation, was an act of treason. The proclamation was explicit. It forbade all persons, regardless of rank, from intercommuning with the Earl of Angus and the others named as traitors and rebels, under pain of death. Janet Douglas was aware of these proclamations. She was also, by every account, attached to her brother and unwilling to abandon him simply because the king had commanded it. Pitcairn's account of her character is measured and quietly admiring. He describes her as possessed of a masculine mind and a large measure of that undaunted courage which so long characterized the Douglases. He adds that she generously, but imprudently, braved the king's proclamations, and afforded her brothers and their uncle all the assistance in her power, and speedily drew down upon herself a portion of the implacable vengeance which King James V had sworn against the Douglases. The first formal legal action against her came on the 1st of December 1528, when she was summoned to answer before Parliament for art and part counsel, assistance, and other offences afforded to the Earl of Angus. That summons was continued to the 18th of January of the following year, and then, as far as the surviving records show, the matter was dropped, at least for a time. There are traces in the records of a further legal action in 1531, and then another attempt to fasten a charge upon her in that same year, this one concerning the death of her first husband John, 6th Lord Glamis. The suggestion in those proceedings was that she had been responsible for his death by means of intoxication. Pitcairn's reading of the Latin records is that the phrase used, per intoxicationem, was intended to signify the use of drugs, charms, or enchanted potions, though he notes the imprecision of the language. That charge, too, appears to have collapsed. The barons repeatedly refused to come forward as jurors, and Pitcairn reads this repeated refusal as evidence of their sense that the case against her was not legally sound. His conclusion about the pattern of these proceedings is stated plainly. Such suspicious circumstances naturally lead us to infer that her real crime was the political offence of her being a true-hearted Douglas, and as such a contumacious despiser of the royal tyranny. The same reading is offered, in slightly different terms, by Walter Scott, who, in his Letters on Demonology and Witchcraft of 1830, places Janet's case in the context of earlier prosecutions that mixed accusations of a supernatural character with offences of a plainly political nature. Scott writes that Janet Douglas, with her son, her second husband, and several others, stood accused of attempting James's life by poison with a view to the restoration of the Douglas family, of which Lady Glamis's brother, the Earl of Angus, was the head. He adds that she died much pitied by the people, who seem to have thought the articles against her forged for the purpose of taking her life, her kindred, and very name being so obnoxious to the king. In the years between those early failed prosecutions and the trial that finally ended her life, Janet had continued living. She had married Archibald Campbell. The records show something that does not fit easily with the image of a woman relentlessly persecuted. In 1529, James V had referred to her in a license as our Levitis, Dame Janet Douglas, our beloved Dame Janet Douglas, and had granted her and a co-accused the right to go on pilgrimage and to be exempt from legal proceedings. Whether or not she actually made that pilgrimage, the language of the license at least suggests that the hostility between the king and Janet Douglas was not, at that precise moment, unrelenting. But the window did not remain open. By 1537, the full weight of James's anger had found its way back to her. The circumstances that preceded her final arrest are not entirely clear in the surviving records. What is clear is that by the summer of that year, a case had been assembled against her. Witnesses had been brought forward, and she was in custody at Edinburgh Castle. Pitcairn is unsparing about the means by which the evidence against her was obtained. He states that the king, finding it easy to imprison Janet but difficult to convict her, had resorted to the examination under torture of family members and servants. The result was testimony that Pitcairn characterizes as false, delivered under compulsion and presented to a jury that was given no genuine choice. He writes that unprincipled witnesses appear to have been brought forward who gave false testimony, upon which the jury were compelled to return a verdict of guilty, without any substantial ground or proof of matter. He notes, too, a circumstance that he regards as throwing the entire proceeding into a particularly unflattering light. The Queen of Scotland, Magdalene, had arrived from France in May of 1537 and had died on the 7th of July of that same year, plunging both the king and the nation into mourning. The proceedings against Janet Douglas were conducted and completed in that same summer of grief. Pitcairn's language becomes, at this point, unusually strong. The whole complexion of this shocking tragedy bears such savage traces of a furious and unmanly revenge against a noble and unprotected female, who was the only individual of her family on whom they could lay their hands, that it can hardly be compared with any other event, either in ancient or modern history. It is here, at the point of the charges themselves, that the historical record divides. Pitcairn, having examined the original articles of Dite, states their content with precision. There are, in his telling, only two charges. The first, treasonably conspiring and imagining the king's slaughter or destruction by poison. The second, treasonably assisting, supplying, resetting, intercommuning and fortifying Archibald, Earl of Angus, and George Douglas, his brother. Two charges. Treason by poisoning. Treason by assisting the exiled Douglas brothers, nothing else. The question of witchcraft Pitcairn addresses directly and dismissively. The popular story, which originated in the blunders and fables of some of the chroniclers and historians of the age of Mary and James VI, has hitherto been that the Lady Glamis was burnt for witchcraft. The records leave no room for imagining that such formed any part of the charges adduced against her. He goes further. He considers how the witchcraft story might have entered the historical tradition at all, and offers two possible explanations. The first is that the earlier, failed attempt to charge Janet with causing her first husband's death by charmed drinks or drugs might have, in the retelling, been transformed into something that sounded more explicitly supernatural. The second is simpler. She died at the stake, and a woman who dies at the stake is, in popular memory, a woman burned for a witch. A more plausible reason for reporting that she dealt in magic or witchcraft may have been the barbarous manner of her death, for, she having died at the stake, It is not unlikely that the popular report, 50 years or even a century afterwards, would be that she was burnt for a witch. Walter Scott, reviewing what was known of Scottish witchcraft prosecutions in 1830, frames the case in broadly similar terms. He presents Janet's prosecution as a political one, conducted under the colour of an accusation of poison rather than as a genuine witchcraft trial. He places her case in the company of other prosecutions from the period in which a charge of supernatural mischief was used to lend additional force to what was, in substance, a charge of political disloyalty. Against both of these readings, the Wikipedia accounts of both Janet Douglas and Glamis Castle state a different version of the story. According to the Wikipedia article on Janet Douglas, some have alleged that James had Janet accused of witchcraft, though the article also notes that there is no record of this, and that Pitcairn dismisses the claim. The Wikipedia article on Glamis Castle, however, presents the accusation of witchcraft as part of the established sequence of events, stating that Janet was in December 1528 accused of treason, then charged with poisoning her husband, and that eventually she was accused of witchcraft, before being burned at the stake at Edinburgh on the 17th of July 1537. The two positions cannot be reconciled. On one side stands Pitcairn, whose access to the original trial records he describes in detail, and who states categorically that witchcraft formed no part of the formal charges. On the other stands the popular tradition, represented in the Wikipedia accounts, that witchcraft was part of the case against her. The fact sheet for this production marks this as a contested matter, and so it must remain, presented fully on both sides, resolved by neither, because the sources themselves do not resolve it. What is not contested is the date and manner of her death. Janet Douglas was burned at Edinburgh Castle on the 17th of July 1537. She was, by the best reckoning, somewhere in her late 30s at the time of her death. The Wikipedia article on Janet Douglas records the additional detail that her young son was compelled to watch the execution. If that account is accurate, John Lyon, who would become the 7th Lord Glamis, witnessed his mother's death before having anything like the means to prevent it. There is one further feature of the timing that Pitcairn regards as worthy of note, and it concerns the wider atmosphere in which these events unfolded. James V had, in the spring of 1537, brought to Scotland his new queen, Madeline of France, the eldest daughter of Francis I. She arrived in May, a young woman of considerable charm and delicate health. She died on the 7th of July, 9 weeks after her arrival, leaving Scotland in mourning and the king in a state of grief that was, by the accounts of those around him, genuine and deep. Pitcairn notes this with pointed emphasis. James V had to all appearance abandoned himself to grief for her loss, when suddenly, in the very crisis of domestic and national affliction, these rigorous proceedings were adopted and perpetrated, with feelings of private revenge and hatred altogether abhorrent to human nature. 10 days after the Queen's death, Janet Douglas was brought to the stake. Pitcairn does not explain why the timing should have been so close. He simply sets the two facts beside one another and allows the reader to consider what they suggest about the character of the proceedings and the character of the king who ordered them. The chapter of Janet Douglas's life at Glamis Castle had ended long before her execution. Her husband John, the 6th Lord Glamis, had died in 1528, and with his death the direct management of the castle had passed to others. After her own death in 1537, James V moved to formalise his possession of the property, seizing Glamis and occupying it as a royal residence. He stayed at Glamis in November 1538. He is recorded as having occupied the castle for approximately 4 years. The historic environment. Scotland listing notes that James V, during this period, left the castle impoverished on his departure, a detail that speaks to the difference between a building managed by a family that regarded it as their home and a building occupied by a court that regarded it as a convenience. Augustus Hare, in his account of the castle's history, gives a compressed summary of the whole episode that is worth quoting at some length, because it preserves the family's own understanding of what had happened. Writing in the first volume of his autobiography, Hare states that the widow of John, 6th Lord Glamis, was burnt as a witch on the castle hill at Edinburgh for attempting to poison King James V, and her second husband, Archibald Campbell, was dashed to pieces while trying to escape down the rocks which formed the foundation of the castle. The language Hare uses, burnt as a witch, reflects precisely the popular tradition that Pitcairn spent considerable effort refuting. Hare was writing in 1900, drawing on family memory, local legend, and whatever published sources were available to him, rather than on the original trial records. His account is therefore a document of how the story had settled into the consciousness of those who told it, which is not the same thing as a document of what the records themselves show. Both versions of the story, the one that includes witchcraft and the one that excludes it, were circulating in published form long before Hare wrote. That he chose the version including witchcraft tells us something about which account had become dominant in the popular imagination. That Pitcairn had already argued at length against it tells us that the matter was contested even in 1833. It is worth pausing, before leaving the question of the charges, to consider the broader legal and political context that Pitcairn establishes, because it bears directly on how one reads the evidence. The formal charge of treasonably conspiring the king's slaughter by poison was not a charge unique to Janet Douglas. It was, in the Scotland of the 1530s, one of the standard instruments by which a hostile king could move against a politically inconvenient subject. The charge of treasonably assisting the exiled Earl of Angus was more specific to her circumstances, but it was also, Pitcairn argues, the more honestly stated of the two accusations. She had, by his account, genuinely assisted her brothers, and had done so in full knowledge of the king's proclamations. Her error, if it can be called that, was to have placed loyalty to her family above compliance with a royal command she regarded as unjust. Scott frames this in similar terms, locating Janet's case within a broader pattern in which charges of a supernatural character were used to supplement, or to appear to justify, prosecutions that were in their substance political. In this reading, the witchcraft element, whether or not it appeared in the formal record, belonged to the rhetoric of persecution rather than to its legal substance. It was the kind of charge that gave a court permission to condemn, and that gave the public a reason to fear the condemned, while the actual machinery of the prosecution worked through the more prosaic instruments of treason law. Pitcairn goes still further in his reconstruction of why the barons were so reluctant to serve as jurors. He records that on the 2nd of February 1532, and again on the 26th of that month, groups of lords were fined for refusing to pass upon assizes related to proceedings against Janet. The repeated imposition of fines for refusal to participate suggests not only private sympathy for the accused, but also a broader unease among the Scottish baronage about the nature of what was being asked of them. A jury that convicts without ground, compelled by royal pressure, is not an expression of law, but a performance of it. Pitcairn's language on this point is precise. The jury, he states, was compelled to return a verdict of guilty without any substantial ground or proof of matter. What that means, in practical terms, is that Janet Douglas was not convicted because the evidence against her was strong. She was convicted because the king wanted her convicted, and because the mechanisms of the Scottish justice system in the 1530s were insufficiently robust to resist that want when it was applied with sufficient persistence. After the execution, James V's possession of Glamis was formalised, and his court moved in. For the Lyon family, this was a period of legal and personal suspension. The title passed notionally to John Lyon, the 7th Lord Glamis, Janet's son, but he was young and without recourse. The castle that had been his family's home since 1372 was in the hands of the king, who had ordered his mother's death. James V died in December 1542, less than 6 years after Janet Douglas was executed. He left behind him a Scotland in political uncertainty, a newborn daughter who would become Mary Queen of Scots, and a castle in Angus that he had stripped of resources and left in diminished condition. With his death, the justification for the Crown's continued possession of Glamis dissolved, and the process of restoring the property to the Lyon family could begin. That process was completed, according to the sources, in 1543. Hare's account of the restoration is brief and carries within it a detail that is both satisfying and devastating in equal measure. He writes that John, the 7th Lord Glamis, was spared and restored to his honours upon the confession of the accusers of the family that the whole story was a forgery, after it had already cost the lives of 2 innocent persons. The confession came too late for Janet Douglas. Whatever the accusers admitted, whether they admitted to fabricating the charge of poison, or the charge of assistance to the exiled Douglases, or something else entirely, their admission arrived after the fact of her death, not before it. The castle was returned. The titles were restored. The family resumed its long occupation of the building beside the Glamis burn in the broad valley of Strathmore. But the woman who had refused to abandon her brothers, who had been brought to Edinburgh Castle and tried and burned in a summer of national grief, could not be restored. Her story had already ended. On the 17th of July, 1537, on the Castle Hill at Edinburgh, in the sight of her son, it is possible to see in the long persistence of Janet Douglas's memory at Glamis something more than the ordinary attachment of a castle to its dramatic past. The castle tour guides still point to the reserved seat in the chapel. The chair that no one sits in carries her name, or rather the name the tradition has given her, the White Lady, which is understood to refer to her. The chapel itself was not built until 1679 to 1683, more than a century after her death. She never worshipped in it, but the empty seat endures, which suggests that the people who have lived and worked at Glamis over the centuries have found it necessary to preserve some acknowledgement of what happened to her, even if the form that acknowledgement takes is a piece of furniture that no one touches. This is, of course, a form of haunting, though not the kind that requires any commitment to supernatural explanation. It is the haunting that belongs to unresolved history, to the knowledge that a woman was burned not far from here, that she died because of who her brother was, and because a king had made a vow he could not or would not set aside, and that the legal proceedings used to justify her death were understood, even at the time, to be grounded in fabrication. The records say so. The barons who refused to sit on her jury said so by their refusal. Her accusers said so, eventually, in their confession. The disagreement about the witchcraft charge is, in one sense, a narrow historical question. Was it or was it not part of the formal articles of Dittay? But in another sense, the disagreement points to something larger. If it was not in the formal charges, then it entered the tradition through exactly the process Pitcairn describes, the manner of her death, the stake and the fire, projected backward onto the legal proceedings that preceded it, until the mode of execution became the mode of accusation. If it was in the charges, then the prosecution was even more various in its instruments than the surviving records appear to show, and the king's animosity toward the Douglas family was more creative in its expression than Pitcairn's reading suggests. Neither possibility reflects well on what was done to her. There is one further detail in the Hare account that bears brief attention, because it concerns not Janet, but Archibald Campbell, her second husband, and the manner of his death. Hare states simply that Campbell was dashed to pieces while trying to escape down the rocks which formed the foundation of Edinburgh Castle. The detail is presented as background, as one item in a compressed list of family misfortunes, and Hare moves on from it quickly. But it is worth dwelling on for a moment, because it means that Janet Douglas did not lose her husband to old age, or natural causes, or the ordinary attrition of time. She lost him in an attempt at escape, his escape, not hers, while she was still alive, still imprisoned, still facing the trial that would end at the stake. The sources do not say whether she knew of his death before her own, or whether she died without knowing how he had died. The sources do not, in fact, say very much at all about what Janet Douglas experienced in the final months of her life beyond the legal proceedings themselves. Pitcairn's interest is in the record, Hare's interest is in the tradition, Scott's interest is in the political pattern. None of them was trying to reconstruct the interior life of a woman in a dungeon in Edinburgh in the spring and summer of 1537. To do so now without evidence would be to invent rather than to report. What can be said is that the circumstances of her death were witnessed, that the accounts that followed were not uniformly hostile to her memory, and that the popular sympathy Scott describes, the sense among the people that the articles against her had been forged, was apparently widespread enough to endure. She was convicted. She was burned. Her accusers eventually confessed. And in 1543, 6 years after her death, the castle that had been taken from her family was given back to her son. The empty seat in the chapel at Glamis is, by any reasonable reckoning, a later invention, a piece of folklore that attached itself to the building long after the events it commemorates. But folklore does not always attach itself randomly. Sometimes it settles where something genuinely happened, and where the people who came afterward could not quite bring themselves to let the happening go unmarked. Janet Douglas, burned on the 17th of July 1537, has been marked at Glamis for nearly 500 years. Whatever the precise content of the charges against her, whatever the truth about the witchcraft accusation, whatever Archibald Campbell did or did not say to the guards before he went over the edge of the rock, The woman herself remains present in the life of this place, in the traditions told by those who guide its visitors through its rooms, in the seat that stays empty, in the chapter that her story occupies in every account of the castle ever written. She is the most clearly historical figure in Glams's long catalogue of the strange and the contested. She is also, perhaps, the most genuinely difficult, a woman whose death is a matter of record, whose charges are a matter of dispute, and whose guilt was ultimately, by the confession of those who testified against her, a matter of fabrication. The rest, as the castle's many legends are quick to demonstrate, is considerably harder to pin down. Fire and recovery, the castle at war and in crisis. There is a particular kind of quiet that descends on a great house when its ordinary purpose is suspended. The furniture moved to the walls, the carpets rolled and stored, the long corridors repurposed, the ancestral rooms made functional in ways their builders never intended. Glamis Castle entered the First World War in exactly this manner. From 1914, the castle was given over to the care of convalescent soldiers, its stone halls and vaulted chambers transformed into a place of slow recovery for men returning from the front. The castle that received them was already centuries deep in its own history. The drawing room, vaulted and measuring 60 feet by 20, with its 8-foot thick walls and 3 deeply embrasured windows, had held the plasterwork frieze and ceiling of 1621 for nearly 300 years. The crypt, formerly the lower hall of the 15th century tower house, with its stone-flagged floor and dressed stone vault, had seen the comings and goings of the Lyon family across 500 years of Scottish life. Now these rooms received a different kind of occupant, men who had been in France or Flanders, men who were healing from wounds or illness, men who needed somewhere calm enough and solid enough to hold them while they recovered. A castle of red sandstone, set in the broad vale of Strathmore between the Sidlaw Hills and the Grampian Mountains, approximately 20 kilometres from the North Sea, offered both. The Lyon family had been at Glamis since 1372, when Robert II granted the barony to Sir John Lyon, who later married the king's daughter. By 1914, the family in residence was that of Lord-Bowes Lyon, the 14th Earl of Strathmore and Kinghorn. His wife, Cecilia, née Cavendish Bentinck, had only recently completed her redesign of the autumn garden to the east of the castle, a project she had undertaken between 1907 and 1910. Their youngest daughter, Lady Elizabeth Bowes Lyon, had been born in 1900. She was, in 1914, a girl of 14 years, growing up in a house that was now also a hospital, learning what it meant to hold a domestic life alongside a public emergency. The sources do not detail what the day-to-day organization of the hospital looked like at Glamis, and this account does not attempt to reconstruct it beyond what the record permits. What is established is the fact of the castle's role. The building served the war effort as a place of convalescence, its rooms and grounds put at the service of men who needed both shelter and time. The grounds themselves were considerable. The estate surrounding the castle covered more than 57 square kilometres, with parks and gardens, 2 streams including the Glamis burn, an arboretum overlooking the burn that featured rare trees from across the world. For men accustomed to trenches and mud, the broad lowland valley of Strathmore, with its long views toward the Grampian Mountains to the north, would have offered a particular quality of relief. The castle's architecture lent itself, in some ways, to institutional use. The great rooms were large. The central stair tower rose through 5 stories of the L-plan main block, connecting the principal apartments by a winding stair set into the thickness of the wall. The wall thickness in the towers ran to approximately 1 metre, in the drawing room to 8 feet. These were rooms built to endure, the same quality that had made the castle survive its more turbulent centuries. The weight and mass of its red sandstone construction now made it a place of relative constancy for men whose bodies were trying to stabilize. The chapel, built between 1679 and 1683 in the northeast corner wing, and lined with the Joseph de Witt panel paintings of 1688, with stained glass by Kempe of London, added in 1867 and 1882, could seat 46 people. Whether it served a spiritual function during the war years in any formal sense is not stated in the available sources, and this account does not speculate. What the record establishes is that the chapel was part of the fabric of the house that the family continued to occupy alongside their wartime guests, that it was a working part of the castle's life, and that it had been so for more than 2 centuries before the First World War changed the character of the house around it. Lady Elizabeth Bowes. Lyon grew up through these years within the castle. The sources describe her as the youngest daughter of the 14th Earl. She spent much of her childhood at Glamis. What the war years made of that childhood, what it meant to move through great ancestral rooms now also occupied by wounded men, is not recorded in the sources available to this account, and this account does not invent an answer. What the record gives us is the shape of the circumstance. A young woman, in a castle at once deeply old and newly repurposed at a moment of national emergency, learning early what it meant to be responsible for a place. Then came the fire. On the 16th of September 1916, a serious fire broke out in the upper floors of the central tower of Glamis Castle. The fire took hold in the highest parts of the building, in the floors that rose above the main occupied levels, in the spaces where the stair tower narrowed toward its ogee cap house, and the pinnacled turrets that gave the castle its characteristic silhouette against the Angus sky. The sources do not detail how the fire began. What they record is that it was serious, that it affected the upper floors of the central tower, and that its mark on the building was not erased afterward. Charred doors and woodwork from that night remain visible in the castle to this day. A fire in a building of this age and construction, with walls of coursed rubble and red sandstone, with floors of timber and rooms fitted across 5 centuries of successive owners with accumulated furnishings and objects, was a crisis of a particular kind. The castle held not only the fabric of its own history, but the accumulated contents of that history, the heraldic oak panelling of the dining room, created in the Scotch baronial revival style between 1851 and 1853, with its fine plasterwork ceiling decorated with thistles, roses and lions, the carved stone fireplace with paired caryatids in the drawing room. The plasterwork ceiling dated 1621, the chapel paintings restored in previous decades, the stained glass, the carved heraldic panels that ran across the castle's principal elevation, the iron door knocker dated 1687 still in place on the studded timber door of the main entrance. All of this was at risk on the night of the 16th of September 1916. What could be saved depended on who was present and what they decided to do. The sources are clear on one point. Lady Elizabeth Bowes, Lyon, then 16 years old, was particularly instrumental in organizing the rescue of the castle's contents during the fire. The word the sources use is instrumental. She organized the effort. She was not merely present. She made decisions, in a burning castle, about what could be carried out and how the effort of saving things should be directed. The sources do not describe what those decisions were in detail, and this account does not fabricate them. What the record permits us to understand is the scale of what she was working within. The castle's principal block was 5 stories of L-plan construction, with a central stair tower and the additional complexity of the angle wings with their outer towers and corbelled turrets. The northeast corner wing with the chapel, the east wing added in 1629, the west wing rebuilt between 1798 and 1801, and the baronial wing to the east added in 1891. The building was not a simple structure. Moving through it under normal circumstances required knowledge of its layout, its various stairs and passages, the connections between its many rooms and wings. Moving through it in the dark, with a fire in the upper floors of the central tower producing smoke and heat, and the threat of structural failure, required something more. The young woman who organized the rescue that night had grown up in this building. She knew its rooms. She knew what was in them. She understood, presumably, something of what the castle held and what the loss of it would mean, not only to her family, but to the long, continuous life of the place itself. The sources give us this, that she was there, that she was effective, and that the castle survived with its essential character intact, the fire's mark remaining visible, but the building remaining whole. After the fire, the castle continued. The war continued too, for another 2 years, and the castle's role as a place of convalescence presumably continued alongside the work of repair and recovery. The sources do not specify the timeline of the post-fire restoration in detail, and this account does not construct one from inference. What the historical record makes clear is that the charred evidence of the fire was not removed or concealed. The doors and woodwork that burned that night are still visible in the castle. They were kept. They became part of the building's record of itself, part of what the castle holds and presents to those who move through it, a legible mark of a specific night in a specific year when something was saved. The years following the armistice of 1918 brought a gradual return to the castle's more ordinary character, though ordinary is perhaps too mild a word for what Glamis had always been. The castle, in peacetime, remained the home of the Bowes Lyon family, with the 14th Earl, Claude, in residence. The grounds, the parks and gardens, the arboretum along the Glamis burn, the walled garden to the north that had been designed by Fowler of Castle Kennedy in 1865, the autumn garden created by Cecilia between 1907 and 1910, all continued in their slow seasonal life, the patterns of growth and maintenance that underpin any great estate continuing, regardless of what has happened within the building at their centre. Lady Elizabeth Bowes Lyon, in the years after the war, moved through the world that the castle had shaped her to inhabit. She had grown up in these rooms, under these ceilings, within these stone walls. She had organised the rescue of the castle's contents on a September night in 1916. She had lived alongside a hospital full of convalescing soldiers, learning early how to hold a domestic life in the presence of larger public necessity. By the early 1920s, she was a young woman of considerable presence and considerable formation, and the life she had been formed by was about to change in a way that would, in turn, change the castle. On the 26th of April, 1923, Lady Elizabeth Bowes Lyon married Prince Albert, Duke of York, the second son of George V, at Westminster Abbey. The connection between Glamis Castle and the British royal family, which had existed in various forms since Sir John Lyon married the daughter of Robert II in the 14th century, was now renewed at a different order of intimacy. Lady Elizabeth, who had spent her childhood in the castle's great rooms, who had run through its corridors and grown up under its heraldic plasterwork ceilings, was now a member of the royal family. Glamis was her childhood home. It was also now, by extension, part of a royal geography. The castle's interior responded to this change. A suite of rooms was converted following the 1923 marriage, rooms that became the royal apartments. These included the King's Room, the Queen Mother's bedroom, and the Queen Mother's sitting room, the last of which was formerly known as the Tapestry Room, and retained its stone ledge at the door, possibly a sentry seat, and its carved oak fireplace lined with blue and white Dutch tiles. These rooms were prepared for royal use, transformed from whatever they had previously been, given over to the new circumstances of the family that occupied the castle. The building, which had been absorbing changes to itself for more than 3 centuries of recorded reconstruction, absorbed this one too. The castle's long history of building and rebuilding had produced a structure of remarkable layered complexity. The earliest surviving portion, the 15th century tower house, had been remodelled in 1606, with the inscription on the central tower recording that the work was undertaken by Patrick, Lord Glamis, and Dame Anna Murray. The east wing had been added in 1629, the tower raised, and the west wing added between 1670 and 1689. The northeast corner wing, with its chapel, added between 1679 and 1683. The west wing demolished in 1775 and rebuilt between 1798 and 1801, the baronial wing to the east added in 1891, and later modernisation carried out by James Dunbar Nasmyth in the 20th century. Each generation had found reason to alter the building, to add to it or remove from it, to adapt its spaces to the needs of whoever lived within it. The conversion of rooms into the royal apartments after 1923 was, in this sense, simply the most recent expression of a pattern that the castle had been following for 500 years. 7 years after the wedding, on the 21st of August 1930, Princess Margaret was born at Glamis Castle. She was the second daughter of Lady Elizabeth Bowes Lyon and Prince Albert, Duke of York, who would later become George VI. Her birth at the castle was a fact of some significance in the history of both the building and the family. Glamis had been, since 1372, the home of the Lyon and later Bowes Lyon family, and the birth of a princess within its walls marked a new chapter in its long association with the dynastic life of Scotland and Britain. The castle that received Princess Margaret's birth was, by 1930, a building that had survived both its wartime repurposing and its fire, with its character deepened rather than diminished. The charred doors in the upper floors of the central tower remained, and remain to this day, as evidence of the crisis of September 1916. The rooms that had held convalescent soldiers had been returned to domestic use. The royal apartments had been prepared and furnished. The grounds continued in their seasonal rhythms. The arboretum growing beside the Glamis burn, the walled garden to the north, the autumn garden to the east, the great avenue approaching the castle from the south through the broad lowland valley of Strathmore. Since 1987, an illustration of the castle has appeared on the reverse of £10 notes issued by the Royal Bank of Scotland, a form of public recognition that places Glamis within the visual currency of Scotland's national identity. The castle that earned this recognition is the same building that housed wounded soldiers in 1914, that burned on a September night in 1916, that received the conversion of its rooms into royal use after 1923, that witnessed the birth of a princess in 1930. It is the same building in which the Bowes-Lyon family had lived since the 14th century, the same building whose every room and corridor and carved heraldic panel carries the accumulated weight of the generations that preceded those 20th century events. There is something worth noting carefully in the continuity of Glamis through its ordeals. Buildings of this age and complexity are not passive containers of history. They absorb what happens within them. They carry the marks of crisis. They respond to the decisions made by the people who tend them. The fire of 1916 is still visible in charred wood. The decision to keep that charred wood, to allow it to remain as evidence rather than removing it in the subsequent century of restoration and modernization, is itself a kind of statement about what Glamis understands itself to be. Not a building that conceals its history, but one that holds it, openly, within the fabric of its walls. Lady Elizabeth Bowes. Lyon, who organized the rescue on the night of the fire, went on to become Queen Elizabeth the Queen Mother, a figure central to the public life of Britain across much of the 20th century. The castle that shaped her, that she in turn helped to preserve on that September night, continued to be her childhood home in memory and association, continued to be the place where her daughter had been born, continued to be the seat of the Bowes-Lyon family in its successive generations. The current resident is Simon Bowes-Lyon, the 19th Earl of Strathmore and Kinghorn, who succeeded to the earldom in 2016. The castle stands now as it stood through all those earlier crises, in the broad vale of Strathmore, between the Sidlaw Hills and the Grampian Mountains, approximately 20 kilometres from the North Sea, its red sandstone walls still carrying their carved heraldic panels, its turrets still rising in the configuration that gives the building its particular silhouette against the Angus sky. The fire of 1916 is part of its history. The convalescent soldiers of 1914 are part of its history. The birth of Princess Margaret in its rooms in 1930 is part of its history. And the young woman who moved through its burning upper floors on a September night, deciding what could be saved, is part of its history too. These things do not diminish with time. They accumulate within a building, layer upon layer, the way that successive earls accumulated rooms and wings and carved inscriptions, the way that the plasterwork of 1621 accumulated alongside the chapel paintings of 1688, the way that charred wood accumulates alongside restored stonework. The castle holds all of it together, in its walls, in its rooms, in the slow patience of its red sandstone construction. Investigators, Augustus Hare, Andrew Lang, and the question of the secret. There is a particular kind of writer who moves through the world with a notebook in hand and a quality of attention that most people reserve only for their closest friends. Augustus Hare was such a writer. He was, by temperament and by practice, a collector of impressions, of anecdotes, of the small revelations that fall from conversation when people are made comfortable enough to speak freely. His 6-volume autobiography, published between 1896 and 1900 under the title The Story of My Life, runs to an extraordinary length and with an extraordinary intimacy, recording not only the significant episodes of a long Victorian life, but the texture of the houses he visited, the moods of the people who received him, and the stories that accumulated around particular places like sediment around a stone. It is from this work, and from no other, that we have what remains the most detailed first-hand account of the atmosphere of Glamis Castle in the last quarter of the 19th century. Without Hare, the Glamis legend as it is popularly known would be considerably thinner. The sadness at its centre, the strange reluctance that clung to the family, the sense that a secret was being guarded, not merely from strangers, but from the very members of the household itself. All of this comes to us primarily through Hare's careful, unhurried observation. To understand what Hare found at Glamis, it is useful to understand something of how he moved through the world. He was the kind of guest who was invited everywhere, and who remembered everything once he had been. He was not an investigator in the formal sense. He did not arrive at Glamis with instruments or a program of inquiry. He arrived as a visitor, a diarist, and a man of great social sensitivity, attuned to what was said, and equally attuned to what was not. His method, if it can be called that, was simply to observe and to write, to set down what he saw with the same gravity and precision, whether the subject was a plasterwork ceiling or a lord who could not seem entirely present in his own drawing-room. This quality of observation, unhurried and non-confrontational, is precisely what makes his Glamis entries so valuable. He was not trying to prove or disprove anything. He was trying to describe. Hare visited Glamis Castle on 2 occasions that he records. The first was in October 1877, and the second in August 1879. It is the October 1877 visit that contains the most significant material, and it is with that visit that we must begin. He arrived at the castle at night. The entry in his diary notes the approach, the turrets appearing against the moonlit sky, and the windows blazing with red light. We will not embellish this arrival. The record itself is sufficient. What Hare observed, and what he chose to set down, was the contrast between the house as it appeared to the eye, and the house as it felt to anyone who spent time within it. The company was large, the family was numerous, and the mistress of the house was, in Hare's account, gracious and winning. None of this, however, quite resolved the undertow of feeling that he noticed in the person of Lord Strathmore himself. Hare writes of Lord Strathmore with a precision that is all the more striking for its brevity. The host was cordial, as the occasion required, but something in his bearing refused to lift entirely into ease. The record in Hare's autobiography describes Lord Strathmore as having an ever sad look. That phrase, spare and unelaborated, does more work than a longer description might. It does not suggest a man consumed by visible anguish, or one who wore his trouble openly for others to observe. It suggests instead a settled quality of sadness, something carried so long and so steadily that it had become simply an aspect of the man's face, inseparable from his ordinary expression. Hare was perceptive enough to notice it, and disciplined enough to leave it at that. The visit proceeded in the ordinary rhythm of a large country house party in the late Victorian period. There were gatherings for prayers in the chapel, conducted by the chaplain each morning. There were dinners, and there were conversations, and there were the particular pleasures of a well-appointed house that Hare, a frequent and appreciative guest at such establishments, knew how to enjoy. But beneath all of this, something persisted. It accumulated slowly, as such impressions do, until by the end of the stay it had taken on a definite shape. The most remarkable episode that Hare records from this visit concerns the Bishop of Brechin, who was at Glamis during the same period, and who was described as a great friend of the house. The bishop, evidently moved by whatever he had seen or heard or simply sensed during his time there, made a direct approach to Lord Strathmore. It was not a casual intervention. Hare records that the bishop went to Lord Strathmore and implored him in what Hare describes as a most touching manner to forgive the intrusion into his private affairs. The terms of this approach are worth considering carefully. A bishop does not ordinarily preface a conversation with an apology for intruding. The apology itself communicates that the matter at hand was understood to be something Lord Strathmore had not invited discussion of, had not indicated any wish to discuss, and would perhaps have preferred to remain undiscussed. The very form of the approach acknowledges, before a word of substance has been spoken, that what follows will trespass upon a grief or a burden that the host has chosen to carry privately. The bishop's offer, as Hare records it, was that of an ecclesiastic. He said he had heard of the strange secret which oppressed Lord Strathmore, and entreated him to make use of whatever services a clergyman might render. This phrasing is interesting in itself. The bishop does not describe what he has heard. He does not name the secret, or characterize it further than to call it strange and oppressive. Either he genuinely did not know its specific content, or he knew enough to understand that naming it directly would be a further imposition. In either case, he framed his offer in the most general terms available to him. Whatever I can do, as a man of the church, I will do. Lord Strathmore's response, as Hare sets it down, was one of the most affecting moments in all the documentary record associated with Glamis. Lord Strathmore was deeply moved, though he said that he thanked him, but that in his most unfortunate position no one could ever help him. The construction of that sentence repays attention. He was deeply moved. The offer had reached him. He understood what the bishop was attempting to give him, and the gratitude was genuine. But then came the qualification, phrased not as a refusal of the offer specifically, but as a statement about the nature of his situation itself. He did not say that the bishop could not help him, he said that no one could ever help him. The word ever is the most significant in the sentence. It does not describe a temporary difficulty or a problem that might one day be resolved by circumstance or by confession or by the simple passage of time. It describes a condition that had settled permanently into his life, a weight that would remain for as long as he lived, and that no external intervention, however well-meaning, however spiritually constituted, could lift. There is no record of what the bishop said in reply, or whether anything further passed between the two men on the subject. Hare's account moves on, as his accounts generally do, to other observations, other conversations, other details of the visit. But the episode stands as a kind of still point in the middle of the diary entry, a moment of unusual gravity that Hare clearly recognized as such and chose to preserve with particular care. The wing is worth noting separately. Hare records that Lord Strathmore had built a wing to the castle in which all the children and all the servants slept. The servants, Hare observes, would not sleep in the house. The children were not allowed to do so. This is a detail that carries considerable weight precisely because it is stated so matter-of-factly, without dramatic emphasis. It appears in the diary entry as though it were a practical arrangement, like the provision of certain rooms for certain purposes, rather than a response to something that had caused persistent and genuine unease. But if one considers the full implications of the arrangement, that the proprietor of a great castle had found it necessary, or at least appropriate, to ensure that an entire category of its inhabitants slept outside the main building, the matter-of-factness becomes itself a form of understatement. The practicality of the arrangement is precisely what makes it strange. Hare also records the theories that circulated among the house guests regarding the location of the secret chamber, which was by that point a subject of established and recurring conversation at Glamis. Some thought the chamber was concealed through a painted panel in the chapel, which was accessible each morning during prayers. Others maintained it was entered through Lord Strathmore's study, and that it occupied the space above what was called the crypt, the old armoured hall where the household gathered each evening for dinner. These were not idle speculations offered in a spirit of entertainment. They were the residue of sustained attention paid by generations of curious guests to a question that the castle itself seemed to invite and to frustrate simultaneously. Earlier in the same volume of his autobiography, Hare had set down a more general account of Glamis and its history, providing a version of the legend in the form in which it was already circulating widely by the time of his visits. He describes the castle as the most picturesque building in Scotland, notes the winding stair in the thickness of the wall that leads to the principal apartments, and refers to what he calls the weird chamber that is still shown to visitors as the room in which, as Shakespeare narrates, Duncan, King of Scotland, was murdered by Macbeth. He does not advance this as historical fact. He presents it as the tradition attached to a particular room, which is a somewhat different thing and a more honest characterization. Then he moves to what is, for our purposes, the central passage. In the depth of the walls is another chamber, more ghastly still, with a secret transmitted from the 14th century, which is always known to 3 persons. When one of the triumvirate dies, the survivors are compelled by a terrible oath to elect a successor. Every succeeding Lady Strathmore, Fatima-like, has spent her time in tapping at the walls, taking up the boards, and otherwise attempting to discover the secret chamber, but all have failed. The comparison to Fatima is a literary one, drawn from the old tale of Bluebeard and his wife, who was given a key to every door in the house but one, and who could not resist attempting to open the forbidden one. The comparison implies not merely curiosity, but a kind of compulsion, a gravitational pull that every woman who came into the family through marriage felt, whether she intended to or not, and that none of them was able to resolve. Hare presents this not as hearsay or as the sort of colourful legend that attaches itself to any sufficiently ancient building, but as a description of an ongoing situation, something still alive and still operative during the period of his visits. The secret is described as transmitted from the 14th century. The triumvirate of knowing, always 3 persons, never more, with a successor compelled to be chosen when one dies, is presented as a binding structure, not merely a custom or a tradition, but something enforced by oath. The oath is described as terrible. The word suggests not merely solemnity, but something more extreme, a commitment whose weight was felt by those who bore it in a way that ordinary promises are not felt. To all of this, Hare adds the tradition of Earl Beardie. One tradition of the place says that Earl Beardie sits forever in that chamber playing with dice and drinking punch at a stone table, and that at midnight a second and terrible person joins him. The footnote in Hare's original text identifies Old Beardie as Earl Beardie of folklore, noting that he was variously identified with the 4th Earl of Crawford or the 2nd Lord Glamis. This ambiguity of identity is itself part of the structure of the legend. The tradition has a name for the figure, Old Beardie, Earl Beardie, but it does not resolve which historical person that figure represents. The 2 candidates offered in the sources are Alexander Lyon, the 2nd Lord Glamis, who died in 1486, and Alexander Lindsay, the 4th Earl of Crawford, who died in 1453. Neither identification is confirmed. Both are possibilities. The sources do not agree, and it would be false to the record to pretend otherwise. What the tradition does agree on is the character of the scene, a man playing dice alone, or nearly alone, at a stone table, in a room that cannot be found, waiting for a second and terrible person to join him at midnight. The specificity of the imagery, the stone table, the dice, the punch, the hour of midnight, is the kind of detail that persists across retellings because it is concrete enough to hold its shape. The scene has the quality of a tableau rather than a narrative, something fixed and repeating rather than moving forward toward any conclusion. Hare's August 1879 visit to Glamis is recorded in less detail on the matters that concern us here, but it fills in something of the social world of the castle at that period. There was again a large party, and Lord Strathmore had apparently made great preparations for a visit by a royal guest that in the event did not occur. Hare enjoyed the visit and recorded the cousinly tie he felt with the Lyon family and the pleasure of conversations with the other guests. The second visit does not add substantially to what the first had established, but it confirms the impression of Glamis as a house that continued to be visited, admired, and felt as unusual in ways that are difficult to specify but easy to recognize. It is worth pausing here to consider what Hare does and does not claim. He does not say that he witnessed anything supernatural. He does not say that he discovered the location of the secret chamber, or that he was shown it, or that anyone confirmed its contents to him directly. What he records is atmosphere, the effect of a particular place upon a sensitive observer, the effect of a particular man's sorrow upon those around him, and the accumulated testimony of other guests, other conversations, other theories. This restraint is part of what makes his account credible. He is not trying to establish the legend. He is simply recording what he found when he arrived at a place where the legend was already thoroughly established and was clearly affecting the lives of the people who lived there. This brings us to the second of our principal investigators, who arrives at the question of Glamis from an entirely different angle and with an entirely different disposition. Andrew Lang was one of the most versatile and prolific scholars of late Victorian Britain. He was a folklorist, a mythographer, a literary critic, a poet, and an editor of collections of fairy tales that remain in print today. He was also a serious and rigorous student of the literature of the paranormal, approaching it with the same combination of genuine curiosity and disciplined skepticism that characterized his work in other fields. His 1897 volume, The Book of Dreams and Ghosts, is not a collection of ghost stories in the entertainment sense. It is an attempt to survey and classify the available evidence for various categories of unusual experience, to assess the quality of individual accounts, and to distinguish between those claims that might repay further investigation and those that could be explained by more conventional means. Lang was, by temperament, the kind of investigator who finds reassurance in documentation. He trusted records, dates, and accounts that could be traced to identifiable sources. He was suspicious of legends that had no verifiable foundation, and he was particularly suspicious of the way in which a single uncertain anecdote could, over the course of several generations, accumulate the appearance of established fact simply through the process of being repeated. His essay on haunted houses, from which the relevant Glamis passage comes, reflects this temperament clearly. He classifies cases, traces their histories, and notes with something close to impatience where the supposed evidence dissolves upon examination. His treatment of Glamis, in the context of that essay, is brief but pointed. He acknowledges that the Glamis secret chamber is one of the most famous elements of the castle's legend, and notes that the story was already known to Walter Scott, who introduced it in The Betrothed, a novel of the early 19th century. This attribution is significant. If Scott was already incorporating the secret chamber into fiction, and framing it as a known tradition rather than a recently discovered one, then the legend had clearly achieved wide cultural circulation by at least the first decades of the 19th century, well before Hare's visits in the 1870s. The legend was not something that emerged from Hare's account. Hare found it already embedded in the castle and in the experience of those who lived there. Lang then makes his central claim, and it is a claim that stands in direct opposition to the atmosphere that Hare had so carefully described. But we know when the secret chamber was built, under the Restoration, who built it, what he paid the masons, and where it is, under the charter room. He adds, with characteristic economy, that these cold facts rather take the weird effect off the Glamis legend. The confidence of this statement is remarkable. Lang does not say that he has a theory about the chamber's location, or that he suspects the relevant documentation might exist somewhere. He says the facts are known, the date of construction, the identity of the builder, the sum paid to the masons, and the precise location of the chamber itself. He identifies that location as under the charter room. None of the supporting documentation, to which he presumably refers, is reproduced in the passage, and the sources available to us do not include any text in which Lang provides this underlying evidence in detail. What we have is his assertion, made with the authority of a scholar who apparently had access to records that he does not fully transcribe. The phrase he uses, under the Restoration, places the construction in the period of the late 17th century, which corresponds broadly with the major programme of work carried out at Glamis by Patrick Lyon, the third Earl of Strathmore, who returned to the castle in 1670 and undertook restorations that continued until 1689. The third Earl is known to have kept a detailed record of his works, referred to in the sources as a book of record. It is possible, though not provable from the materials available to us, that this book of record or related documentation formed part of the evidence to which Lang was referring. The sources do not confirm this, and we should be careful not to bridge the gap between what the sources say and what we might plausibly infer. What the sources do make clear is that the two positions, Hare's and Lang's, are not easily reconciled. Hare presents the chamber as something entirely undiscoverable, a mystery whose location has defeated every person who has ever tried to find it, including every woman who has married into the family. He presents the secret transmitted within the triumvirate as something of real and ongoing weight, something that is visibly affecting the person of Lord Strathmore in the 1870s. He records not one theory about the chamber's location, but two, circulating simultaneously among well-informed house guests, neither of which corresponds to Lang's claim that it is under the charter room. The theories he records place it either behind a painted panel in the chapel or above the crypt, accessible through Lord Strathmore's study. Lang's claimed location of under the charter room does not appear in Hare's account at all. Lang presents the chamber as a documented historical feature of the castle, built during a known period by a known person for a recorded sum, and located in a specific and identifiable part of the building. If Lang is correct, then the apparent mystery of the chamber, the triumvirate, the oath, the generations of failed searches, is not a mystery about where the chamber is, but possibly a mystery about what it contains or contained, or perhaps no mystery at all, in any meaningful sense, simply a piece of architectural history that had accrued an overlay of legend through the natural processes by which old houses accumulate stories. But it would be a mistake to say that Lang's claim simply dissolves what Hare recorded. The two accounts are not describing quite the same thing. Hare is not primarily concerned with the physical location of a room. He is concerned with what it felt like to spend time in the company of a man who carried something he could not set down, who had been approached by a bishop in the most delicate and sincere way available to him, and who had responded that, in his most unfortunate position, no one could ever help him. Even if Lang is entirely correct about the chamber's location and construction history, the sadness that Hare observed in Lord Strathmore remains unexplained. A documented room built during the Restoration and located under the Charter Room does not, by itself, produce a man who seems unable to be fully present in his own house. The tension between these two positions is real, and the sources do not resolve it. They present, instead, two distinct modes of engaging with the same subject. Lang's mode is archival. He moves toward the demonstrable, the recorded, the traceable. Hare's mode is observational. He moves toward the felt, the witnessed, the lingering. Both are legitimate forms of inquiry. Neither excludes the other. It is quite possible that a room with a documented construction history could become, over the course of generations, the focus of a genuinely oppressive family burden. A burden whose weight is real, regardless of whether the room's location is known or unknown, recorded or unrecorded. What Lang's claim does do, in terms of the broader history of the legend, is introduce the possibility that the Glamis secret chamber has always been simultaneously knowable and unknown, that the information about it existed in some form, perhaps in the archives of the castle itself, while being effectively invisible to the people most affected by it. If the relevant documentation was held in the Charter Room, and if the mason's records were preserved somewhere among the castle's papers, then the secret was never truly sealed. It was simply unread or unrecognized or held in that part of the archive that the family had reason not to examine too closely. That possibility is itself unsettling in a different way from the simpler possibility of a genuinely undiscoverable chamber. It suggests not that the secret was perfectly hidden, but that it had become, through long use and long silence, a kind of self-sustaining institution within the family, something maintained less by necessity than by habit, less by the impossibility of discovery than by the accumulated weight of never having looked. Walter Scott, whose literary engagement with the Glamis tradition Lang acknowledges, represents a third position, earlier than either Hare or Lang, and interesting precisely for what it implies about the age of the legend. Scott's introduction of the secret chamber in The Betrothed suggests that by the early 19th century, the Glamis legend was already sufficiently established and sufficiently well known among educated readers to function as a recognizable literary reference. Scott did not need to explain it or provide background. He could simply invoke it, confident that his audience would know what he meant. This tells us that the legend had been in active circulation for at least a generation before Hare's visits, and quite possibly for much longer. The 14th century origin that Hare attributes to the secret in his autobiography is impossible to verify, but the legend's presence in Scott's fiction places it firmly in the early 19th century at the latest, and the tradition of a secret transmitted from lord to lord, with an oath binding each successor, has the character of something older than any particular text can prove. Scott's engagement with the paranormal traditions of Scotland was, like Lang's, that of a man with literary and intellectual interests, rather than a believer seeking confirmation. His Letters on Demonology and Witchcraft, published in 1830, demonstrates his capacity for skeptical analysis of accounts that the credulous might accept at face value. He was, as Lang would be later, drawn to the material without being entirely captured by it, that Scott nonetheless found. The Glamis legend, worth incorporating into his fiction, suggests that he recognized its particular quality, not merely its dramatic potential, but the fact that it was attached to a real place and a real family in a way that gave it a different texture from purely invented legend. Between Hare and Lang, then, and with Scott as an earlier witness to the legend's cultural presence, we have three distinct approaches to the question of Glamis: the observer who records what he feels and sees, the archivist who insists the records are accessible to anyone who knows where to look, and the literary man who finds the legend worth preserving in fiction because it has, as he recognizes, the quality of something that has attached itself to the fabric of a particular place in a way that ordinary inventions do not. None of these three positions, taken alone, is adequate. The observer without the archive can mistake atmosphere for fact. The archivist without the observer can mistake the recorded for the complete. The literary man, engaged primarily with the legend's capacity to mean something in a wider human sense, may be less interested in whether it is true than in why it persists. To do justice to the Glamis secret chamber, and to the men who brought the greatest intellectual energy to the question of its nature and location, one must hold all three approaches in view simultaneously. Hare arrived at Glamis in October 1877, in the company of several other guests, and found a castle full of warm and particular life, a gracious mistress, charming children, lively young men, and a host who was present in every social sense, and yet seemed unable, in Hare's careful phrase, to quite leave behind the sadness that had settled in his face. He left with a collection of impressions that he set down in his diary and which he later incorporated into his autobiography without significant alteration. What he had witnessed was not a ghost, not a hidden room, not a figure playing dice at a stone table. He had witnessed a man for whom an unnamed burden had become the condition of his life. Lang arrived at the same question from the library and the archive, having traced the legend through its literary and documentary appearances, and concluded that the mystery was less mysterious than it appeared. He had, or claimed to have, the facts, the date, the builder, the payment, the location. These cold facts, as he called them, were intended to provide a corrective to what he saw as the inflationary tendency of legend, the way in which uncertainty, when sustained over enough time, begins to feel like profundity. What neither man fully accounts for is the possibility that both things are true simultaneously. A chamber may be documented and located and still be the focus of a real and oppressive family burden. A legend may have a verifiable historical foundation and still do genuine psychological work on the people most intimately connected with it. The sad look that Hare observed in Lord Strathmore is not explained by Lang's claim that the charter room holds the relevant records, and Lang's claim is not refuted by the fact that Lord Strathmore appeared to be carrying something he could not put down. The sources that have come to us across the intervening century and more hold these two men's accounts in a permanent and productive tension. Hare observed a man who said that no one could ever help him. Lang maintained that the relevant documents were available and that cold facts take the weird effect off the legend. The castle itself, continuing to stand in the broad valley of Strathmore, between the Sidlaw Hills to the south and the Grampian Mountains to the north, has not settled the question. It is perhaps worth noting, as a final observation on the character of both men, that neither Hare nor Lang was primarily interested in sensation. Hare was interested in the truth of lived experience as he could observe it and record it. Lang was interested in the truth of documentary evidence as it could be traced and weighed. Both were, in their different ways, serious men doing serious work on a subject that attracted a great deal of less serious attention. The Glamis legend was already well established before either of them arrived, and it has remained well established in the century and more since both of them departed. What they left behind is not a resolution but a framework, a set of positions and observations and claims that any serious engagement with the subject of Glamis and its mystery must take into account. The Bishop of Brechin came to Lord Strathmore and offered what help he could, and was thanked and told that no one could ever help. Hare wrote it down. Lang would have looked for the charter. Scott would have put it in a novel. The castle would have remained, as it remains, patient and particular, and entirely itself, with its stone walls a metre thick in the towers, and 8 feet thick in the old drawing-room, its winding stair ascending through the thickness of the wall, and whatever it holds in its depth held still, in whatever form it holds. You know, inside the secret of Strathmore, there is a tradition at Glamis Castle that begins with a number, and the number is 3. At any given moment in the castle's history, exactly 3 people carry a secret, and the terms under which they carry it are not negotiable. When one of the triumvirate dies, the survivors are bound, by a terrible oath, to elect a successor. The knowledge is then transmitted to that person, and the number is restored. 3 again, always 3. The arithmetic of the arrangement is its most unsettling feature. It is not vague, not approximate, not subject to accident or forgetting. Someone has always made certain that the count is maintained. Someone always will. Augustus Hare recorded the structure of this tradition in the first volume of his autobiography, published in 1900, drawing on his deep familiarity with the castle and its family. The account is precise. In the depth of the walls is another chamber, more ghastly still, with a secret transmitted from the 14th century, which is always known to 3 persons. This is the foundational claim. The secret is locatable, physically, in the depth of the walls. It has a date of origin, or near enough, the 14th century, which places it in the earliest era of Lyon family possession at Glamis, following the grant of the castle by Robert II to Sir John Lyon in 1372. Whether the secret dates from that founding moment, or arose sometime afterward in the same era, is not specified in the sources. What the sources are clear about is the mechanism of its transmission, not written down, not deposited with a solicitor, not sealed in a box in the castle's archives, passed from person to person, mouth to ear, across 6 centuries, by means of an oath whose nature is described only as terrible. It is worth pausing to consider what that oath might have demanded, and to notice immediately that the sources do not say. The word terrible is Hare's word, and it is the only word. It is a word that in Victorian usage carried weight beyond the merely frightening. It suggested something invoking dread, something with theological or moral consequence. Whatever the oath required of its recipients, it was sufficient to keep every one of them silent across a span of time that encompasses the Reformation, the Civil War, the Act of Union, the Industrial Revolution, and 2 world wars. The architecture of secrecy, in this sense, is not made of stone. It is made of promises kept by people who are now long dead. Hare sets out one further detail that gives the tradition its particular texture. Every succeeding Lady Strathmore, Fatima-like, has spent her time in tapping at the walls, taking up the boards, and otherwise attempting to discover the secret chamber, but all have failed. The reference is to Bluebeard's wife. She is the woman who is given everything except the knowledge of what is behind the locked door, who cannot ultimately resist testing its limits. Hare applies this image without cruelty and without comedy. It is, in his rendering, simply the human condition of living alongside a secret. Every Lady Strathmore has known that something is there, somewhere within the walls of the house she inhabits and loves, and every one of them has been unable to find it. The tapping at walls, the lifting of boards, the listening for hollowness, these are not the actions of a frightened person, but of a curious one, a thorough one, a person doing what any reasonable person would do when placed in an unreasonable situation. And none of them found it. That is the record. What the tradition does not specify is who the 3 holders of the secret are at any given time. The word triumvirate carries a suggestion of rank, but it is not necessarily so. What seems clear from Hare's account is that Lord Strathmore himself is always one of them, though even this is an inference rather than a stated rule. The identity of the other 2, and the criteria by which a successor is chosen when the number falls, are not recorded in any source available here. It is the kind of gap in the record that is itself informative. The arrangement was never meant to be documented. Documentation would be a form of disclosure. The weight of the secret on those who carry it is the subject. Hare approaches most carefully in his account of his visit to Glamis in October 1877. Lord Strathmore, he notes, bore a particular sadness. Only Lord Strathmore himself has an ever-sad look. This is a small observation, placed quietly in the middle of an otherwise sociable account of a house full of charming children and cordial company, and its quietness makes it more persuasive. Hare is not arguing a case. He is noticing something. The man at the centre of all this warmth and abundance looked, persistently, sad. The incident that follows is the most affecting passage in all of Hare's Glamis material. During that same October visit, the Bishop of Brechin, described by Hare as a great friend of the house, sought a private audience with Lord Strathmore. What happened in that conversation, Hare sets down with the careful attention of someone who understood its significance. The Bishop of Brechin, who was a great friend of the house, felt this strange sadness so deeply that he went to Lord Strathmore and, after imploring him in the most touching manner to forgive the intrusion into his private affairs, said how, having heard of the strange secret which oppressed him, he could not help entreating him to make use of his services as an ecclesiastic, if he could in any way, by any means, be of use to him. The bishop was offering what a bishop could offer, the pastoral weight of the church. The confidential space of spiritual counsel, the suggestion that whatever pressed on Lord Strathmore might be shared with someone who had, by ordination, a duty of discretion and a framework for understanding things beyond ordinary human ken. It was a generous offer. It was, under the circumstances, an extraordinarily thoughtful one. Lord Strathmore was deeply moved, though he said that he thanked him, but that in his most unfortunate position no one could ever help him. The bishop could not help him, not because the secret was supernatural necessarily, but because whatever it was, the oath around it was absolute. Lord Strathmore's position was most unfortunate, and the word unfortunate here carries its older meaning, without fortune, without luck, subject to a circumstance not chosen and not escapable. No one could ever help him. That phrase is worth holding for a moment. It is not the language of someone describing a curiosity or a family tradition. It is the language of someone who has lived with something for a long time and arrived at a settled, unhappy understanding of what it means. And there is one further detail from Hare that gives the weight of the secret its fullest expression. He has built a wing to the castle, in which all the children and all the servants sleep. The servants will not sleep in the house, and the children are not allowed to do so. Lord Strathmore had the practical response of a man who understood the castle, not as a picturesque backdrop, but as a place with something in it. He built accommodation. He removed the people he could remove. He kept them at a distance from whatever occupied the main body of the building in the night hours. The servants, it seems, had arrived at their own views and did not need persuading. The children were not given the choice. This is the tradition, as Hare records it, and it is as far as Hare's account can take us. The secret exists. It has existed since the 14th century. It is carried by 3 people. It cannot be shared. It cannot be resolved. And the man who carried it in October of 1877 was, by the observation of everyone who knew him, marked by the weight of doing so. Now the account becomes contested. Andrew Lang, the author and folklorist, published his collection, The Book of Dreams and Ghosts, in 1897, 3 years before Hare's memoir appeared. Lang knew the Glamis secret chamber legend well, and he knew its hold on the public imagination. He acknowledged that the story had been known to Walter Scott, who had introduced it into his novel, The Betrothed. And then Lang made a claim of a very different kind. But we know when the secret chamber was built under the Restoration, who built it, what he paid the masons, and where it is, under the Charter Room. He added that these cold facts rather took the weird effect off the Glamis legend. This is a striking intervention. If Lang is correct, the secret chamber is not a mystery at all, or at least not in the form the legend suggests. It was built under the Restoration, meaning in the latter half of the 17th century, which would situate it during or after the great works carried out by Patrick Lyon, the 3rd Earl of Strathmore and Kinghorn, who returned to the castle in 1670 and found it uninhabitable, and who proceeded to carry out major restorations that continued until 1689. The 3rd Earl was, notably, a keeper of records. He maintained what the sources refer to as a book of record of his repairs. The kind of documentation Lang describes, detailing who built something and what was paid to the masons, is entirely consistent with the habits of a man who kept such a book. Lang places the chamber under the Charter Room. This is a specific location within a specific castle, and it is offered not as conjecture, but as established fact. If the construction date, the builder, the cost, and the location are all documented, then the chamber is, in principle, findable. Its position is a matter of architectural record, not mystery. And yet the legend persisted. Lang's own confidence that cold facts take the weird effect off the story proved optimistic. The story continued to be told, continued to attract the attention of visitors and writers, and continued to present itself as an unresolved enigma for decades after Lang declared it resolved. The question of why a documented route became an undiscoverable one is itself interesting, and none of the sources here resolve it. What the sources do give us is Hare's record of the competing theories entertained by the castle's guests. During his October 1877 visit, Hare noted that the members of the house party were not without their own speculations. There is much of interest in the life here. The huge clock telling the hours, the gathering in early morning for prayers by the chaplain in the chapel, through a painted panel of which some think that the secret chamber is concealed, though others maintain that it is entered through Lord Strathmore's study and occupies the space above the crypt. 2 theories, then, from the guests of 1877. The first locates the entrance to the secret chamber behind a painted panel in the chapel. The chapel at Glamis is a room of particular richness, built between 1679 and 1683 in the northeast corner wing of the castle. It is lined with panel paintings by the artist Joseph de Witt, completed in 1688, and its windows carry stained glass by Kempe of London, installed between 1867 and 1883. The paintings were restored in 1979 and 1980 by the Stenhouse Conservation Centre in Edinburgh. It is a room of layered work, old surfaces and newer surfaces, panels that could, in principle, conceal what lies behind them. The theory of a secret entrance through a painted panel in such a room is not without architectural plausibility. Panels have concealed doors in old buildings before and since, but the theory remains a theory. The second guess theory held that the chamber was entered through Lord Strathmore's study and that it occupied the space above the room known as the crypt. The crypt is one of the castle's most ancient interiors, identified by Historic Environment Scotland as the former lower hall of the 15th century tower house. Its floor is stone flagged. Its vault is dressed stone. Its windows are deeply embrasured, meaning they sit within the full thickness of the wall, and the walls of this part of the building are formidable in their depth. The crypt was stripped of its plasterwork in the 19th century, which means that its surfaces are now exposed, rubble and cut stone, unmediated. A space above it, entered from a study, would occupy a position well inside the body of the castle, in the oldest part of the building, surrounded by walls that have never been fully opened up since the first tower house was built. That is 3 competing locations. Under the charter room, according to Lang, behind a painted panel in the chapel, according to some of Hare's fellow guests, above the crypt, and entered through the study, according to others. The sources do not agree. None of the sources here can adjudicate between these claims. They are offered as the competing record, and the competing record is what we have. To understand why the question of location is so persistently uncertain, it helps to think about the castle as a physical object, not as a symbol or a backdrop, but as a building that has been built, demolished, extended, rebuilt, and modified across the better part of 5 centuries. The earliest structure at Glamis is thought to date from the 10th or 11th century. By 1372, a castle was present on the site, substantial enough to be granted by a king to a favoured son-in-law. The present building dates largely from the 17th century, but it incorporates the rebuilt remains of a 15th century tower house, which was itself built on or near the footprint of whatever came before. The sequence of construction is a catalogue of additions and subtractions. The tower house remodelled in 1606, with a dated inscription on the central tower commemorating the work of Patrick, Lord Glamis, and Dame Anna Murray, an east wing added in 1629, the tower raised and a west wing added between 1670 and 1689, a northeast corner wing with the chapel added between 1679 and 1683, restored in 1866, the west wing demolished in 1775 and rebuilt between 1798 and 1801, a baronial wing to the east added in 1891, later 20th century modernisation carried out by the architect James Dunbar Nasmyth. Each of these interventions left its own record in stone and in the spaces between stones. Each one also created the possibility of enclosed volumes, abandoned passages, rooms that ceased to be rooms and became instead the space inside a wall. The walls themselves are not thin. In the towers, the wall thickness is recorded at 1 metre, or approximately 3 feet and 3 inches. In the drawing room, formerly the great hall of the castle, the walls reach 8 feet in thickness, and the 3 windows of that room are set in deep embrasures within the wall itself, chambers within the wall, accessed from the room but containing several feet of solid masonry between their inner face and the exterior. A building with walls of this depth is a building in which space can disappear. A room that is closed off does not announce its closure. It simply stops being visited, and after a generation or 2 it stops being remembered. The drawing room's vaulted ceiling carries plasterwork dated 1621 with the monograms of the 2nd Earl of Kinghorn and Lady Margaret Erskine. The crypt beneath it preserves a stair from the 9th century leading to the ground floor entrance, with a further stair to a well. This is a building whose floors contain older floors, whose stairs descend to stairs, whose stones are layered over stones that are layered over the ground itself. It is the kind of building in which a room can exist without anyone currently living choosing to open its door. And then there is the chapel. The Joseph de Witt panel paintings of 1688 are the surfaces that visitors and guests have seen for more than 300 years. They cover the walls. They are, by definition, coverings. What is behind them, in the physical sense, is the wall of the northeast corner wing, added between 1679 and 1683. Whether there is anything between those 2 surfaces, any void or chamber or passage that de Witt's panels simply face across, is a question that the painted surface itself cannot answer. The paintings were restored in the late 20th century. Restoration work of that kind involves close examination. Whether it answered any questions about what lay behind the panels is not recorded in the sources available here. Lang's claim that the chamber lies under the charter room would place it in a different part of the castle entirely, and in a position that, unlike the chapel or the crypt, is not described in the architectural sources available here. The charter room is not one of the named interiors recorded in the Historic Environment Scotland listing. Its location within the castle's plan is not specified in any source available to this account. It may be one of the rooms that sits quietly within the body of the building, known to family and staff, but not listed among the principal apartments. The fact that Lang claims to know it, and to know that the chamber lies beneath it, suggests he had access to information that was not in general circulation. It is not impossible. Lang was a writer of wide research, with connections to Scottish families and Scottish history, and his account of the Glamis secret chamber does not read like speculation or hearsay. It reads like a man who has been told something specific and is reporting it with the mildly impatient tone of someone who finds a mystery less mysterious than its reputation suggests. These cold facts rather take the weird effect off the Glamis legend. That is the voice of someone who believes the matter is settled. Whether the matter is settled is not something this account can determine. What can be observed is the gap between Lang's confidence and the continued persistence of the tradition. If the chamber is under the charter room, and if this is documented, then the family knew it. The family knew where the room was, who built it, what was paid, and still every Lady Strathmore tapped at walls and took up boards without finding it. Either the knowledge of location did not help in practice, perhaps because the room's entrance was so thoroughly concealed that knowing its approximate position was not sufficient to locate it, or the documentation Lang references was not as definitive as he believed, or the chamber that Lang describes is a different thing from the chamber described in the family tradition. These possibilities do not resolve each other, and there is no source here that resolves them. What remains, when the competing claims are set beside each other, is not confusion, but a kind of shape. The secret chamber is a room, or was a room, somewhere inside a building whose internal geography has been rearranged many times, and whose walls are deep enough to hold spaces that have not been entered in living memory. The knowledge of whatever the room contains, or contained, or represents, has been passed from person to person for at least as long as the castle has been in Lyon family hands, and possibly longer. The passing of that knowledge has been hedged with an oath that made its recipients unable to share it with anyone outside the triumvirate, including the people they lived with most intimately. Lord Strathmore could not be helped by his bishop. The Ladies Strathmore could not find what their husbands had been told. The children slept in the new wing. There is something in this arrangement that goes beyond the merely Gothic. Glamis Castle was, for much of the period this documentary has been considering, a family home. It was the childhood home of Lady Elizabeth Lyon, born in 1900, youngest daughter of the 14th Earl, who would later marry Prince Albert, Duke of York, at Westminster Abbey on the 26th of April 1923, and whose second daughter, Princess Margaret, was born at the castle on the 21st of August 1930. It was used during the First World War as a military hospital for convalescent soldiers. It was the scene of a serious fire on the 16th of September 1916 in the upper floors of the central tower, charred doors and woodwork from which remain visible today. Lady Elizabeth was particularly instrumental in organizing the rescue of the castle's contents during that fire. These are the events of a living place, a working household, a building that has been occupied and used and loved. And through all of it, the secret moved forward in time, transferred from the dying to the selected, maintained at 3, preserved by oath. Whatever its content, it has survived everything the castle has survived. The political catastrophes of the early 16th century, the military occupation during the Commonwealth, the long period of neglect before the third Earl returned in 1670 to find the building uninhabitable, the 19th century fashions that stripped plasterwork from ancient walls and rebuilt wings and added towers and filled rooms with new panelling and stained glass. It moved through all of that. Someone always made sure it moved through all of that. The crypt of the castle, as Historic Environment Scotland describes it, is the former lower hall of the 15th century tower house, with its stone-flagged floor and dressed stone vault, its deeply embrasured windows with their stock-chamfered and moulded jambs, a 9th century stair at the centre. It was stripped of its plasterwork in the 19th century. Above it, somewhere, may or may not be the room the second-guess theory placed there. Adjacent to it, somewhere, may or may not be the study that was said to provide its entrance. Below the charter room, wherever the charter room is, may or may not be the room that Andrew Lang claimed to be able to locate. In the chapel, behind the panel paintings of Joseph de Witt, completed in 1688 and restored nearly 3 centuries later, may or may not be the entrance that some of Hare's fellow guests believed they had identified. The architecture of the castle does not rule any of these possibilities out. A building with metre-thick tower walls, with an 8-foot-thick great hall, with floors laid over 9th century stairs, with panels covering the walls of a 17th century chapel, is a building in which the hypothesis of a concealed room is not extravagant. It is almost the expected condition of such a building. Old stone buildings accumulate spaces. Some are found and opened, some are found and closed again, some are never found at all. The tradition has persisted, and that persistence is itself a fact. Traditions of this kind, maintained across 6 centuries, are not usually maintained by nothing. They are maintained by something, by people who behave in ways that suggest the tradition is real, who build wings to house the children and servants away from the main body of the house, who accept the condolences of bishops and thank them with genuine feeling, while saying plainly that no help is possible, who wear the particular look of a person carrying something that cannot be set down. What the tradition is not maintained by, in the sources available here, is resolution. The location of the chamber remains contested. The nature of the secret remains unstated. The terms of the oath remain unknown. The identity of the 3 who know at any given point has never been established for the record. These are not gaps created by careless historiography. They are the shape of a secret that was designed to be kept. And so the number holds. 3. At any moment in the long life of this castle, exactly 3 people have known what is inside the depth of those walls. One of them will eventually die, and the survivors will choose a successor, and the oath will be administered again, and the number will be restored. It has happened many times before. It will happen again. The mechanism is old, and it is thorough, and it does not appear, across the span of 6 centuries of record, to have ever failed. That is the secret's greatest achievement, not whatever it contains, but the fact that no one outside the triumvirate has ever found out what that is. Earl Beardie at the stone table, the dice player in the dark. There is a figure in the legend of Glamis Castle who does not move. He does not walk the corridors, does not appear at the end of a passage, does not vanish when approached. He simply sits. He has been sitting, the tradition holds, for centuries, in a room that cannot be found, at a table made of stone, with dice in front of him, and a bowl of punch at his side, and at midnight, in some versions of the telling, a second visitor arrives to sit across from him. The legend does not say what happens after that. It does not need to. This is the legend of Earl Beardie, one of the oldest and most tenacious traditions woven into the fabric of Glamis Castle, and one of the few that does not depend upon sorrow or innocence or injustice for its power. Where the ghost of Janet Douglas carries the weight of a judicial murder, and the Monster of Glamis carries the weight of hidden suffering, Earl Beardie carries something different. He carries the weight of his own choice. Augustus Hare, recording the traditions of the castle in the first volume of his autobiography, published in 1900, set down the image in terms that have not been improved upon in the intervening years. One tradition of the place says that old Beardie sits forever in that chamber playing with dice and drinking punch at a stone table, and that at midnight a second and terrible person joins him. Hare appended a footnote to the name, identifying the figure as Earl Beardie of folklore, variously the 4th Earl of Crawford or the 2nd Lord Glamis. That footnote, brief and apparently parenthetical, contains the entire problem of the legend in miniature. 2 names. No resolution. The question of which man sits at the stone table remains, as it was when Hare wrote it down, formally unanswered. But the image itself asks to be dwelt upon before the question of identity is approached, because the image is not incidental to the legend. It is the legend, a man at a stone table, dice on the table, punch in the bowl. These are not the furnishings of terror in any ordinary sense. They are the furnishings of an evening that has not ended. Consider the stone table. The choice of stone, in a room otherwise impenetrable and otherwise unknown, carries a suggestion of permanence that a wooden table would not. Stone does not rot, stone does not warp with the centuries. If the room has truly been sealed, as generations of Glamis legend hold, then the table within it would outlast every other object, outlast perhaps even the man who sits at it, though the man, in the tradition, shows no sign of having deteriorated at all. He is still playing. The dice are still in his hand, or on the table before him, mid-game, mid-throw, mid-evening. The punch is a detail that strikes the patient listener differently from the dice. Dice imply a game, a contest, an adversary either present or anticipated. Punch implies hospitality, or at least its memory. Punch is served at gatherings, at convivial occasions, at the kind of evening where men settle in for the long hours and expect to be comfortable. There is something in the choice of punch, rather than wine or spirits poured neat, that suggests the scene was once an ordinary social occasion and that it was interrupted or transformed at some point after it began. The Earl did not enter the room in extremis. He entered it as a man who expected company and arranged accordingly. And then the midnight visitor. The legend names the visitor only as a second and terrible person, and that phrase, in Hare's rendering, is precise in its imprecision. Terrible does not mean frightening in the modern colloquial sense, though it includes that. Terrible in its older usage means something that inspires terror as a natural consequence of what it is, not merely of what it does. The terrible person at midnight does not need to act to be terrible. The arrival is enough. What happens after the arrival is the part the tradition does not narrate, and the silence is appropriate, because whatever happens after midnight in a sealed room, to a man who has been waiting there since the 15th century, is not the kind of thing that lends itself to ordinary description. The Wikipedia article on Glamis Castle places the Earl Beardie legend within a larger framework, noting that the figure is said to have been playing cards rather than dice in some versions of the story, and that the legend involves a Sabbath transgression, a furious oath, and a compact with the devil or his representative. In those versions, Earl Beardie's hosts refused to play with him because it was the Sabbath, or a servant warned him to stop, and in response the Earl swore that he would play until doomsday, or with the devil himself, depending on the version consulted. A stranger then arrived and accepted the game. The stranger was the devil, or someone closely identified with that office, and the Earl's soul was the price. In some versions, the condemnation was explicit. He would play until doomsday as a consequence of the oath. In others, the eternal game is simply the state in which he now exists, without further explanation. Hare's version, which is the earliest published version, consulted in these sources, and which draws on what he was told during his visit to Glamis in October 1877, is quieter than the Wikipedia summary suggests. Hare does not mention the Sabbath. He does not mention an oath. He does not describe the second visitor as the devil, only as a second and terrible person. The dice are dice, not cards. The drink is punch. The stone table is specified. Old Beardie sits forever in that chamber, playing with dice and drinking punch at a stone table, and at midnight a second and terrible person joins him. The restraint of Hare's version may reflect what he was actually told during his October 1877 visit, or it may reflect his own literary judgment about what could be stated without excess. Either way, the result is a version in which the horror, such as it is largely ambient, pervasive, slow, refusing the punctual moment of arrival or revelation. The man is there. He is waiting. Someone comes. That is all. Andrew Lang, writing in his 1897 work, The Book of Dreams and Ghosts, does not dwell on the Earl Beardie legend specifically, but addresses the Glamis traditions in aggregate, and his remarks are worth pausing on because they represent a particular kind of skepticism, measured and literary, directed at the entire cluster of Glamis legends, without fully dismantling any of them. Lang writes that the Glamis secret chamber, of which Earl Beardie's eternal room is the most vivid imagining, was known to Walter Scott, who introduced it in his novel The Betrothed. Everyone has heard of the secret chamber, with its mystery, and the story was known to Scott, who introduces it in The Betrothed. Lang then proceeds to make a claim that, if accurate, should dissolve the mystery entirely. But we know when the secret chamber was built under the Restoration, who built it, what he paid the masons, and where it is, under the Charter Room. He concludes, these cold facts rather take the weird effect off the Glamis legend. Lang's tone is dry, almost impatient. the tone of a man who has been asked one too many times about Glamis and wishes to clarify what can be clarified. And his claim, if it can be verified, would indeed take a great deal of the weird effect off the legend. A room built under the Restoration by a documented builder for a documented payment located under the charter room is not a room of eternal darkness. It is a room of historical record. But the problem, which the sources in aggregate make clear, is that Lang's claim is not corroborated by the other sources. Hare, recording what he was told during his 2 visits to Glamis in 1877 and 1879, presents the chamber as entirely undiscoverable, its location the subject only of competing theories among guests. Some guests thought it was concealed through a painted panel in the chapel. Others maintained it was entered through Lord Strathmore's study and occupied the space above the crypt. No one agreed. No one found it. And Lang, for all his confidence about the charter room, provides no citations for his documentary claim in the passage as it survives in the public domain text. The question of the chamber's location is treated separately elsewhere in this series. For the purposes of the Earl Beardie chapter, the important point is that the legend of Old Beardie is so thoroughly embedded in the idea of the hidden room that any doubt about the room's location or nature or existence is automatically also a doubt about him. He needs the hidden room to be hidden. If the room is simply a documented Restoration-era space under the charter room, then the figure in it is simply a story about a room under the charter room, and the image loses its particular quality of suspension, its sense of existing outside the normal passage of time. Now, the question of identity. The contested fact is not whether Earl Beardie existed as a figure in the castle's history. It is which historical person that figure represents, and the sources are not in agreement. The first identification names Alexander Lyon, 2nd Lord Glamis, who died in 1486. The Lyon family is the family of Glamis Castle, the family who have held the estate since Robert II granted it to Sir John Lyon in 1372. Alexander Lyon, 2nd Lord Glamis, was a Lyon. His connection to the castle is not circumstantial, but direct. He was part of the family that owned and inhabited the place, and his death in 1486 places him within the period of the castle's early development as an L-plan tower house, having been rebuilt in that form in the early 15th century. If he is the figure in the room, then the room contains a member of the family who built the place, a man whose relationship to Glamis was one of ownership and habitation, and whose decision to play dice on a forbidden night, in a room that subsequently became inaccessible, would be a family sin of a very particular kind. It would mean that the hidden room and its occupant are not external to the Lyon inheritance, but at its very core. The second identification names Alexander Lindsay, 4th Earl of Crawford, who died in 1453. Lindsay was not a Lyon. His connection to Glamis, if he is the figure in the legend, is that of a guest rather than an owner, a man who was present at the castle on a particular night and whose subsequent fate became attached to the place because of what happened during his visit. The Earl of Crawford in the 15th century was a powerful figure in Scottish nobility, and the 4th Earl in particular, known in historical tradition as Earl Beardie, had a reputation that made him a suitable candidate for a legend involving defiant oaths and supernatural retribution. His death in 1453 predates the death of Alexander Lyon, 2nd Lord Glamis, by more than 30 years, which would push the events of the legend further back into the castle's early history. Hare's footnote, written from the perspective of a 19th century visitor who had clearly heard the legend discussed during his October 1877 stay, presents both candidates without deciding between them. The phrasing, Earl Beardie of folklore, variously the 4th Earl of Crawford or the 2nd Lord Glamis, suggests that even at that date, among people who knew the castle and its traditions well, the identification was a matter of the tradition's own internal variation rather than settled genealogical fact. Both names circulated. Neither had displaced the other. The question of which man actually played dice at a stone table in a room that no one has since found was not a question that the oral tradition of Glamis felt any urgency to resolve. The Wikipedia article on Glamis Castle, consulting sources at a greater chronological distance, separately names both candidates, attributing the Alexander Lyon identification to one set of sources and the Alexander Lindsay identification to another. The article does not resolve the question. The sources in aggregate do not resolve the question. This chapter does not resolve the question. What can be said is that the two identifications create two quite different legends, even though the surface narrative remains the same. A line sitting forever in a Lyon castle is a legend about a family haunted by its own member, a sin that has become architectural, built into the walls in the most literal possible sense. A Lindsay sitting forever in a castle, not his own, is a legend about a guest who came one night and never left, a visitant whose presence the castle absorbed and retained and cannot expel. Both are coherent as legends. Both are troubling in different ways. The first implicates the family in something that happened within its own bloodline. The second implicates the castle itself as a place that traps people, that takes them in and keeps them. Neither version is comfortable. Neither version is intended to be. There is a third element of the legend that has not been fully attended to yet, and it is perhaps the most quietly disturbing of all, the patience of the figure. He is sitting. He has been sitting for centuries. He is playing dice, which is an activity that requires an opponent, or at least the expectation of one, and yet he is alone until midnight, brings the terrible visitor. What does a man do in the hours between the beginning of the vigil and midnight? The tradition does not say. The tradition offers only the image of the sitting man, the stone table, the dice, the punch, and the approach of a second figure. The waiting itself is the condition. It is not presented as punishment in the ordinary sense, as suffering or pain. It is presented as continuation. The evening continues. The game continues. The visitor comes. And presumably, after the visitor's arrival, some version of the evening continues still. This is what separates the Earl Beardie legend from many ghost stories, which tend to depend upon rupture, upon the moment of violence or injustice that created the haunting. In the Earl Beardie legend, the rupture is implied rather than shown. The oath, or the compact, or whatever arrangement was made with the terrible visitor, happened at a moment that the tradition does not render in detail. What the tradition renders in detail is the aftermath, which is not a ghost walking corridors in distress, but a man sitting at a table in a sealed room, occupied with the small rituals of an evening that has been going on for as long as anyone can remember. A sealed room is essential to this. It needs to be a room that no one can enter, because if the room could be entered, then the man could be found, and the question of his identity resolved by the simple method of opening a door and looking. It is the inaccessibility of the room that gives the legend its authority. As long as the room cannot be reached, the man inside it cannot be verified or denied. He exists in the space between certainty and ignorance, which is exactly the space that legends occupy when they are working properly. Hare recorded, during his October 1877 visit, that every succeeding Lady Strathmore had spent time attempting to find the secret chamber, tapping at walls and taking up boards, and that all had failed. He recorded that the guests at Glamis had competing theories about where the room might be, some pointing to a painted panel in the chapel, others to Lord Strathmore's study and the space above the crypt. None of these theories was resolved during Hare's visits. The room remained undiscovered. And Earl Beardie, whatever his name was, remained in it. Lord Strathmore himself, whom Hare observed during his October 1877 visit as having an ever sad look, was a man who carried the knowledge of something that Hare and the other guests could only speculate about. The Bishop of Brechin, a great friend of the family, was moved enough by the visible weight of Lord Strathmore's sadness to approach him privately and offer his services as an ecclesiastic, imploring him to forgive the intrusion into his private affairs. Lord Strathmore's response, as Hare recorded it, was that he thanked the bishop, but that in his most unfortunate position no one could ever help him. The precise nature of the most unfortunate position was not stated. The connection between Lord Strathmore's melancholy and the Earl Beardie legend is not made explicit in Hare's text, but the proximity of the two elements, the sad lord and the eternal dice player in the wall, is suggestive in ways that do not require elaboration. The castle that contains Earl Beardie is not a ruin, it is a category, a listed building in a preserved condition, open to the public, the home of the current Earl of Strathmore and Kinghorn, set in an estate of more than 14,000 acres in the broad valley of Strathmore, between the Sidlaw Hills to the south and the Grampian Mountains to the north. It is a functioning place, a lived-in place, a place of parkland and gardens and beef farming and timber production, and an arboretum that overlooks the Glamis burn and features rare trees from around the world. The presence of Earl Beardie in the walls of this place, sitting at his stone table in his sealed room with his dice and his punch and his approaching visitor, is not presented in the tradition as inconsistent with any of that. The living and the waiting coexist, as they have always coexisted at Glamis, separated by the thickness of old red sandstone walls that in the central towers measure approximately 1 metre and in the drawing room reach 8 feet. Somewhere in the thickness of those walls, or in a room accessible from the study, or beneath the charter room, depending on which account is credited, a figure has been sitting since the 15th century. His name may be Alexander Lyon. It may be Alexander Lindsay. The tradition does not decide. His midnight visitor is described only as terrible, and the tradition does not name that visitor either. The dice are on the table. The punch is in the bowl. The figure is patient, as figures in sealed rooms have every reason to be. The castle rises above him in red sandstone, with its pinnacled turrets and its ogee calf-house in its roof-walk and its carved heraldic panels, and the grounds spread outward from it toward the hills in every direction, and visitors come and go through the principal apartments and see the drawing-room with its caryatid fireplace and its plasterwork ceiling, dated 1621, and the chapel with its Joseph de Witt panel paintings of 1688, and the crypt with its stone-flagged floor and dressed stone vault and deeply embrasured windows stripped of plasterwork in the 19th century. They see all of this. They see a great deal. They do not find the sealed room. Earl Beardie waits. The stone table is patient too, being stone. Midnight is a recurring event. The second visitor comes with regularity if the tradition is to be believed, which is to say that whatever was arranged in the 15th century has not been renegotiated in the intervening time. The arrangement holds. The room holds, the figure holds, 2 names are attached to him, and neither can be confirmed, and neither can be dismissed, and so both remain in circulation, as they have remained in circulation since at least the 19th century, when Hare wrote his footnote and set down the either-or without attempting to resolve it. The 4th Earl of Crawford, the 2nd Lord Glamis, 1 man who belonged to the castle, 1 man who came as a guest. Between them they cover the 2 positions a person can occupy in relation to a place, he who owns it and he who visits it. Either way, the tradition holds. He is there still. The dice are waiting to be thrown. The punch is waiting to be drunk. The stone table is not going anywhere. At midnight, the terrible visitor arrives. Whatever happens then, the tradition does not say. The stone is thick. The room is sealed. The evening continues. The Monster of Glamis, Thomas Lyon-Bowes, and the room behind the wall. There is a record. That is where this story begins, and in certain respects that is also where it ought to end. In Robert Douglas's Peerage of Scotland, under the family of the Earls of Strathmore and Kinghorn, an entry records a child named Thomas Lyon-Bowes, born on the 21st of October 1821. The same entry records his death on the same date, born and died, the 21st of October 1821. 4 words and a date, a single line in a genealogical record, the kind of entry that appears with melancholy frequency in the peerage compilations of the 19th century, when infant mortality made such compressed obituaries common. There is no gravestone for the child, but that absence is consistent with the funeral customs of the period, when, owing to high rates of infant mortality, children who died in infancy were usually not commemorated with individual funerary monuments. The child had been baptized as a Christian at birth, a fact that some later accounts would seize upon as evidence that the family expected him to survive, but which in context requires no such interpretation. That ought to be the end of the story. It was not. Within the walls of Glamis Castle, in the county of Angus, Scotland, there are rooms whose dimensions have been the subject of speculation for a very long time, and the story of Thomas Lyon-Bowes grew in the space between the official record and the persistent feeling that Glamis conceals something its family will not name. The castle itself is a structure of considerable age and considerable complexity. The main block rises 5 stories in an L-plan configuration, with a central stair tower and an ogee cap-house, pinnacled turrets and a roof walk, and the walls in the former Great Hall, now the drawing room, are 8 feet thick. The The building dates largely from the 17th century in its present form, though its origins reach back at least to 1072 when the property was granted by Robert II to Sir John Lyon, and the earliest stronghold on the site is thought to date from the 10th or 11th century. This is a castle, in other words, in which the thickness of the walls is not merely an architectural observation, but an invitation to imagination, in which the phrase "room behind the wall" carries a literal possibility that a more modestly constructed building would not admit. The rumours about Thomas Lyon-Bowes appear to have begun in local villages during the latter half of the 19th century. According to an account recounted by James Wentworth Day in his 1967 work on the Queen Mother's family history, the story seemed to have originated with a midwife whose name is not recorded, who apparently reported that the deformed child had been in good health when she left, and that suspicion arose when his death was announced a day or two later. This account, if it has any foundation at all, belongs to the domain of village testimony rather than documented evidence, passed from one teller to another across the decades until it had gathered the weight of certainty. No source in our fact sheet contains the midwife's name, the precise content of her account, or any corroboration from a contemporary document. What can be said with confidence is that by the 1880s the story was sufficiently established to attract commentary in print. The first sustained written account to treat the Monster of Glamis as a real figure came from a Miss M. Gilchrist, writing in 1885, according to the account preserved in the Wikipedia article on the Monster of Glamis. Gilchrist was not only confident that such a creature did actually exist, but even described him in terms that are striking in their specificity. She characterized him as half frog, half man, and further claimed that he was the rightful Earl. The description is folkloric in character, belonging to a tradition of boundary figures in supernatural narrative, creatures who occupy the threshold between the human and something else entirely. Whether Gilchrist had a source for her description beyond rumour and imagination, the records available to this production do not establish. What her account does demonstrate is that by 1885, the figure of the Monster of Glamis had already acquired a narrative shape sufficiently detailed that a writer could describe him, give him a form, and assign him a legal status within the family hierarchy. He was not merely a vague secret, but a specific being, hidden and cheated of his birthright. The story was discussed through the latter part of the Victorian period, though accounts from that era appear to have focused somewhat differently than the later legend would suggest. Wikipedia's account of the monster notes that details published during the reign of Queen Victoria scarcely mention a monster in the sense the later legend employs, and are instead concentrated on the possibility that members of a rival clan had died while locked in the secret room. This is a different kind of story altogether, one concerned with imprisonment and political violence rather than with hereditary deformity, and it suggests that the monster legend as it later crystallized was not a single coherent tradition, but a layering of distinct anxieties over the same physical space, the same sense that something in Glamis Castle had been deliberately concealed. The earliest surviving reference in print to the specific claim about a monstrous hidden heir dates from 1908. The claim, as preserved in the Wikipedia article on the Monster of Glamis, stated that in the castle of Glamis there was a secret chamber, and that in that chamber was confined a monster who was the rightful heir to the title and property, but who was so unpresentable that it was necessary to keep him out of sight and out of possession. This formulation is notable for what it combines: the secret chamber, which had been a feature of Glamis legend in a separate tradition at least since the 1870s, and the figure of the hidden heir, who adds a specifically dynastic dimension to the concealment. The monster is not merely hidden because he is shameful, he is hidden because his existence complicates the legal succession, because the family's grip on its title depends upon his invisibility. The claim is made without attributed source in the 1908 reference as recorded, and no source available to this production identifies who made it or on what basis. It is worth pausing here to consider the architecture of the legend as it had formed by the early 20th century, because it is unusually coherent for a story of this kind. Most ghost legends and family secrets in old houses accumulate contradictions as they travel. The Glamis monster story, by contrast, had acquired a stable set of narrative elements that recur across its various tellings. There is a child, born deformed. There is a decision by the family to conceal him rather than report his death. There is a hidden room within the castle, presumably one of those spaces that the extraordinary thickness of the walls makes physically plausible. There is a family oath, binding successive earls and their heirs to maintain the secret. And there is a moment, at some unspecified point in the 19th or early 20th century, when the secret is revealed, partly and incompletely, to a trusted outsider. Each of these elements connects to something real, to the peerage record of Thomas Lyon-Bowes, to the documented thickness of Glams's walls, to the separate tradition of the castle's secret chamber, to the visible sadness of Lord Strathmore that Augustus Hare recorded during his visit of October 1877. The legend's coherence is not evidence of its truth, but it is evidence of the seriousness with which those who passed it on took the task of making it credible. Some accounts of the monster legend came from Virginia Gabriel, a singer and composer who stayed at the castle in 1870. The fact sheet does not specify the precise content of Gabriel's account or the form in which it was preserved, and it would not be accurate to characterize her as a primary eyewitness in any strong sense. What her association with the story does establish is that the legend was circulating among guests who stayed at Glamis before the 1880s, that it was not merely a product of village gossip, but something that people of a certain social class and education felt confident enough to discuss and record. Gabriel stayed at Glamis before Gilchrist wrote her 1885 account. Her testimony, whatever its precise content, belongs to the period when the story was beginning to find a foothold in literate company rather than remaining confined to local oral tradition. The most frequently cited piece of physical evidence for the monster legend is the one involving towels. The story, as preserved in the Wikipedia article on Glamis Castle, is that guests staying at the castle once hung towels from the windows of every room in an attempt to identify the bricked-up suite associated with the monster. When they looked at the castle from outside, several windows were apparently without towels, suggesting that there were rooms whose windows could be seen from the exterior, but whose interiors could not be accessed from within the main living spaces of the castle. The implication is straightforward. Those windowless rooms from the inside must be the rooms behind the wall. The Wikipedia article notes, however, that this result may have had a more prosaic explanation, namely that the owners of the castle removed the towels themselves in order to prevent the guests from identifying the rooms. That explanation, while deflationary, does not in itself resolve the question of whether the rooms existed, it merely relocates the agency. If the family removed the towels, then the family was protecting something, and the question of what they were protecting remains. The towel test belongs to a tradition of physical investigation that characterizes the monster legend more broadly, a repeated attempt to move from rumor to evidence, from the spoken account to the measurable fact. The thickness of Glams's walls, noted at 1 meter in the towers and 8 feet in the drawing room, makes it genuinely plausible that rooms could exist within the fabric of the building that are not accessible from any of the main suites. The castle's architectural history, with its many phases of construction and reconstruction across 6 centuries, means that spaces created in one period might indeed have been sealed off in another, for reasons that had nothing to do with a concealed heir and everything to do with the practical demands of rebuilding. The east wing was added in 1629, the tower raised, and the west wing added between 1670 and 1689, the northeast corner wing with its chapel added between 1679 and 1683. A building altered so many times over, so many generations, would almost inevitably contain anomalies, dead spaces, voids between old walls and new ones. That such spaces exist is not in doubt. What remains unresolved is whether any of them was ever occupied. There is a separate tradition found in the Wikipedia article on Glamis Castle that adds a further dimension to the concealment mythology. In this version, the monster is not a single historical individual but a recurring generational figure. To every generation of the family, the story goes, a vampire child is born, and that child is walled up in the same room. This variant is further from anything resembling documentary evidence than the Thomas Lyon-Bowes tradition, and it belongs more clearly to the domain of supernatural folklore than to family history. Its presence in the legend's ecosystem is nonetheless significant, because it transforms the monster from a one-time catastrophe into a structural feature of the family's existence, a curse rather than an accident, something that defines the Strathmore and Kinghorn line rather than merely afflicting it at one point in time. The relationship between this vampiric tradition and the Thomas Lyon-Bowes story is not one of evidence and explanation, but of parallel mythologies sharing the same architectural space. Against all of this accumulation of rumour, embellishment and folklore, The family's own position has been consistent. According to folklorist Raymond Lamont Brown, cited in the Wikipedia article on the Monster of Glamis, while stories of a concealed chamber at Glamis are likely to have some factual basis, the family has emphatically denied rumours about a monster. This denial is itself a piece of evidence, though an ambiguous one. It confirms that the family was aware of the stories and felt it necessary to address them. It does not, in itself, establish whether the stories have any foundation in fact. Families with reputations to protect may deny inconvenient truths as readily as they deny inconvenient fictions, and the consistency of the denial across generations tells us something about the family's relationship with the legend, but nothing definitive about the legend's relationship with reality. The most striking piece of testimony in the entire record of the monster legend comes from a member of the family itself, or at least from an account of what a member of the family said in private conversation. During a visit to Glamis, the biographer Michael Thornton, who was working on a biography of Queen Elizabeth the Queen Mother, was allegedly told by the 16th Earl of Strathmore and Kinghorn that the entrance to the chamber where Thomas had lived had been bricked up after his death. This account, if accurately reported, represents a significant departure from the family's general position of denial. It acknowledges the existence of Thomas as a living presence in the castle for some period. It confirms the existence of a specific chamber associated with him, and it confirms that the chamber was subsequently sealed. The word allegedly is important here. The source is a biographer's account of a private conversation, not a formal statement or a documentary record. No transcript exists, so far as the sources available to this production establish, and the 16th Earl's reported statement cannot be independently verified. What the 16th Earl's reported statement does, if it is taken seriously, is create a version of events that partially reconciles the official record with the legend. Thomas Lyon-Bowes is recorded as having died on the day of his birth, the 21st of October 1821. The legend says he survived, hidden in a secret room, for an unspecified period before his eventual death. The 16th Earl's reported statement suggests, without specifying the timeline, that Thomas did occupy a chamber in the castle and that this chamber was bricked up when he died. It does not resolve the discrepancy in the dates, and it cannot be taken as confirmation that the peerage record is false. But it does suggest that even within the family the complete silence on the subject of Thomas Lyon-Bowes was not absolute, that there were moments when the weight of the secret, if it was a secret, became too heavy to maintain entirely. The legend of the Monster of Glamis also connects, in ways that are not always made explicit, to the separate and much older tradition of the castle's secret chamber. Augustus Hare, the author and diarist who visited Glamis in October 1877, recorded in his autobiography the existence of a chamber within the depths of the walls whose secret had been transmitted from the 14th century and was always known to only 3 persons at any given time. He further recorded that every succeeding Lady Strathmore had spent time attempting to discover the chamber, and all had failed. This is a different secret from the monster, or at least it is presented as a different secret in Hare's account, which predates the monster legend in its printed form. But the two traditions share a physical premise. The premise that within the fabric of Glamis Castle there is a concealed space to which access is restricted, and about which the family maintains a deliberate silence. Once that premise is established in the culture of a place, it becomes available to receive different contents in different eras. The 14th century secret of Hare's account becomes, by the late 19th century, the hidden child of the monster legend. The concealment is the constant, what is concealed is permitted to vary. The account that Andrew Lang gave in his 1897 work, The Book of Dreams and Ghosts, is relevant here, even though it concerns the secret chamber rather than the monster directly. Lang claimed that the secret of the secret chamber was not really a secret at all. We know when the secret chamber was built under the Restoration, who built it, what he paid the masons, and where it is, under the Charter Room. These cold facts rather take the weird effect off the Glamis legend. If Lang was right, then the chamber had a mundane origin in the 17th century and a documented location beneath the Charter Room. But Hare's account, written more than 2 decades before Lang published and drawing on conversations at the castle itself, presents the chamber as entirely undiscoverable and its secret as entirely impenetrable. These two positions are not reconcilable on the basis of the available sources, and no source in this production's fact sheet resolves which account, if either, is accurate. What can be said is that both the secret chamber tradition and the monster tradition depend upon the same foundational claim, that Glamis conceals something within its walls that those who know it are not prepared to name. The relationship between the monster legend and the castle's physical architecture merits careful attention. The castle as it stands today is classified as a Category A listed building, designated on the 11th of June 1971. Its gardens and designed landscape are included in the Inventory of Gardens and Designed Landscapes in Scotland, reference GDL 00189, designated the 30th of June 1987. Since 1987, an illustration of the castle has appeared on the reverse of £10 notes issued by the Royal Bank of Scotland. This is a building, in other words, that has been formally recognised as one of Scotland's most significant architectural and historical sites, subjected to detailed documentation and assessment by Historic Environment, Scotland. The Historic Environment, Scotland listing describes the building with considerable precision: the 5-storey L-plan main block, the central stair tower with its ogee cap house, the pinnacled turrets and roof walk, the battlemented angle wings with their outer towers and corbelled turrets. Within this architecture of documented particulars, the monster legend persists, not because it has been verified, but because the building itself, in its complexity and its age, continues to make concealment imaginable. The estate surrounding the castle covers more than 57 square kilometres, more than 14,000 acres. It encompasses parks and gardens, timber production, beef farming, 2 streams, one of which is the Glamis Burn, and an arboretum overlooking the burn that features rare trees from around the world. The castle itself sits in the broad lowland valley of Strathmore, between the Sidlaw Hills to the south and the Grampian Mountains to the north, approximately 20 kilometres inland from the North Sea. This is not a remote or inaccessible location. Glamis is open to the public and receives visitors, and yet the monster legend has survived the castle's accessibility, survived its listing and documentation, survived the family's denials, and the genealogical record's compression of Thomas Lyon-Bowes into a single line. The story has a durability that none of these forces has been sufficient to dissolve. Thomas Lyon-Bowes was the first child of Thomas Lyon-Bowes, Lord Glamis, and his wife Charlotte, née Grimstead, who were the great-grandparents of Lady Elizabeth Bowes Lyon, born in 1900, who would later become Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother. Lady Elizabeth Bowes. Lyon was the youngest daughter of Claude Bowes Lyon, 14th Earl of Strathmore and Kinghorn, and his wife Cecilia, née Cavendish Bentinck. Glamis Castle was the childhood home of Lady Elizabeth Bowes Lyon, and Princess Margaret, her second daughter by Prince Albert, was born at Glamis on the 21st of August 1930. The family's connection to the castle has been continuous and intimate across the period in which the monster legend took shape. The legend grew, in other words, in the immediate shadow of a family that remained present and visible in public life. That included, among its members, individuals of the highest public prominence. This context did not suppress the legend. If anything, the prominence of the family may have intensified the fascination with what it might be concealing. The competing versions of the Thomas Lyon-Bowes story are not reconcilable with the tools that history provides. On one side stands the official record, a child born and dead on the same day, his existence compressed into a single entry in the S-Peerage of Scotland, his death consistent with the high infant mortality of the period and with the customs of the time regarding the commemoration of infants. On the other side stands a tradition accumulated over more than a century, beginning with the midwife's unrecorded account, passing through Gilchrist's confident description from 1885, reaching its clearest printed articulation in the 1908 claim about the monster who was the rightful heir, and finding its most significant family testimony in the 16th Earl's reported statement to Michael Thornton about the bricked-up chamber. Neither side can be definitively established on the basis of the sources available. The record says one day, the legend says decades. Between those two positions, there is a space that no document currently in the public domain is sufficient to close. What can be said with confidence is that the monster legend attaches itself to a real child, a real castle, a real family, and a real architectural tradition of concealed spaces. Thomas Lyon-Bowes existed. Glamis Castle contains walls of extraordinary thickness and a building history of sufficient complexity to make hidden rooms plausible in purely architectural terms. The family of the Earls of Strathmore and Kinghorn has maintained its connection to the castle from 1372 to the present day, and its current representative, Simon Bowes Lyon, 19th Earl of Strathmore and Kinghorn, who succeeded to the earldom in 2016, continues to reside there. The family has denied the monster legend. A member of the family, in private conversation, is reported to have partially confirmed it. The earliest written sources do not mention the monster. The later sources elaborate him with increasing confidence. And the peerage record stands, unchanged and unchanging, with its 4 words and its date, a record that ought to close the matter, and has instead, for reasons that are not easily accounted for, kept it permanently open. There is one further element in the tradition that deserves notice. The castle's chapel, built between 1679 and 1683 in the northeast corner wing and lined with Joseph de Witt panel paintings of 1688, is the site of a separate but related tradition. Castle tour guides state that one seat in the chapel is always reserved for the White Lady, thought to be the ghost of Janet Douglas, Lady Glamis, who was executed on the 17th of July, 1537, and that no one is permitted to sit in that seat. The chapel's association with concealment in a different register appears also in Hare's October 1877 account. Hare recorded that some guests believed the secret chamber might be concealed through a painted panel in the chapel itself. The chapel, in other words, is a space that the castle's legend has repeatedly recruited for the work of keeping secrets, whether the secret of a chamber transmitted from the 14th century or the ghost of a woman burned for a crime that the primary historical source treats as politically motivated rather than genuinely criminal. The monster legend and the White Lady legend are distinct, but they share a building and they share a habit of locating the uncanny in the places most given over to formal piety. There is also a version of events found in the Wikipedia article on Glamis Castle that suggests the monster legend may have been inspired by the true story of the Ogilvies. The fact sheet does not elaborate on this connection in sufficient detail to allow the script to pursue it further, and it would not be accurate to present the Ogilvie connection as a documented explanation rather than a suggested one. What this variant does confirm is that the monster legend has generated not one but several competing origin stories, each attempting to provide a factual anchor for what might otherwise seem a free-floating piece of folklore. That impulse, the desire to locate the legend in something documentable, is itself significant. The Monster of Glamis is unusual among supernatural legends, in that those who have taken it seriously have consistently tried to provide it with a historical basis, have named a child, cited a peerage record, described a physical room. This is a legend that has always insisted on its own literalness. The castle to which all of these accounts attach is, as has been established in earlier chapters of this documentary, a building with a long and genuinely eventful history. It was rebuilt as an L-plan tower house in the early 15th century. It was remodeled in 1606, the east wing added in 1629, the tower raised and the west wing added between 1670 and 1689. The northeast corner wing with its chapel added between 1679 and 1683 and restored in 1866, the west wing demolished in 1775 and rebuilt between 1798 and 1801, and a baronial wing added to the east in 1891. The third Earl of Strathmore, who returned to the castle in 1670 and found it uninhabitable, carried out major restorations and kept a book of record of the repairs. The castle served as a military hospital during the First World War. A serious fire broke out on the 16th of September 1916 in the upper floors of the central tower, and charred doors and woodwork remain visible to this day. Lady Elizabeth Bowes. Lyon was particularly instrumental in organising the rescue of the castle's contents during that fire. This is not a building whose history has been quiet or uneventful, and the monster legend did not emerge from quiet circumstances. It emerged from a family that had survived political persecution, execution, and dispossession, that had rebuilt its home from uninhabitability, that had endured fire and war, and that continued to live in a building whose walls were thick enough to conceal a room, whose construction history was complicated enough to produce architectural anomalies, and whose folklore was old enough and dark enough to give those anomalies a human shape. Whether that human shape was Thomas Lyon-Bowes, born and died on the 21st of October 1821, or whether it was something else, something that the family preferred to name only in private conversation with biographers rather than in public statements or documentary records. The sources available to this production do not establish. The record says one day. The legend says something longer. Both positions are presented here without resolution, because resolution is not what the evidence provides. What remains, at the end of this account, is a very old castle in a broad Scottish valley, a family that has lived in it for more than 600 years, and a story about a child whose name is known, whose death is recorded, and whose room may or may not have been bricked up behind him when he died. The towels hang or do not hang from the windows. The room is there or it is not. The peerage record stands, and in the chapel of Glamis Castle, the seat of the White Lady is kept empty, as it has been kept empty for as long as the guides have been telling visitors about it, waiting for an occupant who is neither invited in nor expected to remain. Rooms themselves, interiors, objects, and the texture of the castle. There is a particular quality of attention that old buildings ask of those who move through them slowly, not the attention of the tourist who counts rooms or checks names against a printed guide, but something closer to the attention of a reader who has put down a book and is sitting quietly with what it contained. Glamis Castle, with its 5 stories of red sandstone rising from the broad lowland valley of Strathmore, with its pinnacled turrets and its corbelled angles and its roof walk above, has always rewarded that second kind of attention. The building has been added to and altered across 6 centuries, and every room carries within it the accumulated evidence of those additions, the plasterwork of one generation laid over the stonework of another, the furniture of one century arranged against panelling carved in an earlier one. To move through it is to move through time in a way that is neither dramatic nor disorienting, but simply present, the way time is always present in a place that has been continuously inhabited and continuously cared for. What follows is not a history of the castle, nor an account of its legends. Both of those have been set out elsewhere in these chapters. What follows is something simpler, a passage through the rooms themselves, through their materials and their objects and their proportions, through the specific and accumulated textures of a building that has stood at the centre of Scottish life for more than 600 years. We begin, as one must, with the stone. The castle is built from red sandstone, coursed rubble with string courses. The principal block, 5 stories in the L-plan form, characteristic of Scottish tower house architecture. Its central stair tower rising to an ogee cap house, its turrets pinnacled and corbelled at the angles. The walls of the towers are approximately 1 metre thick, just over 3 feet, and in the drawing room, which was formerly the Great Hall, the walls reach 8 feet in thickness, deep enough to contain within them embrasured windows of considerable depth, chambers within the wall itself. The stone of the principal block is dressed and carved at the key points of ornament, heraldic panels, window heads, the corbels that carry the projecting turrets, the roll-moulded and chamfered arises that catch the light at the edges of openings. It is a building whose exterior ornament is concentrated and precise rather than lavish, ornament that rewards the eye that takes time to find it, rather than the eye that sweeps across a facade looking for general effect. The front towers, placed at either side of the principal south elevation, are each 7 metres in diameter and approximately 4 metres in height, each furnished with a modern parapet. They have the quality of sentinels without the quality of threat. They frame the approach, and the approach is worth considering before one crosses the threshold, because the experience of arriving at Glamis, of coming up the long south drive and seeing the castle resolve itself at the end of it against the sky, is part of what the building is. The inscribed stone panel on the central tower names those responsible for the principal works of 1606. The inscription reads, in the words of the building itself, built by Patrick, Lord Glamis, and D. Anna Murray. Below a circular niche containing a bust of Patrick, the first Earl of Strathmore, the carved panel with the royal arms sits as a declaration of the family's position in the world. The studded timber door beneath carries an iron knocker dated 1687. Inside, past that threshold, the castle opens in ways that its exterior does not quite prepare for. The crypt is the oldest surviving interior, and it asks more of the visitor than the more ornamental rooms that follow it. It was formerly the lower hall of the 15th century tower house, and it has been stripped back to its earliest materials, a stone-flagged floor, a dressed stone vault overhead, windows whose depth of embrasure is a reminder of what the walls contain, stopped chamfered and moulded jambs at the openings. The plasterwork that once covered the walls was removed in the 19th century and what remains is the building's earliest fabric brought into the light, or into whatever light reaches down here through those deeply embrasured windows. There is a 9th century stair at the centre that leads to the ground floor entrance, and a further stair descends to a well within the thickness of the wall. In Augustus Hare's account of his October 1877 visit to Glamis, he describes the assembled company gathering for dinner in what he calls an armour-hung hall, where we all meet for dinner, and the object he singles out from that gathering is the old Lion of Lyon gold, for holding a whole bottle of claret, which the old lords used to toss off at a draught. The crypt, in Hare's time, was still a room of active use, a place where the household assembled, where the weight of the stone vault and the depth of the walls became simply the conditions of an ordinary evening. That is one way of understanding what these interiors are, not preserved specimens of former life, but rooms that have continued to be used across the centuries, so that the accumulated past and the present moment exist in the same space simultaneously. The lions that Hare noticed in the crypt were everywhere in the castle, a heraldic fact that the building's ornament insists upon at almost every turn. There are lions everywhere. Huge gilt lions stand on either side in front of the drawing-room fireplace. Lions are nutcrackers. A lion sits on the letterbox. The very door-scraper is guarded by 2 lions. The lion is the central charge of the Lyon family arms, and the building does not let one forget this. The heraldic program of Glamis is not decorative in any merely ornamental sense. It is a sustained statement of identity, running from the carved panels of the exterior through the plasterwork ceilings and fireplace overmantels to the smallest objects of daily use. The building is a document, and the document says, at every point, who this family is and what they hold. The drawing room, formerly the Great Hall, is one of the principal rooms of the castle, and its dimensions alone establish it as something exceptional. 60 feet long, 20 feet wide, with those 8-foot thick walls and their 3 deeply embrasured windows giving onto the light. At the western end, within the thickness of the wall itself, there is a chamber, a well room, another of the spaces that exist inside the fabric of the building rather than simply behind it. The plasterwork ceiling of the drawing room is dated 1621 and was produced by the same craftsman or workshop responsible for the ceilings at Muchals and Craigavar, 2 of the finest plasterwork interiors in Scotland. The ceiling carries the monograms of John, 2nd Earl of Kinghorn, and Lady Margaret Erskine, worked into the plasterwork frieze and the ceiling panels with the precision and the permanence of carved stone. The carved stone fireplace at the centre of one of the long walls is flanked by paired caryatids supporting a heraldic overmantel in which the royal arms appear, now shown in heraldic colours. The caryatids, the carved overmantel, the plasterwork ceiling above, each of these is a separate exercise in the decorative language of the period, and together they make the room into a coherent statement of what that language could achieve when deployed with both skill and resources. The vaulted ceiling of the drawing room is not the kind of vaulting one finds in ecclesiastical buildings, the pointed or fan vaults of a Gothic interior. It is a lower, flatter arc, the barrel vault of a domestic great hall, and it holds the plasterwork frieze and ceiling panel as a container holds something precious. One sits under it or moves through it with the constant low awareness of the curve overhead. It is not oppressive. It is simply present, the way the structure of a room is always present to those who have learned to feel it as well as see it. The dining room is a later interior, and its history is somewhat more complicated than that of the drawing room, because it has been created and recreated by successive hands, each leaving a distinct layer. The room's fabric dates from 1798 to 1801, the period when the west wing of the castle was rebuilt after the demolition of the previous structure in 1775. But the interior as it is now experienced is primarily the work of the Honourable Thomas Liddell, who created the Scotch baronial revival interior between 1851 and 1853. Liddell's interior is one of the fullest expressions of what that revival, at its most accomplished, could achieve. The oak panelling that lines the walls carries heraldic emblems carved into the wood with the attention to detail that the baronial style demanded, each panel a field for the display of the coats of arms and heraldic devices that constitute the family's genealogical record. The stained glass of the windows continues this heraldic program into the upper registers of the room, the light entering already coloured by the emblems of the families connected to the Strathmore line. The oak fireplace at one end of the room, with its paired fluted pilasters, its carved frieze and cornice, and its overmantel bearing the arms of the 12th Earl of Strathmore is a piece of furniture that functions simultaneously as a fireplace and as a genealogical statement. Along the walls, the fluted pilasters of the sideboard alcove echo the pilasters of the fireplace, creating the lateral rhythm that gives the room its sense of order beneath its considerable elaboration. The ceiling above all of this is the finest individual element of the room. The plasterwork ceiling of the dining room, which was originally panelled and painted with scenes from Ovid's Metamorphoses, now presents a surface of fine plasterwork enriched with thistles, roses, and lions, the three emblematic plants and animals of the decorative programme that runs through the whole building. The thistle is Scotland, the rose is England, the lion is the lions themselves. Together they establish the room as belonging simultaneously to a national tradition and to a specific family within that tradition. Liddell's work in the dining room has been described as one of the finest Scotch baronial revival interiors in existence. The judgment is not difficult to understand when one considers the room as a whole: the oak panelling, the heraldic glass, the carved fireplace, the plasterwork ceiling, all working together as a single integrated decorative scheme, rather than as a collection of individually distinguished elements. The room is an argument, made in materials, about what a dining room in a Scottish castle of this line and this history should be. The billiard room stands in a different relation to time than the dining room, because it has accumulated its character across several distinct periods, rather than receiving it from a single concentrated campaign of decoration. The room itself was formerly a dining room, positioned over a 16th century kitchen whose barrel-vaulted cellars still survive as the castle's kitchen, restored in 1990. The billiard room's own woodwork dates from 1773 to 1776, a period of considerable activity in the castle's interiors. The ceiling of the billiard room was added in 1903, and it commemorates a specific domestic occasion, the golden wedding of the 13th Earl of Strathmore. The ceiling carries monograms and a coronet, the intertwined initials of the couple whose 50 years of marriage provided the occasion for this particular addition to the room's fabric. It is a ceiling that records a private anniversary in the materials of public architecture, which is perhaps the most characteristically aristocratic way of marking time, not in diaries or letters alone, but in plasterwork, in wood, in stone. The carved fireplace is the most formally distinguished element of the billiard room, and its presence in the castle is the result of a kind of domestic diplomacy that the Bowes-Lyon family practiced in relation to their wider material inheritance. The fireplace was brought from Gibbside in County Durham, the Bowes family seat near Gateshead, and it carries on its carved overmantel the coat of arms of the Blackiston family, whose heiress Elizabeth Blackiston had married Sir William Bowes, thus bringing the Gibbside estate into the family's holdings. The caryatids that flank the fireplace support a corniced frieze with the same structural formality that one finds in the fireplace of the drawing room, though here the heraldic content is that of the Bowes connection rather than the Lyon one. The fireplace's journey from County Durham to Angus, from one seat of the family to another, is a small episode in the long history of how aristocratic households move their material culture from place to place, consolidating their objects as they consolidate their lands and their names. It is worth pausing over the Blackiston coat of arms for a moment, not because it is in itself exceptional, but because it illustrates the way in which the billiard room, like so many rooms in Glamis, is a room that contains its own history. The arms on the fireplace tell you who owned what and when, and what connection that ownership established. The ceiling tells you that a couple celebrated 50 years of marriage, and that the occasion was considered worth recording in plaster. The woodwork of 1773 to 1776 tells you that a particular generation found the room worth improving. Reading a room like this is not a matter of consulting a catalogue, it is a matter of attending to the accumulated evidence of lives lived in and around these objects. King Malcolm's room is one of the smaller interiors, but it is one of the most complete in its decorative scheme, and it rewards the kind of quiet attention that its dimensions encourage. The plasterwork ceiling is of the strapwork type characteristic of early 17th century Scottish decorative work, the geometric interlacing of flat bands creating a pattern of compartments across the ceiling surface, and within that pattern the monograms of the 2nd Earl of Kinghorn and Lady Margaret Erskine appear, worked into the plasterwork with the same precision that characterizes the ceiling of the drawing room. Medallion heads of Roman characters appear within the ceiling panels, a humanist decorative convention that was common in elite Scottish interiors of this period, the classical world imported into the northern castle as an assertion of learned cultivation. The fireplace of King Malcolm's room carries Dutch tile slips, the small glazed earthenware tiles that were imported from the Netherlands in considerable quantities for Scottish interiors of the 17th century. They are blue and white painted surfaces providing a domestic warmth that contrasts with the formality of the carved timber and embossed leather overmantel above. The overmantel carries the arms of the second Earl above the leather surface, another instance of the heraldic programme that the castle pursues from room to room. There is also an iron fireback in this room, the heavy cast iron plate that protects the back of the fireplace from the heat of the fire and radiates that heat back into the room. These fire bases are ordinary objects, practical objects, but in a room that has preserved so much of its early fabric, even the iron fireback is part of the texture of the interior as it was, as close as one can come to the material conditions of life in this room 4 centuries ago. The name of the room, King Malcolm's Room, connects it to the long tradition of association between the site of Glamis and the Scottish kings who are said to have died here. The room is not a memorial in any formal sense, and it was not named for this purpose, but the name has attached itself, as names attach themselves in old houses, and one sits in the room with the awareness of the name alongside the awareness of the plasterwork and the tiles and the iron fireback. The chapel occupies the northeast corner wing of the castle, built between 1679 and 1683 under the direction of the 3rd Earl of Strathmore, as part of the great programme of restoration that he undertook after returning to find the castle uninhabitable in 1670. It is a small interior, capable of accommodating 46 people, and it is lined from floor to ceiling with painted panel paintings by Joseph de Witt, executed in 1688 and restored between 1979 and 1980 by the Stenhouse Conservation Centre in Edinburgh. The de Witt paintings are the most complete programme of painted decoration in the castle, and they establish the chapel as an interior of a different character from the rooms that surround it. Panel paintings of this kind, in which the walls of a chapel interior are treated as a continuous field for painted imagery, are not common survivals in Scotland, and the de Witt paintings at Glamis represent a significant example of the practice as it existed at the end of the 17th century. Paintings were restored in the late 20th century, which means that what one sees now is the result of both the original work of 1688 and the conservation intervention of 1979 to 1980, 2 periods of attention, layered over one another as the centuries of attention are layered throughout the building. The stained glass windows of the chapel were installed in 2 phases, the first by Kempe of London in 1867 and 1868, and a second phase by the same firm in 1882 and 1883. The 4 light transoned and mullioned windows that the chapel's northeast elevation presents carry this stained glass at their upper registers, so that the light entering the chapel passes through the Kempe glass and arrives inside already coloured, already interpreted by the hand of the Victorian glazier. Kempe's work in this period was among the most refined of the Victorian stained glass studios, and the windows at Glamis represent a significant example of his practice in a Scottish setting. The chapel is still used for family functions, and castle tour guides note that one seat within it is always kept unoccupied. According to those guides, that seat is reserved for the figure known as the White Lady, believed by tradition to be the ghost of Janet Douglas, Lady Glamis, who was executed at Edinburgh in 1537. Whether one places any weight on this tradition or not, it is a tradition that gives the chapel a particular quality of attention, a consciousness of the seat that stands empty while 45 others are occupied. The chapel, with 46 places, and one of them always free, is an interior that asks, gently and without insistence, that the living share their space with whatever else may be present. The newel stair of the castle, dating from around 1600, contains within its hollow newel the mechanism of the clock, so that the clock which marks the hours for the whole building is housed inside the stair by which one moves through it. It is an arrangement that seems, in the context of a building where so much is contained within walls and within structures rather than displayed openly, entirely characteristic of Glamis. The royal apartments form a suite of rooms that were converted following the marriage of Lady Elizabeth Bowes Lyon to Prince Albert, Duke of York, on the 26th of April 1923 at Westminster Abbey. The suite includes the King's Room, the Queen Mother's bedroom, and the Queen Mother's sitting room, formerly known as the Tapestry Room. The Queen Mother's sitting room is distinguished by 2 elements in particular: At the door there is a stone ledge that may have served as a sentry seat, a small architectural survival that speaks to an earlier organization of the room's space and the uses to which that space was put. The carved oak fireplace of the sitting room is lined with blue and white Dutch tiles, the same material tradition represented in King Malcolm's room, the imported ceramic that provided warmth and colour in the Scottish interior. The carved over mantel of the sitting room fireplace contains an inset tapestry, a combination of materials that places the room in the tradition of richly appointed private apartments where the boundaries between furniture, textile, and architectural fabric are deliberately blurred. Lady Elizabeth Bowes. Lyon was born in 1900 as the youngest daughter of Claude Bowes Lyon, 14th Earl of Strathmore and Kinghorn, and his wife Cecilia, née Cavendish Bentinck. Glamis was her childhood home, and the castle was put to use as a military hospital for convalescent soldiers during the First World War, beginning in 1914. On the 16th of September 1916, a serious fire broke out in the upper floors of the central tower, and Lady Elizabeth was particularly instrumental in organising the rescue of the castle's contents during that emergency. The charred doors and woodwork that remain visible in the tower are a permanent record of that night. It is a characteristically material reminder, not a plaque or a record in the archive alone, but the evidence of fire preserved in the wood itself. Princess Margaret, the second daughter of Lady Elizabeth Bowes Lyon and Prince Albert, who later became King George VI, was born at Glamis Castle on the 21st of August 1930. Since 1987, an illustration of the castle has appeared on the reverse of £10 notes issued by the Royal Bank of Scotland, a form of public recognition that extends the building's reach into the everyday life of the nation. Beyond the rooms, the castle grounds contain objects that function as extensions of the interior decorative programme into the landscape, and two of these deserve particular attention. The great sundial stands on the lawns in front of the castle, brought to its present position by the 3rd Earl of Strathmore between 1671 and 1689, during the period of his great campaign of restoration and improvement. It stands 21 feet high, and it is a piece of ornamental horological sculpture of considerable ambition, one of the largest and most elaborate sundials in Scotland. A sundial of this scale is not principally an instrument of timekeeping. It is a statement about the estate and about the family that commands it, that they are the kind of people who commission objects of this quality, that the grounds of their castle are the appropriate setting for such an object, that beauty and learning and practical function can be combined in a single piece of stone set in a garden. The sundial is listed, Category A, by Historic Environment. Scotland, the same designation as the castle itself, which gives some indication of the seriousness with which it is regarded. The approach avenue to the castle is flanked, in the manner of the great Scottish Baroque landscape of the late 17th century, by an arrangement of statuary that establishes the political and dynastic identity of the family before one has reached the building itself. 4 statues described as brazen were placed on the approach avenue in the 17th century, Charles I shown in boots, James VI in a stole, Charles II depicted in Roman dress, and James VII as he appeared in his Whitehall portrait. The first 2 of these figures, Charles I and James VI, were sculpted by Arnold Quellin, one of the distinguished sculptors working in the Flemish tradition who were employed by English and Scottish patrons in this period. The choice of subjects for these 4 statues is not a neutral exercise in royal commemoration. The Lyons of Glamis were a royalist family, and the statues on the avenue declare that allegiance as plainly as the carved heraldic panels of the castle's exterior declare the family's arms. Charles I in boots, the king who died for his throne and became a martyr in the royalist tradition. James VI in a stole, the king who united the crowns of Scotland and England, and who was, through the descent of the Lyon family from Robert II, a kinsman of the Glamis line. Charles II in Roman dress, the restored king, under whose reign the 3rd Earl carried out his great works of improvement. James VII in his Whitehall portrait, the last of the Stuart kings to reign before the revolution that ended the dynasty. The statues stand in the open air, exposed to the Angus weather across more than 3 centuries, and they carry in their weathered bronze surfaces the accumulated evidence of that exposure. 2 further lead statues of Charles I and James VI, which had been stored in a basement of the castle and rediscovered at some point in the recent past, have been reinstated in front of the castle and are listed Category B by Historic Environment, Scotland. The duplication is not wasteful. It is a measure of how seriously the family took the decorative and political program that these figures represented. The walled garden to the north of the castle was designed in 1865 by Fowler of Castle Kennedy, a 5-acre enclosure that provided vegetables, fruit and flowers for the household until the 1970s. The autumn garden to the east of the castle was created between 1907 and 1910 by Cecilia, Countess of Strathmore, mother of Lady Elizabeth Bowes Lyon, who designed it on the lines of the old French gardens, completely enclosed by clipped yew hedges. The large central parterre, shaped like a fan, and originally planted to resemble a rainbow. The arboretum overlooking the Glamis burn, one of 2 streams that run through the estate, features rare trees from around the world, some of them several hundred years old. The pinetum in this area was started in the mid-19th century by the 13th Earl and had grown, by 1981, into one of the largest collections of specimen trees measured and listed in Scotland. There is a kind of knowledge that comes only from time spent in a room, not the knowledge of dates and attributions and measurements, though all of those are part of it, but the knowledge of proportion, of the way light moves through a space across the course of a day, of the relation between the ceiling and the floor, and the distance between the windows. That knowledge accumulates slowly over many visits, over many hours of sitting and looking and moving, and it is never fully transferable in prose. What prose can do is point toward the objects and the surfaces and the materials that hold that knowledge, so that the reader who has not been to Glamis can at least know what is there to be attended to. The plasterwork ceiling of 1621 in the drawing room, with its monograms and its frieze worked by the craftsmen of Mutuals and Craigavar. The 8-foot walls and their embrasured windows, the caryatids of the carved stone fireplace beneath the heraldic overmantel in heraldic colours, the dining room's oak panelling with its carved heraldic emblems, its thistles and roses and lions in the plasterwork ceiling above, the arms of the 12th Earl on the fireplace overmantel, the billiard room's 1903 ceiling with its monograms and coronet for the 13th Earl's golden wedding, and the fireplace from Gibbside with the Blackiston arms upon it. King Malcolm's room with its strapwork ceiling and its Dutch tile slips and its iron fireback. The chapel with its DeWitt panel paintings and its Kempe glass and its 46 seats, one of which is always empty. The great sundial at 21 feet in the open air of the lawns. The 4 brazen statues on the avenue, 2 of them by Quellin, declaring in bronze the royalist allegiances of a family that has lived in this place for more than 600 years. These are the things that are there, the rooms themselves, with their objects and their surfaces and their accumulated time. The building holds them, as old buildings hold everything that has happened within their walls, not dramatically, not insistently, but with the quiet permanence of stone and plaster and oak and glass and iron, which do not require an audience to continue being what they are. The castle settles into the night as it has settled into every other night across its long history. The plasterwork ceilings hold their monograms in the dark. The fire base is cool. The Kempe glass in the chapel holds its colours until morning. The great sundial stands on the lawn without a shadow. The 4 bronze figures on the avenue stand in the air of Strathmore, between the Sidlaw Hills to the south and the Grampians to the north, approximately 20 kilometres inland from the North Sea. In the broad lowland valley where this family has made its home since the year that Robert II, King of Scotland, gave these lands to Sir John Lyon, who had married the King's daughter, and so began everything. White Lady and the empty seat, Hauntings of the chapel, within the northeast corner of Glamis Castle, set into the wing that was raised between 1679 and 1683, there is a chapel. It is not a large room. Its seating holds 46 people. Its windows carry stained glass by Kempe of London, added in stages between 1867 and 1868, and again in 1882 and 1883, and the panels that line the walls were painted by Joseph DeWitt in 1688, restored nearly 3 centuries later by the Stenhouse Conservation Centre in Edinburgh. The light that enters through that glass falls across paintings that have been tended, repaired, brought back from the slow damage of time. It is a room that people continue to care for. It is a room that has been looked after. One of its 46 seats, according to the tradition reported by castle tour guides, is never used. It is reserved. Castle guides state that it is kept for the White Lady, the ghost said to inhabit the castle, and that the White Lady is thought to be the ghost of Janet Douglas, Lady Glamis. No one is permitted to sit in that seat. The chapel is still used regularly for family occasions, according to the same tradition. Life continues around the empty place. The family gathers, the candles are lit, and one chair remains without an occupant. It is worth pausing on what that means. To reserve a seat for someone who cannot arrive is to make an architectural statement about absence. It is to say that a person who is not here is, in some sense, still expected. It is not quite the same as a memorial plaque or an inscribed stone. It is something more provisional, more quietly insistent. A seat left empty can be filled. It simply is not. The choice is renewed, presumably, every time the chapel is used. Someone decides again, on each occasion, that this place remains unoccupied. The refusal is active, ongoing, a habit of thought made physical in the arrangement of a room. The tradition has no date attached to it in the sources available. We do not know when the practice began, or who first declared that this particular chair belonged to the White Lady rather than to any living guest. What the sources record is the tradition as it stands today, transmitted by the people who guide visitors through the castle. It may be old, it may be relatively recent. Old buildings accumulate traditions, the way they accumulate alterations, a wing added here, a story attached there, and eventually it becomes difficult to separate what was always true from what was decided one quiet afternoon and quietly persisted. What we do know, and what the sources are clear about, is who the White Lady is thought to be. Janet Douglas was born around 1498, the second daughter of George Douglas, Master of Angus, and his wife Elizabeth Drummond. She married John Lyon, the 6th Lord Glamis, and through that marriage she became lady of this castle, the woman for whom it was home. Her husband died on the 17th of September, 1528. She was left a widow with children, holding the title and the estate and the Lyon name, in a Scotland that was becoming steadily more dangerous for anyone connected to the Douglas family. The Douglas family was, at that moment in Scottish history, the wrong family to belong to. Janet's brother was Archibald Douglas, 6th Earl of Angus, who had served as stepfather to the young James V, and who had effectively held the king captive during much of his childhood and adolescence. When James finally broke free of Douglas control, the reckoning was thorough and prolonged. The Earl of Angus was forfeited and driven from Scotland, and James turned his attention to every member of the family he could reach. Janet was one of those he could reach. Robert Pitcairn, the legal historian who edited the records of ancient Scottish criminal trials and published his analysis in 1833, reviewed the full sequence of proceedings against her with considerable care. He described the case as one of the most remarkable passages in the reign of James V, and concluded that she was, as he conscientiously believed, a much injured woman whose character had been treated with undue severity by those who came after her. He noted that this injustice arose largely because later writers had taken for granted whatever the earlier chroniclers had claimed without examining the underlying records more closely. What the records actually show, in Pitcairn's account, is a sequence of legal manoeuvres that shifted ground repeatedly, as if the Crown was searching for a charge that would hold. In December 1528, Janet was summoned before Parliament for giving assistance to the Earl of Angus. That matter was continued, and then, for the time being, dropped. In 1531, her goods were forfeited for intercommuning with the king's rebels. Then a charge appeared relating to the supposed poisoning of her first husband. Pitcairn describes the repeated refusal of Scottish barons to serve as jurors in her case as itself significant, suggesting that those called upon to judge her were unwilling to condemn her, and that the public prosecutor feared the case would collapse for want of sufficient proof. She married again in the years between these proceedings. Her second husband was Archibald Campbell of Skipnish, second son of the 2nd Earl of Argyll. Life continued even under the pressure of royal animosity. Children were raised. The castle was managed, and then, in 1537, the proceedings concluded. Pitcairn states with precision what the formal charges were, 2 articles only. The first was treasonably conspiring and imagining the king's destruction by poison. The second was treasonably assisting, supplying, and communicating with the Earl of Angus and his brother George Douglas. Those were the charges brought against her. Pitcairn is explicit that the popular story attributing a witchcraft charge to her trial originated in the errors and inventions of certain chroniclers, and that the records leave no room for imagining that witchcraft formed any part of the case against her. Walter Scott, writing in his Letters on Demonology and Witchcraft 2 years before Pitcairn's volume appeared, framed her case similarly, describing it as one in which political motives were primary, and observing that she died much pitied by the people, who believed the articles against her had been forged for the purpose of taking her life. The Wikipedia articles on both Glamis Castle and Janet Douglas herself, however, state that she was eventually also accused of witchcraft, in addition to the treason and poisoning charges, and that she was burned at the stake. These two positions, the one drawn from primary historiographical analysis and the other drawn from the encyclopedic tradition, are not reconciled. The sources do not agree. Pitcairn's reading of the original Dite argues that witchcraft played no formal role. The Wikipedia tradition argues that it did. The question remains open. What is not open, and what all sources agree upon, is the manner and date of her death. Janet Douglas was burned at the stake at Edinburgh on the 17th of July, 1537. She was in her late 30s. The castle in Angus, the home she had managed and maintained through years of legal harassment, was seized by James V in the aftermath of her execution. Augustus Hare, writing in 1900 from his own family memory and from notes taken during visits to Glamis Castle in the late 19th century, recorded that her second husband, Archibald Campbell, was dashed to pieces while trying to escape down the rocks which formed the foundation of the castle. The son she had with her first husband, John Lyon, the 7th Lord Glamis, survived. Hare records, from whatever account was preserved in family tradition, that the son was spared and restored to his honours after the accusers of the family confessed that the whole story had been a forgery. Glamis was returned to him in 1543. He was restored to the castle his mother had lost when he was still a boy. Whether he was old enough to have lived there before her execution, to have known the rooms and the light through the windows and the sound of the place, the sources do not say. James V stayed at Glamis in November 1538, the year after her execution. He occupied the castle for approximately 4 years in total. He left it, according to the Historic Environment Scotland account, impoverished on his departure. The Lyon family estates were recovered, the castle was returned, the title was restored, and the woman who had been Lady Glamis was not recovered, not returned, not restored. She left, in the memory of the castle, something harder to name than a legal record. The chapel that now carries her tradition was not built until long after her death. Construction of the northeast corner wing, which contains it, began in 1679 and was completed in 1683. The Joseph de Wood panel paintings that line its walls were completed in 1688. The stained glass was added in the 19th century, and the whole interior was carefully restored in 1979 and 1980. Janet Douglas had no connection to this particular room in any literal sense. The room was built a century and a half after her death. The rooms she may have known, the rooms that were her home, would have been the older parts of the castle, the tower house of the 15th century, remodeled in 1606, the hall whose ceiling plasterwork is dated 1621, the crypt, which was the lower hall of that earlier tower. And yet the tradition places her in the chapel. The empty seat is in the chapel. Whatever logic governs the distribution of ghosts within a building, it is not always the logic of historical accuracy. Ghosts, in folklore, occupy the places where they are needed or remembered or mourned, not necessarily the places where the living person walked. The chapel at Glamis is the castle's room of ceremony, of gathered attention, of the family assembled in its most formal posture. It would make a certain kind of sense, if one were going to reserve a place for someone, to reserve it in that room rather than in a corridor or a storeroom or a space the public never sees. The 46 seats accommodate the living. The 47th, the one that remains empty, accommodates something else. A tradition, an obligation, a form of long memory that has been domesticated into the arrangement of chairs. There is a quality to old buildings that resists easy description. It is not, in any strict sense, supernatural. Stones do not retain experience. Wood and plaster and glass have no capacity to remember, and yet people who live in old buildings often report a kind of weight to certain rooms, a thickness to the air in particular corridors, an unease or a comfort that seems to exceed anything the current occupants have introduced. Architects and psychologists would likely describe these effects in terms of proportion, of light, of acoustic properties, of the way certain spaces were designed to produce particular emotional responses. These are real explanations. They do not exhaust the experience. There is also simply the fact of knowing. When you stand in a room and know that events of great consequence occurred within its walls, or within the walls of the building that stood before it, or on the land that surrounds it, knowledge itself changes the quality of the space. You are not imagining. You are not projecting. You are standing somewhere that history touched, and feeling the fact of that contact as something present rather than merely past. The chapel at Glamis carries that kind of weight, even without the tradition of the White Lady. The paintings on its walls have been looked at by members of one family for more than 300 years. The stained glass has been filtering the Angus light in particular colours since the 1860s. The building around it was standing when the family that owned it was involved in events of national significance, when the castle was a military hospital for convalescent soldiers during the First World War, when a serious fire broke out in the upper floors of the central tower on the 16th of September in 1916, when Lady Elizabeth Bowes Lyon, then a young woman, was instrumental in organising the rescue of the castle's contents from the burning building. The room has been part of a living household through all of that. It has not been preserved under glass. It has been used, repaired, restored, continued. Against that continuity, the empty seat acquires a particular resonance. It is not a relic or a monument. It is a habit. The family gathers, the room fills, and one chair is left as it was, empty for the woman who was taken from this place 480 years ago and more. Whether one credits the tradition of the White Lady or does not, the history of Janet Douglas is present in the castle regardless. Her son's restoration in 1543 is documented. The inscription on the central tower that commemorates Patrick, the 9th Lord Glamis, and Dame Anna Murray, was placed there by people who were her descendants. The Lyon name, later the Bowes Lyon name, continued from her son forward to the present day. The family that lives at Glamis now is her family, in the long genealogical sense. The 19th Earl, Simon Bowes Lyon, who succeeded to the earldom in 2016, is connected by that long chain to the woman whose ghost is said to sit in the chapel. That is not a supernatural claim. It is simply the observation that people do not vanish when they die. They persist in their children and in their children's children, in the properties and titles that descend through families, in the legal records that preserve their names and the charges brought against them, in the histories written by men like Pitcairn, who read those records carefully and felt something owed to the memory of someone they could only reach through paper. The whole complexion of this shocking tragedy bears such savage traces of a furious and unmanly revenge against a noble and unprotected female, who was the only individual of her family on whom they could lay their hands, that it can hardly be compared with any other event, either in ancient or modern history. That is Robert Pitcairn writing in 1833, 3 centuries after the execution. He was still angry on her behalf. That anger is in the historical record now, part of what the story carries. Walter Scott, similarly, noted that she died much pitied by the people who seemed to have thought the articles against her forged for the purpose of taking her life, her kindred and very name being so obnoxious to the king. The popular instinct at the time of her death, as Scott read it, was that the case against her was constructed for political purposes. The people who watched her execution apparently knew what they were watching. The knowledge did not save her. It went into memory instead, and memory is one of the things that old buildings hold. The chapel at Glamis was restored to its current condition in 1979 and 1980, its paintings repaired, its surfaces attended to. The stained glass, by Kempe of London, placed in the windows more than a century before the restoration, throws its colours across the floor and the walls and the seats. 45 of those seats are for whoever comes to sit in them. One is not. The tradition does not explain what would happen if someone did sit there. Traditions of this kind rarely concern themselves with consequences. They concern themselves with the obligation. The seat is left empty because it should be left empty. That is the complete logic of it. It is a form of courtesy extended across 4.5 centuries to a woman who was a widow and a mother and a Douglas and a Lyon, and, for the last years of her life, someone a king had decided must be destroyed. She was not a legend when she was alive. She was a person with particular difficulties and particular loyalties and a particular piece of land in Angus that was hers to manage. The legend accumulated around her after her death, the way legends accumulate around people whose endings were unjust and publicly witnessed. Her ghost is in the chapel because the chapel is where the family gathers, and she is, in the way that matters to such traditions, still part of the family, still present in the inheritance, still owed a place at the table, or at least a seat in the room. Whether she is there, in any sense that could be investigated or verified, is not a question the sources answer. The castle tour guides report the tradition. The tradition is what we have. It is enough, perhaps, to note that the tradition exists and to think about what it expresses, a feeling, persistent through generations, that Janet Douglas has not entirely departed from this place, that something of her remains, that the appropriate response to that remainder is not to ignore it or to fill the seat with someone else, but to leave it as it is and to let the room accommodate her absence, the way a well-made building accommodates everything it has held. The chapel itself is small enough that 46 people would fill it with some intimacy. The Joseph de Witt paintings that line its walls date from 1688, placed there during the great period of restoration carried out by Patrick Lyon, the third Earl of Strathmore and Kinghorn, who returned to the castle in 1670 and found it uninhabitable, and who worked through the following 19 years to bring it back to livable condition, recording his work in what he called his Book of Record. He obtained a charter for the titles of Earl of Strathmore and Kinghorn in 1688, the same year the de Witt paintings were completed. The chapel was his creation, or at least the creation of the years just before him, finished in 1683 and then furnished during the decade that followed. The third Earl was Patrick Lyon, Janet Douglas's descendant several generations removed. He built the room where her ghost is said to sit. He commissioned the paintings that look down on the empty chair. He did not record, in any account that has survived to the sources available here, whether he thought of her when he built it. He was engaged in an enormous practical task, rescuing a family fortune, repairing a building that had fallen into serious decay, establishing a household in a castle that Commonwealth soldiers had occupied within living memory. He had, in all likelihood, more immediate concerns than the memory of an ancestor executed 150 years before his birth. And yet the room was built. The paintings were placed in it. The glass was eventually added. The seat was eventually reserved. Whether those things are connected to each other in any deliberate or continuous way is not something the sources establish. What they establish is simply the sequence: the chapel built, the paintings placed, the tradition eventually present, the seat left empty. In old buildings, sequences of this kind do not always resolve into explanations. They are simply what happened. One thing follows another across centuries. Each generation inherits the decisions of the one before and adds its own. The stained glass that Kempe of London made in the 1860s and 1880s was not designed with Janet Douglas in mind. It was designed as Victorian ecclesiastical glass, as decoration and as devotion, as the 19th century expressed those things. And yet, it now throws its light across a room that carries her name in its most persistent tradition. That is what time does to buildings. It layers them. The function and the memory and the association and the tradition accumulate over each other until the room contains more than any single period intended. The chapel at Glamis is a room of the 1680s, and of the 1860s and 1880s, and of the late 20th century restoration, and of whatever the current family uses it for, and of the tradition that one seat belongs to someone who died in 1537. All of that is simultaneously present when the family gathers. All of that is present when the 45 seats fill and the 46th does not. There is something in this that has nothing to do with belief in ghosts specifically. It has to do with the way that communities, and families in particular, carry their histories in their habits. The empty seat is a habit. It is passed on the way. Habits are passed on through observation and instruction and the quiet transmission of what is done and what is not done in a particular place. Some child, at some point, will have asked why that seat is never used. Some adult will have answered. The answer will have settled into the child as part of what Glamis is, part of what the family does, part of the landscape of the ordinary that the extraordinary inhabits. And so the tradition continues. A woman burned in Edinburgh in the summer of 1537 on charges whose precise nature historians still dispute, whose son was forced to watch her execution according to some accounts, whose second husband died attempting to escape from Edinburgh Castle, whose castle was seized by the king who had condemned her. That woman has a seat reserved for her in the chapel that her descendants built 150 years after her death. It is a quiet form of justice, if it can be called that. It does not correct what happened. It does not restore anything that was taken. It simply says, you are not forgotten. You are still accounted for. This room still makes space for you. The Kempe windows hold their colours against the Angus light. The De Witt paintings hold their figures against the chapel walls. The room holds its 46 seats and keeps one of them empty, and the building continues around all of it. Red sandstone in a broad valley between the Sidlaw Hills to the south and the Grampian Mountains to the north, carrying in its walls and its rooms and its traditions the full weight of what it has been and what it continues to be and who it has not forgotten. Grounds. Remember gardens, landscape and the long view. There is a particular quality of stillness that belongs to the grounds of a very old estate in the late afternoon, when the light has begun to thin and the air carries a coolness that was not there an hour before. It is not the stillness of emptiness. It is the stillness of things that have been present for so long that they no longer need to announce themselves. Glamis Castle sits within such a stillness. The building itself, with its pinnacled turrets and its sandstone bulk, commands attention easily enough. But the grounds that surround it, the parks and gardens and woodland, the arboretum above the Glamis burn, the long drive and the walled garden to the north, have their own kind of weight. They are not backdrop. They are history in another form, patient and rooted, speaking in the slower register of trees and soil and seasonal change. Glamis Castle stands in the broad lowland valley of Strathmore in Angus, Scotland, with the Sidlaw Hills rising to the south and the Grampian Mountains forming a long, uneven line to the north. It lies approximately 20 kilometres inland from the North Sea. The estate that surrounds it covers more than 57 square kilometres, or 14,000 acres, and within that expanse there are parks, gardens, timber production, and beef farming, 2 streams running through the land, one of them the Glamis burn, and an arboretum overlooking that burn, where rare trees from around the world grow in an arrangement that has accumulated slowly over many decades and many generations. To walk through the grounds of Glamis is to move through something that was built up by accumulation rather than design alone, by the choices and enthusiasms and practical necessities of successive families across 3.5 centuries of continuous occupation. There are estate plans held at the castle that allow something of that accumulation to be traced. A plan drawn by Thomas Winter in 1746 recorded the parks, meadows, plantations, courts and gardens as they were then arranged, and Roy's survey of 1750 showed much the same layout. These documents, preserved alongside the castle's other archives, offer a fixed point from which to measure change, to understand what was added and what was removed, what was simplified and what was elaborated, as tastes shifted and the estate passed from hand to hand. What they show across the centuries is a landscape that was never finished, never simply inherited and left alone. Each generation did something to it, and the something they did was shaped by the ideas of their time about what a great estate should look like, how it should relate to the surrounding countryside, and what it was for. The original approach to the castle, recorded by the poet Thomas Gray in 1765 and described in the Historic Environment, Scotland Inventory Records, was a formal avenue of great ceremony and scale. Gray observed that one descended to the castle gradually from the south through a double and triple avenue of Scots firs, 60 or 70 feet high, passing under 3 gateways, with the approach extending for a full mile. Beyond the second gate, he noted, the firs gave way to limes, and further oblique avenues went off on either hand toward the offices, all enclosed by ranks of sycamore, ash, and white poplar of noble height. That avenue, and the formal character of the whole approach, was swept away in the 1770s, when the 9th Earl of Strathmore and Kinghorn undertook the remodelling of the grounds in what the inventory record describes as the picturesque style. Its loss was mourned, the inventory record notes, by Walter Scott among others. John Lyon, the 9th Earl, who succeeded to the earldom in 1753, and who in 1767 married Mary Eleanor Bowes, heiress to a coal mining fortune, brought to Glamis an ambition to improve the grounds in keeping with contemporary ideas about landscape. He died in 1776, and the improvements he initiated were therefore only partially his own, but the shift in character that they represent is legible in the grounds today, a movement away from the formal geometry of avenues and enclosed courts towards something softer, more apparently natural, with parkland trees placed as if they had grown there without human intervention, and the hard lines of the old design dissolved into curves. The man who helped shape that transformation, at least in proposal, was James Abercrombie, who worked on the estate from 1766 to 1771, initially as a surveyor, and then in service of agricultural improvements such as draining and planting. Abercrombie drew up two informal, picturesque landscape proposals in 1768, working in a style that removed formal planting, including the avenue, and introduced in their place a more natural arrangement, with two connected locks proposed to the south of the castle and a kitchen garden shown to the north. Some of those proposals were carried out, others were not. Abercrombie made a particular plea for the retention of the court walls at the front of the castle, but those walls were demolished in 1774. The gates themselves were saved and moved to the perimeter of the policies, where they became the gate lodges at the boundary of the estate wall, a kind of relocation that preserved their craftsmanship while stripping them of their original function. Of the three gateways recorded in a late 17th century portrait of the third Earl, the inventory record gives an account of where each ended up. The outer gates were moved to the southeast entrance known as the Church Lodge. The middle gates, called the Deal Gates, were moved to the South Lodge, and the inner gates, known as the Gladiator Gates, were relocated to the North Lodge. They survive in those positions, carrying with them the memory of an arrangement that no longer exists, marking a spatial logic that the rest of the landscape has long since abandoned. There is something quietly telling about that kind of displacement, the way an object can remain while the structure that gave it meaning is entirely gone. The parklands at Glamis carry many fine individual trees of a variety of deciduous species, oak, lime, ash and beech, many of them dating from the laying out of the parks in the late 18th century. Comparison of the grounds today with the first edition Ordnance Survey map shows that further parkland trees were added after 1860, and the result is what the inventory record describes as a magnificent parkland scene. The South Drive still extends from Glamis village along the long avenue, now planted with oak, ash, horse chestnut and sycamore, its general line following the course of what came before even as the species and spacing were changed. To walk along it, or to imagine walking along it in still weather, when the canopy is full and the light is broken by leaves, is to move through something that was shaped by human decision but has long since taken on the appearance of permanence. To the north of the Dean Water, which is canalised through the estate past the castle, there is an area of older birch woodland called the Back Park Wood, or Cosson's Wood, separated from the main policies since the railway was built through the estate. The land there is marshy, and in the 1930s, a pond was made by Captain Michael Bowes Lyon, known as the Captain's Pond. That area is managed as a nature and wildfowl reserve and is not open to the public, a part of the estate that has been allowed to find its own pace, outside the circuits of visitors and tours. It is the kind of place that accumulates a different quality of quiet, the quiet of wet ground and reed and water, undisturbed by the footfall of strangers. The woodlands of the estate were planted substantially in the 17th and 18th centuries, and the areas of woodland remain broadly similar in extent to those recorded on the first edition Ordnance Survey map. The estate policy has been to selectively fell and replace, rather than to clear and replant entirely, maintaining a mixed age range and a mixed range of species, so that the shelter and amenity value of the woodland is preserved across time. There is a sawmill on the estate, and the woods are managed for game cover and for commercial timber, as well as for their broader role in the landscape. Timber production is one of the working functions of the estate, alongside beef farming, and the grounds at Glamis are grounds in the fullest sense of the word, not merely ornamental, not merely scenery, but a place that produces things, that is worked, that is productive, in the plain agricultural sense, as well as the aesthetic one. Running through the estate and giving the arboretum its character is the Glamis burn. The arboretum overlooks this burn, and within it there are rare trees from around the world, many of them specimens of considerable age. The pinnatum, which forms part of this planted landscape to the north of the castle, was begun in the mid-19th century by the 13th Earl, and in 1981 the arboriculturist Alan Mitchell measured and listed more than 130 specimen trees in this collection, one of his largest lists for any collection in Scotland. The area was underplanted with rhododendrons and laurel, and a nature trail with numbered posts winds through it, along the riverbank and back toward the east side of the castle. A new avenue of ginkgo and larch was planted leading from the northeast side of the castle northward toward the walled garden and the pinnetum. The pinnetum began, as most such collections did, with the planting decisions of one determined individual. The 13th Earl, who succeeded in 1865, also commissioned the 5-acre walled garden to the north of the castle, bringing in the designer Fowler of Castle Kennedy for that purpose. The walled garden was constructed in 1865 and was maintained as a vegetable, fruit and flower garden until the 1970s, when it was let for commercial market gardening. The 3 sets of huge wrought iron gates that give access to the walled garden remain a notable architectural feature. A walled garden occupies a particular place in the emotional geography of a large estate. It is enclosed, protected from wind, south-facing where the design allows it, and consequently warmer and more sheltered than the open grounds. It is a place where things can be grown that would otherwise be impossible at this latitude, where the effort and care of cultivation are concentrated and made visible. The short summer growing season of Strathmore, which the inventory record notes does constrain the type and variety of plants that can be grown, makes that enclosure more than merely conventional. It is a practical necessity as much as a traditional form. Near the shrubbery to the north of the castle, the same 13th Earl planted the pinnetum that would grow into Alan Mitchell's list of over 130 specimens, and in 1891 a formal Dutch garden was added to the south of the castle. A sunken garden of box-edge beds filled with roses and annuals, enclosed by walls in the style of those at Edzell, and dated 1893, with a statue of Mercury in a pond at its centre. This garden is private. The inventory record notes, secluded from the broader grounds by its walls. It is a garden made for quiet use, for sitting and walking in, rather than for display. The autumn garden lies to the east of the castle, and its creation belongs to a different era and a different sensibility. It was designed by Cecilia, wife of the 14th Earl of Strathmore and Kinghorn, and was made between 1907 and 1910. Cecilia Bowes Lyon, née Cavendish Bentinck, was the mother of Lady Elizabeth Bowes Lyon, who would later become Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, and whose childhood at Glamis gave the castle its most recent chapter of royal association. The work of creating the autumn garden involved felling and levelling about 4 acres of the shrubbery. An inscription in the garden records the names of the local people who were involved in making it, which is an unusual form of commemoration for a garden of this period, and suggests something of the character of the Countess who commissioned it. The Countess recorded in the gardener's yearbook that she designed the garden on the lines of the old French gardens, completely enclosed by clipped yew hedges. The large central parterre is shaped like a fan and radiates from the steps up to a terrace, and was originally planted in different colours to resemble a rainbow. 2 magnificent pleached beech alleys provide diagonal vistas between the formal beds and box-edged parterres filled with gravel. A fountain, a seat, and 2 gazebos are features of the garden. From the autumn garden, a yew walk leads westward to the Dutch garden and the castle, and to the lawns in front of the castle where statues, the great sundial, and some old yews stand. The name of the garden carries within it the quality it was made to honour. An autumn garden is one designed to be at its finest when the light is already declining, when the season is tipping from warmth into cold, when the garden year is in its last good weeks. It is not a garden of beginnings. It is a garden of the long afternoon, a garden for the time of day and the time of year when things slow down and colour deepens, and the air has a particular quality of settled stillness. To design a garden specifically for that season is to choose a mood as much as a planting scheme. It is to make a place for contemplation rather than display, for the pleasures that belong to endings rather than to arrivals. The great sundial that stands in the grounds was brought to the castle by the 3rd Earl between 1671 and 1689. It is 21 feet high and described in the historic environment Scotland records as very ornamental. It is listed separately as a Category A structure, recognised as being of sufficient historic and architectural interest to merit its own designation. A sundial of that height is not merely a functional instrument. It is a statement, a monument to the measurement of passing time, standing on the lawn in front of the castle, where it has occupied the same position for more than 300 years. The third Earl, Patrick Lyon, who returned to the castle in 1670 and found it uninhabitable after the years of Commonwealth occupation, spent the following 2 decades restoring it and improving its grounds, keeping a book of record of the repairs he undertook. The sundial was one of the objects he brought in, and it remains, outlasting by generations the man who placed it. The 14th Earl died in 1944. His wife Cecilia, who had made the autumn garden in the first decade of the century, had shaped a part of the grounds that still bears the character of her intentions. The inventory record notes that the castle and grounds have rich historical associations with the Queen Mother's family, and that the long associations with the Bowes Lyon family, together with the documentary evidence of the landscape's historical development, give Glamis outstanding historical value. The variety and size of the pinetum and other woods planted by the 13th Earl provide what the inventory describes as outstanding horticultural value. The landscape makes, the inventory concludes, a major contribution to the surrounding scenery. Since 1987, an illustration of the castle has appeared on the reverse of the £10 notes issued by the Royal Bank of Scotland. The designation of the castle's grounds under the Inventory of Gardens and Design Landscapes in Scotland, reference GDL 00189, was made on the 30th of June 1987. These are formal acknowledgements, the kind that come with reference numbers and official dates, of something that has been visible to anyone who has walked the grounds or driven the approach or stood at the edge of the pinetum long enough to let the scale of it settle. The grounds of Glamis are not incidental to the castle. They are part of what the castle is. They are the longer, quieter record of everything the building has stood within, the changing fashions in landscape design, the particular ambitions of particular earls, the slower ambitions of trees that were planted by one generation and grew to maturity in the lifetime of a third or fourth. The land slopes gently north from the Sidlaw Hills toward the castle and the Dean Water, and the soil is a rich loam with much sand. The views to the surrounding area from the parks, and particularly from the roof of the castle, take in the Grampian Mountains, forming what the inventory describes as a magnificent backdrop to the north. The views into the parks from the surrounding roads are limited by the woods and by the high policy walls that form a significant scenic feature in themselves, so that the grounds at Glamis are both visible from the surrounding landscape and protected from it, bordered and enclosed, while also opening northward to the mountains. It is a characteristic of large Scottish estates that they hold this double quality of enclosure and expansiveness at once, of boundaries that define a world without cutting it off from the wider one. The castle was set, and this too is recorded in the inventory, with a note that tradition has it so, in the low plain of the Dean Water, unusual for an old stronghold, at a site where earlier attempts to build on higher ground were, by tradition, foiled. What is factual is that the original stronghold was thought to date from the 10th or 11th century, that the site was used as a royal hunting lodge before 1372, and that by the time Robert II granted the barony to Sir John Lyon in that year, the place had already accumulated centuries of use and significance. The grounds that surround the present building are laid over that long prior history, and they are layered in their own right, each period of improvement and alteration sitting beneath or alongside the next. To walk through the grounds of Glamis today is to move through something that no single person planned and no single era produced. The park with its oak and ash and horse chestnut along the south drive, the walled garden with its great iron gates, the pinetum with its 130 specimens growing slowly in the shelter of the shrubbery, the autumn garden with its yew hedges and its fan-shaped parterre, the arboretum above the Glamis burn, where rare trees from distant places have put their roots into Scottish soil and grown quietly for generations. Each of these things is a decision that was made and then left to time. A commitment to something that would outlast the person who made it. The Glamis burn moves through the arboretum below the roots of those trees, carrying water southward as it has always done, indifferent to the planting decisions made above it, and the records those decisions generated. Parkland trees stand in their positions in the grass, some of them now old enough to be themselves historic objects, their rings marking time that stretches back to the picturesque remodelling of the 1770s or the agricultural improvements of the early 19th century. The castle rises above all of it, its turrets and cap houses, catching the last of the light when the afternoon has gone as far as it will go before the evening begins. There is a quality of rest that comes with the end of a very long walk through a very large estate. It is not the rest of having finished something. It is the rest of having allowed the scale of something to settle into you, of having moved through a space large enough that it cannot be taken in all at once, only moved through, section by section. The walled garden, and then the pinetum, and then the arboretum above the burn, and then the parkland with its long views north to the mountains. By the time you have walked it all, or imagined walking it all, something has shifted. The building itself, when you turn back toward it, looks different. It looks less like a thing set apart from the world and more like a thing that grew from it, stone by stone and century by century, embedded in the landscape of Strathmore, as the roots of the old trees in the pinetum are embedded in the loam and sand of Angus. The grounds remember, in their way. They remember the formal avenues and the hands that felled them. They remember the picturesque proposals of James Abercrombie, some carried out and some abandoned, the proposals that shaped the grounds even where they were not fully implemented, leaving their trace in the lines of the drives and the positions of the lodges. They remember the countess who made the autumn garden in the decade before the First World War, who recorded in the gardener's yearbook the names of the local people who helped her make it. They remember the 13th Earl who planted the pinetum and brought in Fowler of Castle Kennedy to design the walled garden to the north. They remember the 3rd Earl who brought the great sundial to stand on the lawn, and who kept his book of record of everything he did to restore the place after the years of neglect. The grounds remember all of this, not in the way that documents remember, with words and dates that can be consulted and verified, but in the slower way of living things, in the girth of old trees and the angle of settled walls and the particular quality of an enclosed garden that has been maintained long enough to take on a character that belongs to it alone. The Glamis burn continues south. The mountains hold their position to the north. The light is thinning now, and the stillness of the grounds is complete, and the castle stands within it, as it has always stood, part of the land and shaped by it, old enough to have become, in some sense, the same thing as the soil it rises from. Night comes early to Strathmore. The valley, lying between the Sidlaw Hills to the south and the Grampian Mountains to the north, loses the last of its light before the hills themselves do, so that for a time the ridgelines are visible against a paling sky, while the low ground has already gathered its darkness. Then the ridgelines go too, and there is nothing to distinguish one part of the landscape from another except the shapes that are solid enough to hold a silhouette, the tree lines, and, rising above them, the 5-story central block of Glamis Castle, with its ogee calf-house and its pinnacled turrets, perfectly still against whatever remains of the evening sky. The Glamis burn moves through the arboretum in the dark. It has always moved through the arboretum, or through whatever stood in that place before the arboretum was planted, through whatever stood there before the rare trees from around the world were brought to grow along its banks. The water does not pause for the darkness. It finds its way by other means. The estate around the castle covers more than 57 square kilometres, more than 14,000 acres of parks and gardens and timber and beef grazing land, and somewhere in all of that the burn continues to do what it has always done. The castle above it does not move. It is made of red sandstone, coursed rubble with string courses and carved heraldic panels, and it stands as it has stood in its present form since the 17th century, when Patrick Lyon, 9th Lord Glamis, later 1st Earl of Kinghorn, began the remodelling that gave the building the shape it still carries. The inscription on the central tower names him and names the work, built by Patrick, Lord Glamis, and Dame Anna Murray. The tower raised, the east wing added, the west wing added, the chapel in the northeast corner, generation after generation of maintenance, modification, and repair, until the building that stands in the darkness of Strathmore tonight is a structure that has grown slowly over centuries, each addition leaving its mark in the stone. This chapter introduces nothing new. That is its purpose. What follows is a gathering up, a slow return to the ground that has already been covered, a final naming of the questions that have accumulated across everything that has been said about Glamis Castle and its history and its legends. None of those questions will be resolved here. Some of them cannot be resolved anywhere, because the sources that speak to them disagree, and the disagreements are not resolvable by any evidence currently available. Others cannot be resolved because the evidence simply does not exist, or because what evidence exists is the legend itself, which proves only that people have believed something, not that the thing believed is true. The questions will be named. They will be set down carefully, one beside another, in the way that stones are set down. And then the chapter will move past them, into the silence of the rooms and the corridors, into the weight of the walls, into the dark outside and the hills beyond the dark. There is a fitness in ending this way. Glamis Castle has never been a place that answers its questions. It is, in the deepest sense, a place that holds them. Begin with the oldest. In the year 1034, at or near the site where the castle now stands, something happened to Malcolm II. There was a royal hunting lodge in that place, or at least the sources agree on that much. What they do not agree on is the nature of what took place. One account, preserved in the main historical section of the Wikipedia article on Glamis Castle, states simply that Malcolm II was murdered at Glamis in 1034, where there was a royal hunting lodge. A second account, appearing in the same article but sourced only to the official castle website, offers a different version, that Malcolm II was mortally wounded in a nearby battle and was carried to the hunting lodge at the site of the present castle, where he subsequently died. The two versions share a death and a location. They do not share a cause. One is a murder at the lodge itself. The other is a death after a battle fought somewhere else. The body or the dying man brought to the lodge for shelter or for care that could not save him. Neither version is confirmed by any source in the documentary record available to this account. The castle website, cited in the second version, is not itself available as a primary source here. What remains is the disagreement, and the question it leaves behind: what actually happened at the place where Glamis stands, in the autumn of 1034, to the King of Scotland who died there? It is a question that has been attached to Glamis for a very long time. It will remain attached to it like moss to the north face of the red sandstone walls, growing there undisturbed. King Malcolm's room is one of the named interiors of the castle. Its plasterwork frieze and strapwork ceiling bear the monograms of the second Earl of Kinghorn and Lady Margaret Erskine. The name belongs to the room. Whether it belongs to the king, in any meaningful historical sense, is another matter. Pass now to the legend of Earl Beardie, which is older in the telling than in the probable facts it draws on. Augustus Hare, writing in the autobiographical volumes he published in 1900, on an account he composed in large part during his October 1877 visit to the castle, describes the figure identified in his footnote as Earl Beardie of folklore, a figure who sits forever in a secret chamber playing dice and drinking punch at a stone table, and who at midnight is joined by a second and terrible person. Tradition, Hare records, does not give Earl Beardie a name beyond the epithet. It gives him a table and dice and an interminable game and a companion who comes only in the darkest part of the night. The historical identification of this figure is contested, and the sources do not agree on which direction the identification should run. The Wikipedia article on Glamis Castle notes that Earl Beardie has been identified with both Alexander Lyon, second Lord Glamis, who died in 1486, and with Alexander Lindsay, 4th Earl of Crawford, who died in 1453. Hare's own footnote, as recorded in The Story of My Life, offers both possibilities without resolving them, identifying Earl Beardie as a figure from folklore who has been variously associated with the 4th Earl of Crawford or the 2nd Lord Glamis. These two identifications are not reconcilable with each other by any evidence currently in the record. They point to different men, separated by more than 30 years in their deaths, connected only by the epithet and the tradition. The question of which man, if either, gave rise to the legend cannot be settled here. It may not be settleable at all. What the legend gives us is a figure who wagered something he should not have wagered, who made a claim about playing until doomsday, and who found that doomsday in some form came to meet him. Whether the figure was a Lyon or a Lindsay, the castle held the story. It holds it still. The chamber where Earl Beardie is said to sit is itself part of a larger question, one that has generated more speculation and more disagreement than almost any other feature of Glamis. The secret chamber, or the chamber said to be secret, appears in Hare's account as a place entirely beyond discovery. In the depth of the walls is another chamber, more ghastly still, with a secret, transmitted from the 14th century, which is always known to 3 persons. When one of the triumvirate dies, the survivors are compelled by a terrible oath to elect a successor. Every succeeding Lady Strathmore, Fatima-like, has spent her time in tapping at the walls, taking up the boards, and otherwise attempting to discover the secret chamber, but all have failed. This is Hare's version. The chamber as absolute mystery, the secret as something transmitted in perpetuity through a succession of oath-bound keepers, the discovery as something that has been attempted by every Lady Strathmore and has defeated all of them. The mystery, in Hare's telling, is total. Andrew Lang, writing in the Book of Dreams and Ghosts in 1897, offers a version that stands in direct contradiction to Hare's. But we know when the secret chamber was built under the Restoration, who built it, what he paid the masons, and where it is, under the Charter Room. These cold facts rather take the weird effect off the Glamis legend. Lang's position is that the mystery, such as it is already solved, and has been solved by documentary evidence. The construction date, the builder, the cost of the masons, and the location, all are knowable, all are known, and the location is the space under the Charter Room. Hare and Lang are writing within a few years of each other. They are writing about the same castle, the same chamber, the same tradition. They do not agree on whether any of it is knowable. Among the guests, Hare himself describes during his October 1877 visit 2 competing theories circulated about where the chamber might be found. Some thought it was concealed through a painted panel in the chapel, while others maintained that it is entered through Lord Strathmore's study and occupies the space above the crypt. Lang names the Charter Room. The guests name the chapel panel, or the study, and the crypt. The sources produce 3 separate locations and no resolution. The crypt itself is a real room, documented by historic environment. Scotland as the former lower hall of the 15th century Tower House, with a stone-flagged floor, a dressed stone vault, and deeply embrasured windows, stripped of plasterwork in the 19th century. The chapel is a real room, built in 1679 to 1683 in the northeast corner wing, lined with Joseph de Witt panel paintings of 1688, and fitted with stained glass by Kempe of London. Whether either of them has ever concealed access to another room, or whether the Charter Room conceals one beneath it, is not established by any source available here. The secret chamber question, in all its versions, is one that the castle has never answered. It holds the question, the way it holds everything else, inside the depth of its walls, in the thickness of the red sandstone, behind the heraldic panels, beneath the plasterwork ceilings that have survived since the 17th century. The question will continue to be held there. The matter of the 1606 redesign is quieter than the secrets and the legends, but it is no less unresolved. Patrick Lyon, 9th Lord Glamis, later 1st Earl of Kinghorn, commissioned the major remodelling that gave the castle much of its present form. The tradition that has attached itself to this work is the name of Inigo Jones, who has been linked to the redesign across several generations of writing about the castle. Historic environment. Scotland, in its listed building record for the site, takes a different view, considering William Shaw, the King's master mason, a more likely candidate for the work, on the grounds that the architecture is traditionally Scottish in its character and style, a style more consistent with Shaw's practice than with Jones's. The 2 attributions have not been reconciled. Inigo Jones is a grander name, an English architect of European reputation, and the tradition that attaches him to Glamis gives the castle a particular kind of distinction. William Shaw is less famous outside specialist circles, but his credentials as a Scottish master mason working within the Scottish tradition are more consistent with what the building actually shows. Neither attribution is confirmed by documentary evidence cited in the sources available to this account. The question of who designed the castle as it stands is one of those questions that looks as though it ought to have an answer, and may one day find one, but for now stands open, with both names attached to it and neither name proved. The charges brought against Janet Douglas, Lady Glamis, in 1537 are a question of a different kind. Here, the documentary record is specific, and it produces a direct conflict between sources. Janet Douglas was the wife of John Lyon, 6th Lord Glamis, who died on the 17th of September 1528. She was the second daughter of George Douglas, Master of Angus, and Elizabeth Drummond, and she was born around 1498. Her brother was Archibald Douglas, 6th Earl of Angus, a man with whom King James V had a deep and personal enmity. After the 6th Lord Glamis died, Janet remarried, taking Archibald Campbell of Skitnish as her second husband, a man described in the sources as the second son of Archibald Campbell, 2nd Earl of Argyll. The legal proceedings against her were protracted, beginning in 1528 and culminating in her execution on the 17th of July, 1537. She was burned at the stake at Edinburgh Castle on that date. On the nature of the charges that led to her death, the sources disagree fundamentally. Robert Pitcairn, writing in Ancient Criminal Trials in Scotland in 1833, provides the most detailed historiographical analysis of the trial. His position is explicit. With regard to the articles of Ditay, they are only two: treasonably conspiring and imagining the king's slaughter or destruction by poison, and treasonably assisting, supplying, resetting, intercommuning, and fortifying Archibald, Earl of Angus, and George Douglas, his brother. He goes further and addresses directly the tradition that a witchcraft charge formed part of the prosecution. The popular story, which originated in the blunders and fables of some of the chroniclers and historians of the age of Mary and James VI, has hitherto been that the Lady Glamis was burnt for witchcraft. The records leave no room for imagining that such formed any part of the charges adduced against her. Pitcairn's argument is that the witchcraft charge is a later invention, arising from later chroniclers who misread or embellished the record, and that the actual documents of the trial contain nothing to support it. Walter Scott, writing in Letters on Demonology and Witchcraft in 1830, frames the case similarly, treating it as a political prosecution motivated by James V's hatred of the Douglas family, in which Janet's connection to her exiled brother was the real cause of her death. She died much pitied by the people, who seem to have thought the articles against her forged for the purpose of taking her life, her kindred and very name being so obnoxious to the king. The Wikipedia articles on Glamis Castle and on Janet Douglas herself take a different position. Both state that Janet was eventually accused of witchcraft in addition to the charges of treason and poisoning, and both identify burning at the stake as her fate on the 17th of July, 1537. This is the position that has entered popular understanding of her case, and it is the position that gives the tradition of the White Lady her particular resonance. The ghost in the castle chapel, thought to be Janet Douglas, is the ghost of a woman burned as a witch, and castle tour guides are said to reserve one seat in the chapel's 46 places for her, allowing no visitor to occupy it. Conflict between these positions is not resolvable here. Pitcairn, who examined the actual records of the trial, states categorically that no witchcraft charge existed. The Wikipedia sources, working from a different tradition of historiography, state that it did. The sources available to this account cannot resolve the disagreement. What can be said is that Janet Douglas died at Edinburgh Castle on the 17th of July, 1537, that the execution was by burning, that James V subsequently seized Glamis and occupied it for approximately 4 years, and that her son John Lyon, 7th Lord Glamis, eventually had the castle returned to him in 1543, after those who had accused his family confessed their story to be a forgery. The fact of her death is not in question. The precise terms on which the law justified it remain contested. Archibald Campbell of Skitnish, her second husband, died during the same proceedings, in a manner recorded by Hare, dashed to pieces while trying to escape down the rocks which form the foundation of the castle. The castle that held them, and that held the record of what was done to them, is still standing. The question of the Monster of Glamis is the one that has gathered the most lurid attention over the longest period of time, and it is also the one in which the distance between documented fact and circulating legend is widest. The documented fact is this: Thomas Lyon-Bowes, the first child of Thomas Lyon-Bowes, Lord Glamis and his wife Charlotte, was recorded in Robert Douglas's Peerage of Scotland as born and died on the 21st of October, 1821. The records describe a child who lived a single day, or perhaps less than a single day, and who was gone before any significant trace of his existence could accumulate. He has no gravestone, a circumstance that the Wikipedia article on the Monster of Glamis notes is consistent with the funeral customs of the time, when the high rates of infant mortality meant that usually only adults were commemorated in this way. The legend that grew up around this record is a different matter entirely. Rumours began to circulate in the late 19th century that the child had been born deformed rather than simply unwell, that he had survived in seclusion inside the castle rather than dying on his birth date. and that the chamber where he lived had eventually been bricked up after his eventual death. The earliest surviving reference to this story in print dates from 1908 in a formulation that identifies the concealed figure as the rightful heir to the title and property, kept out of sight because he is too unpresentable to be shown. A writer named Miss M. Gilchrist, described in 1885, was said to be not only confident that such a monster did actually exist, but to have described him as half frog and half man, and to have claimed further that he was the rightful earl. The singer and composer Virginia Gabriel, who stayed at the castle in 1870, is cited as a source for some accounts. The biographer Michael Thornton is said to have been told by the 16th Earl of Strathmore, during a visit to the castle, that the entrance to the chamber where Thomas had lived was bricked up after his death. The family, according to folklorist Raymond Lamont Brown, as cited in the Wikipedia article on the Monster of Glamis, emphatically denies the rumours. There is also an alternative version of the legend that removes the individual Thomas Lyon-Bowes entirely and replaces him with a recurring phenomenon. In this version, a vampire child is born to every generation of the family and is walled up in the same room. This version cannot be traced to any specific historical event or individual, and is mentioned here only because it forms part of the body of tradition that has accumulated around the castle and the family. The question that the Monster of Glamis legend poses, in its most restrained form, is simply this: did Thomas Lyon-Bowes die on the 21st of October, 1821, as the Peerage of Scotland records, or did he survive that day and live on in some form of concealment inside Glamis Castle? The record says he died. The tradition says he did not. Nothing in the sources available to this account can resolve the contradiction. The tradition exists because the castle exists, and because the castle has always been the kind of place in which people find it possible to believe that something has been hidden. The towel test, as it has been called in the tradition, belongs to this same body of legend, guests at Glamis hanging towels from the windows of every room they could find, and then looking up from the grounds to discover that some windows had no towels, the implication being that those windows belonged to rooms they had not been shown. The Wikipedia article on Glamis Castle notes that this may have been due to the owners removing the towels so that the guests would not locate the rooms. This explanation resolves the legend efficiently, if prosaically. It is included here not because it settles anything, but because it is part of the record, and because even the prosaic explanation has its own kind of weight. A family removing towels from windows so that guests would not find a particular room is itself a family that is keeping something private, and the difference between privacy and concealment is a difference of degree rather than of kind. Consider the castle itself, apart from its questions, in the way that it is possible to consider a building apart from its history. The main block rises 5 stories, with a central stair tower and its ogee calf house, with pinnacled turrets at the corners and a roof walk along the top. The angle wings are 2 stories over a basement, 4 bays each, battlemented, with outer towers and corbelled turrets. The front towers in the approach are each 7 metres in diameter and about 4 metres high, each fitted with a modern parapet. The walls of the building are, in certain areas, of considerable thickness. The drawing room, which was formerly the Great Hall, is 60 feet long and 20 feet wide, with walls 8 feet thick and 3 deeply embrasured windows set into their depth. The tower walls are approximately 1 metre thick. Inside those walls, in the space their thickness creates, winding stairs rise through the building, and it is in the depth of those walls that the tradition of the secret chamber has always located its hiding. The plasterwork in the drawing room dates from 1621. The carved stone fireplace in the same room has paired caryatids flanking a heraldic overmantel. In the chapel, which was built in 1679 to 1683, the panel paintings of Joseph de Witt were installed in 1688, and the stained glass by Kempe of London was fitted in 2 phases, 1867 to 1868 and 1883. The billiard room has a ceiling dating from 1903, bearing monograms and a coronet made for the 13th Earl's golden wedding, and a carved fireplace that was brought from Gibbside in County Durham, bearing the coat of arms of the Blackiston family. Each of these rooms is layered with the specific choices of specific people, made in specific years, a ceiling carved in 1903, to mark one occasion, a fireplace moved from another estate to serve another purpose. Plasterwork laid down in 1621 that has survived 4 centuries of Scottish winters. The crypt, in its stripped state, is the oldest visible interior. The dressed stone vault and the stone-flagged floor of what was once the lower hall of the 15th century tower house, all plasterwork removed in the 19th century to reveal the structure beneath. Augustus Hare describes it as the armour-hung hall where the party gathered for dinner during his 1877 visit, a room where the great golden line of Lyon was produced, a vessel large enough to hold a whole bottle of claret and old enough to have been used by the earlier lords of the family in a manner Hare describes as tossing it off at a draught. The crypt is both an ancient room and a dining room, both a remnant of a medieval building and a space in which a Victorian house party of lords and ladies, and a bishop and a visiting author gathered in the autumn of 1877 to eat and talk, and noticed that their host had an ever-sad look. Lord Strathmore's ever-sad look is one of the small human details that Hare's account preserves, and it is worth pausing over it. Hare records it simply. Without dramatization, the abundance of young life in the castle takes off the solemn effect, he writes. The charming children, the handsome cordial boys, the winning gracious mistress, but only Lord Strathmore himself has an ever-sad look. The Bishop of Brechin, who was a great friend of the house, felt this sadness so deeply that he went to Lord Strathmore and asked, after imploring him to forgive the intrusion, whether he could be of any use, if he could in any way, by any means, be of use to him. Lord Strathmore thanked him, and told him that in his most unfortunate position no one could ever help him. The sadness that Hare observed, and that the bishop sought to address, may have had many causes, or it may have had one cause that the people around it could not name. The sources do not tell us. What the sources tell us is that a man carried a weight in that castle in October 1877 that was visible to those around him, visible enough that a bishop set aside the norms of social discretion and asked whether the church could help. Lord Strathmore said it could not. That conversation, reported by Hare nearly quarter of a century after it took place, is one of the most human moments in the long record of Glamis Castle, and it is also one of the most unanswerable. The wing that Lord Strathmore built for the children and the servants, so that neither group would sleep inside the main house, is mentioned by Hare as a fact alongside the social details of the party. The servants would not sleep in the house. The children were not allowed to do so. The wing was built. These are the facts as Hare records them, and they are not presented as legend or speculation, but as observed circumstance, the practical arrangement that a man had made in response to something that the sources do not fully name. The castle passed through the hands of the Lyon family, and later the Bowes Lyon family across many generations, each generation leaving its mark in the building and in the record. The title of Lord Glamis was created in 1445 for Sir Patrick Lyon, the grandson of the Sir John Lyon, to whom Robert II had granted the estate in 1372. That original grant connected the Lyon family to the Scottish royal house. Sir John Lyon married the king's daughter. 8 barons and 8 earls of Kinghorn and Strathmore lived in the castle before the 18th century brought the Bowes-Lyon union, when John Lyon, 9th Earl of Strathmore and Kinghorn, married Mary Eleanor Bowes, heiress to a coal-mining fortune, in 1767. Her memoirs are held in the castle archives. The family name became Bowes-Lyon, and it is as Bowes-Lyons that the family has passed into the consciousness of the 20th and 21st centuries, through the childhood that Lady Elizabeth Bowes-Lyon spent at Glamis, through her marriage to Prince Albert, Duke of York, at Westminster Abbey on the 26th of April, 1923, and through the birth of Princess Margaret at the castle on the 21st of August 1930. The fire of the 16th of September 1916 broke out in the upper floors of the central tower, and its effects are still visible in the charred doors and woodwork that remain. The castle was used as a military hospital during the First World War, a function it had taken on by 1914. Lady Elizabeth Bowes-Lyon was particularly active in organising the rescue of the castle's contents during the fire. The damage from that night, and the evidence of wartime use, and the plasterwork of 1621, and the De Witt paintings of 1688, and the Kempe glass of the 1860s and 1880s are all present simultaneously in the building, layered over each other the way centuries layer themselves in any structure that has stood long enough. The 4 statues placed on the approach avenue in the 17th century, Charles I in boots, and James VI in a stole, and Charles II in Roman dress, and James VII as in his Whitehall portrait, with the first two of these sculpted by Arnold Quelling, stand or stood in their positions on the avenue. The great sundial brought in by the third Earl between 1671 and 1689 stands 21 feet high on the grounds, Category A, listed in its own right. The 5-acre walled garden to the north of the castle was designed by Fowler of Castle Kennedy in 1865. The autumn garden to the east was made by Cecilia Bowes Lyon, Countess of Strathmore, between 1907 and 1910. These are the accumulated choices of a family across centuries, translated into stone and earth and growing things, and they surround the castle the way the darkness of Strathmore surrounds it tonight. Since 1987, an illustration of the castle has appeared on the reverse of £10 notes issued by the Royal Bank of Scotland. The castle's image circulates through Scotland in wallets and purses and shop tills and pockets, passing from hand to hand, recognised or not recognised, familiar or unfamiliar. The red sandstone pinnacles, miniaturised and printed on paper that wears out and is replaced and wears out again. The castle itself does not wear out in the same way. It is maintained and modified and preserved, and it stands. The current resident is Simon Bowes Lyon, 19th Earl of Strathmore and Kinghorn, who succeeded to the earldom in 2016. The line continues. The family that received the estate from Robert II in 1372 is still in residence, in the same valley, on the same ground, inside a building that has been rebuilt and remodelled and extended and restored so many times that the 15th century tower house at its core is visible now only in the crypt, where the plasterwork was stripped away in the 19th century to show the dressed stone vault beneath. Outside, the Glamis burn is still running. The arboretum holds its rare trees in the dark, the trees that have been brought from around the world to grow along the banks of a small stream in Angus, in a climate that constrains the growing season but has not prevented trees of considerable age from establishing themselves and remaining. The long approach avenue from the south is planted with oaks and ash and horse chestnut and sycamore, the earlier avenue of Scots firs having been cut down in the 1770s during the landscaping works of the 9th Earl, a loss that Walter Scott mourned, along with others who had known and admired it. The gateposts that once marked 3 stages of the earlier formal approach were moved to the perimeter of the policies in the same period, becoming lodges at the south, north and southeast entrances. The formal avenue became the picturesque landscape. The picturesque landscape has been growing back toward formality ever since, in the slow way that designed landscapes grow. The Sidlaw Hills are to the south in the darkness. The Grampian Mountains are to the north. The castle stands in the broad lowland valley between them, approximately 20 kilometres from the North Sea, at coordinates that place it in one of the most distinctly Scottish of all Scottish landscapes, a valley that has been farmed and forested and fought over and inherited for as long as the records reach back, and before the records, for longer. The questions that have accumulated around this place are not unusual in kind. All buildings accumulate questions. The questions attach themselves to the stone and the wood and the plasterwork and the memory of a house, and they persist because the buildings persist, because there is always someone new to ask them. What is unusual about Glamis is the number of its questions, the variety of their character, and the degree to which they resist resolution, even under careful examination. A king's death in 1034, of unknown circumstances, at an unknown location, within walking distance of where the castle now stands. A woman burned in 1537 on charges that the most careful examination of the surviving court records suggests did not include the witchcraft for which she has long been remembered. An architect whose name may have been Jones or may have been Shaw, working for a lord who left his name in stone on the central tower, a chamber that may or may not exist under the charter room, or behind a panel in the chapel, or above the crypt, or nowhere. A child recorded as having died in a single day in 1821, and remembered in a tradition that insists he did not. A figure known as Earl Beardie, playing at dice in a room where the sources cannot agree on his identity, while midnight arrives and brings its company. These questions will remain. The castle does not answer them. The castle has never answered them. It offers instead its rooms and its walls and its centuries of accumulated habitation, the plasterwork and the stained glass, and the carved fireplaces, and the heraldic panels, and the chapel that seats 46 people with 1 seat, always left empty. It offers the crypt with its stone-flagged floor and its dressed stone vault, stripped of its plaster in the 19th century so that the older structure could be seen. It offers the drawing room ceiling of 1621, the chapel paintings of 1688, the billiard room ceiling of 1903. It offers the grounds, the parkland, the walled garden, the arboretum, the burn. It offers the approach avenue and the hills behind it and the sky above the hills. The darkness over Strathmore is complete now. The Sidlaw Hills are gone to the south. The Grampians are gone to the north. The Glamsburn moves in the arboretum, past the rare trees, through the dark. The castle stands in the valley with its pinnacled turrets and its ogee calf-house and its red sandstone walls that are in places a metre thick, and in the old towers 3 feet and 3 inches thick, and in the drawing room 8 feet thick enough to hold a chamber in their depth, thick enough to hold anything. It holds what it holds. It has always held what it holds. The questions are offered to it now, one final time, named and set down and released: the death in 1034, the trial of 1537, the architect of 1606, the chamber that no Lady Strathmore found, the child who may have lived or may have died in a single October day in 1821, the figure at his stone table waiting for his midnight companion. None of these are answered. All of them remain. The castle stands. The burn runs. The rare trees grow along its banks in the dark. The hills are where they have always been, to the north and to the south, holding the valley between them, and the castle in the valley, and the valley's long history inside the castle's walls, and the dark above it all, and the silence.